Creating a website would be the easiest thing ever if you follow this step-by-step masterclass. Let's have a sneak peek at what you will learn in this tutorial. I will show you how to get your own domain name with a super secure SSL certificate. We'll be using WordPress to create a website. It's used by the best companies and artists to create their own website. It's also used by 43% of all websites on the internet, and it's free. We'll use a free theme, a free page builder called Elementor, and all the free resources to create our amazing website. By the way, you don't need any kind of design skill nor coding experience. This tutorial is completely for beginners. And by using Elementor Page Builder, we'll be creating everything just by drag and drop. You can change any font size, any color. You can play with all the spacing. You can create amazing animation and hover effects. You will learn how to create a logo by using free online tool, how to make this awesome homepage with modern and trendy animation. I will show you everything from scratch. Unlike other YouTube tutorials, I would not be using any ready template. I will show you how to create an amazing about page like this, how to create this professional service page and single service page. Then how to create a fully functional contact form inside of your contact page. Also, I will show you how to write a perfect blog post with categories, featured image and blog details with Gutenberg. People can also comment on your blog post. I will show you how to copy and paste from one page to another page to save your valuable time. And most importantly, we'll learn how to make any website 100% responsive for tablet and mobile devices. After completing this tutorial, you can create all these amazing websites by yourself. You can do it for your own or for your clients. Now let me introduce you myself. My name is Fahad. I'm a professional web developer. Even in the past, I have completed so many freelance WordPress projects for my clients. So basically, you are learning all the base method and techniques from a real professional web developer. Already so many people start their web design career after watching our tutorials, so please grab some coffee, grab some water, you can be the next. I'm really excited. If you're excited like me, please give this video a big thumbs up. This is the only one thing I want from you. Other than that, this video is completely free for you. Alright, we'll be creating our beautiful website in easy 4 steps. First, I will show you how to get your own domain name and web hosting. I will also provide you a 78% discount link. Then how to install WordPress, then how to install a free theme and a free page builder. Finally, we'll start our amazing website step by step. Also, I'll be adding timestamp in the video description so you can always jump into the necessary part you need. Let's now start step number 1, which is get your domain name and web hosting. So first of all, what is domain name? Domain name is basically your website address. Like Facebook has facebook.com, Amazon has amazon.com, we have jimfahaddigital.com. Similarly, for your website, you need an address that will be your website name.com. And what is web hosting? Web hosting is a storage space for your website. All the images, text you will have in your website, all will be stored on your own web hosting. As you're owning your own web hosting, so there would not be any limitation. You can run ads, you can upload any text or images, you can upload any theme or plugin you want. Basically, you are in charge of your own website. Now how to get your own web hosting with free domain name. So first, just click on very first link in the description below in this video, or you can go with jimfahaddigital.com/best host. And this will take you on a special discount Hostinger page. So why Hostinger? In my opinion, Hostinger is most affordable and also the fastest web hosting provider available. Just have a look into their Trustpilot reviews. People are super happy with their hosting speed, affordable price and customer support. Now from here you can change the language if you want. May you speak Spanish, Portuguese or Hindi, you can select your language from here. One thing I also do want to say is that this page changes quite often. In fact, they probably changes it once a month. So if you see the banner or interface looks different, don't worry, don't panic. This happened quite often. It's the same website. Let's scroll down a bit. You'll find all these different plans in here. By the way, here you can see 3 plans, but sometimes you may see 4 plans in here. Just don't panic because you can create your website with any of these plans. As you're starting out, I recommend you taking this premium or business plan. With all of this plan, you can create up to 100 websites. For example, today you're creating portfolio website, tomorrow you want to create a business website, and the next week you want to create a e-commerce website. So you don't need to purchase hosting each time. You can create all the website within the same web hosting plan. So here with this premium plan, you will get 100 GB storage. With the business plan, you will get 200 GB storage. And with all of this plan, you will get all features like unlimited free SSL, so all of your website would be encrypted and super secure. Unlimited bandwidth, so there would not be any limit how many website visitors you will have. Free email, you can create hundreds of professional email address like info@yourwebsite.com or admin@yourwebsite.com like this. Then free domain. Yes, like I said, you will get a domain name for free. WordPress features. You will also get ton of WordPress feature like one-click WordPress installation, free website migration. So if you want to move your existing website from another hosting provider to Hostinger, they will transfer it on behalf of you. How cool is that? Security. Now let's talk about security. Personally, I'm serious about website security, and Hostinger just nailed it with all of these features like Cloudflare protected name servers, malware scanner, and all of this. I have had a very bad experience with other hosting providers. We have got so many malware attack and we had to pay hosting provider additionally to use their security tools. But there in Hostinger, we are getting all these security tools for free. Now let's select a plan. And like I said, you can take any of these plan based on your need. For now, I'm taking this premium plan. You can upgrade it later anytime. So click on add to cart this button. Alright, now let's go ahead and scroll down. Right here, you're going to see different pricing option. Now this is referring how long do you want to host with Hostinger. So we have a 1 month, 12 month, 24 months, and we also have 48 months. First of all, I don't recommend you to going with 1 month plan because it's almost $12, which is super expensive. Wouldn't want that. My recommendation would be go with 48 months. So for the first year, you just need to pay only $2.99 per month. That will save almost $432. And then after these 4 years, you start to pay $6.99 per month, which is super affordable for a web hosting plan that hold up to 100 websites. But if you want to start with 2 year or 1 year, then click on here. And then in your first year, you just pay $2.99 per month. And you are still going to create 100 websites. And after that first year, you start to pay $9.99 per month. So the longer the first period, the more discount you will get when you renew the plan. So if you have the budget and you want to get more discount as possible, you can go with 48 months. And after these 48 months, you will start to pay around $6.99 instead of $9.99. If you scroll down over here, you see here have a coupon code. And if you fill in with my special coupon code JFD10 and click on apply, you will now get a total 78% discount. Can you believe we are getting super fast web hosting with the free domain name for a full year, only $32. What an amazing deal, right? So now scroll up again. Now you can see the pricing only $2.69 for 48 months, 24 months and 12 months. As we have added JF10 discount code. For now, I will go 12 months. Now scroll down. Put your email address in here. Make sure you put your base email address because they will create a hosting account with this email address. For the payment, now you can see you can pay using credit card, PayPal, Google Pay, or even pay using cryptocurrency. Also, you may see more different local payments option based on your country. Here I'm putting my card information and then click on submit and secure payment. Then it will be redirect us to the control panel. Let's set a very strong password in here. And now here, as you can see, they are saying about verify our email address. So you can check your email and you can verify it. If you get to see like this type of page instead of this. So to get this page, you simply just need to scroll down and you need to click on here this setup, this button, premium web hosting. Just click on this setup button, then you will get the same interface like this. So it will now ask you a few questions. So click on start now. Skip this service here. Let's create a free WordPress account from here. So click on select. Then again click on here this WordPress. I'm giving here my email address and then a strong password. Now let's click on here this continue button and skip the plugins and scroll down and skip the template also and skip it. Let's claim our free domain name from here. Just click on the select button and first select here .net into .com because .com website looks professional and legit, but you can select any extension you want. Here you need to put your desired domain name. You can put your name or your business name. It would be your website address. So take a moment, think about it and put the domain name. I'm typing here tutorial link and we have already selected .com. Now click on search and it's a domain available. Awesome. Now let's click on continue. Now we need to fill up some details for my domain name. Here I'm selecting my country into Bangladesh and I'm selecting it personal and let's click on next. And then here I need to put my contact information. I'm quickly putting my details. Then click on finish registration. So now our domain registration is complete. Here WordPress will be installed on this brand new domain name. So just click on this finish setup this button. Now we're just going to take a few of seconds to install WordPress. First just have a look inside of this control panel in here. Just click on this manage site this button. It may look overwhelming, but it's super easy. Actually you don't need to do a lot of things in this panel. Just do these few things. Just click on WordPress overview this button. Now make sure that your force HTTPS is enabled. If you get to see that like this disable, then simply click on this turn on this button. Then you need to select your domain and then just click on install SSL. Then click on edit website this button. It will redirect us within our brand new WordPress admin panel. Now close the pop-up, click on this WordPress icon and click on here this dashboard this button. Alright, so if you see here this left side, then you'll get to see lots of options like post, media, pages, comments, lots of. But don't worry, I will make you familiar with all of these. And if you see here this dashboard, it's showing some of this notification. Personally, I love to work with clean dashboard. To clean this dashboard, we can simply just click on here this dismiss this button. Now if you click on here this screen option this button, then you will get to see some of these options like health and status, like activity like this. So simply just click on this box, then this option will be gone. Then I'm just selecting all of these things. As you can see right now all of them are deselecting, and now if I just click on here the screen options, then now it's totally clean. Now let's hover on plugins and click on install plugin this button. Then you will get to see all installed plugin in here. By default WordPress will install this plugin, so that's why we get to see in here. Okay, so now you might be thinking that what is mainly plugins? Plugins is something like an add-ons on your website, or like something like it's boost the functionality on your website. Okay, for example, you like to design a page like this feature on your website, so you just need to install a plugin. Like this way, if you like to add more features on your website, then you need to install more plugins. For this now, I personally don't need these plugins, so I like to delete them. So simply just click on this box to check them, and then next and next. You can do it one by one, and if you like to select them all, then simply click on here this box. Okay, then all of these plugins will be selected. Now first of all, we need to deactivate them plugin, because some of the plugin, as you can see, it's activated. To deactivate them, we just need to click on here this bulk action this button. Then you will get to see in a pop-up, and now we need to select here deactivate this button. And now we need to click on here this apply button to deactivate all of these plugins. So as you can see, all the plugins is now deactivated. So if you like to select them one by one, then you can do it. But personally, I like to click on here this box, and then all the plugins will be selected. Now you can click on here this bulk action, and now we need to select here this delete this button, and now click on here this apply this button, and they're showing in a pop-up that are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Let's okay. All right, so all the plugins is now deleted. And now let's hover on pages and click on all pages. And now as you can see, it's have a privacy policy page. So let's simply click on here this delete button, because we don't need that right now. Right now I like to change my password and also want to change some of the details. To do that, we just need to go here this users, and we need to click on here this all users this button. So in here you will get to see all the users who create account on your website. Okay, and if you like to edit any of them, like profile, then you just need to click on here this edit button. So I personally like to change my own password and the name, so let's click on here this edit this button simply. then you will get to see like this type of option here. So if you see here this color scheme, then this is mainly for the admin. So admin can only see the changes. As you can see, how cool is that? I personally like this modern one. So scroll down, then you'll get to see language. So you can change here this language by default to another language. Right now it's English, but if you like to change it to another, then you can do it. Also, it's have a first name and last name. So let's say my first name is Expert, then Asi, I type here, and here is mainly the nickname. So, and then it's display name publicly as. So we're just going to change it to, let's say, Expert Asi, because people will get to see my name on here. For example, if you go with this page, and if you see here this blog, then this post was by tutorial.com. Before it was our display name. So right now I changed it to Expert Asi. And if you scroll down, then you will get to see profile picture. So you can change it from here. Just simply click on this button. Then you can just say create an account, and you can just change your profile pictures. And if you scroll down, then you'll get to see set a password. So let's click on set a password, this button. And now you can type here your own password. By default, WordPress generates a password, but if you like to keep it as it is, then you can just simply click on here this update profile, this button. But personally, I like to change this password. So let me type my secret password. Now let's click on here this update button to update this password. All right, as you can see, now it's updated. Let's go back to our website again, and let's reload here this page. As you can see, now this username is changed into Expert Asi, and also my password is now changed. Now let's go to the setting and let's click on here this general, this option. Then you can change here your site title. As you can see, if you see here this properly in this top, you get to see connect. As you can see, connect and the connect. So this is merely our website name right now. So if you like to change it to different, then it will be changed to the top and also the Google search. So everywhere it will be changed. Okay. Also, this is mainly called the tagline. So for example, right now I'm typing here, you deserve to be seen. So if you like to put something more, I mean like different something, then you can obviously do it. And scroll down, then you will get to see the membership option. If you like to turn on, like people can register on your website, you can just simply enable this option. But for this now, I don't want it. And now, you know, if you like to change here this admin, you like this email into something different, or if you like to change this email address, then you can do it from here. Okay. Then scroll down. You also can change here the site language. So before the user site language, it is mainly for the specific user. Okay. But this is for the global, like website language. This will be. And let's scroll down and let's click on here the save the changes, this button to save these changes. Now let's talk about that. What is mainly the dashboard and what is mainly the, you know, like a front end. Okay. So front end is something like that user can see. Okay, so when someone just going to visit tutorial.com, they will get to see this website. This is mainly the front end. But and the back end is something like all the settings there. For example, you like to add in a post, so you need to do it from this backend, like this dashboard. You like to design a page, you need to do it from this dashboard. So everything, whatever you're just going to do the changes, you need to do it from this dashboard, like from this admin panel, and whatever you're just going to do the changes, everything will be get to see your user, like everything will be visible into the front end. And now let me show you very important things. So let's hover on settings and now let's click on here this permalinks. So then as you can see right now, if you see it's have a custom structure. It's really bad because if you see here this, let me open this post. As you can see, when I'm just going to open this post, if you see here, then it's showing index.php, then our date, then the post name. So it's really boring and it's not SEO friendly. So what you need to do, we just need to just change it to post name. So before, as you can see, it was something different, but right now we just need to make it post name. So let's save the changes and now let's reload here this page again. Okay, so we get to see 404. Let's open here this post again, and as you can see right now is totally clean. Before it was something like index.php, then date, then like the post name. It's really boring and people cannot remember it, and also Google it does not understand it. Okay, so make sure that you change here this permalink setting. And now we're just going to be installing a theme. Okay, so let's go here, this appearance, and click on here, this theme. So what is mainly the theme? So theme is something like in a website structure and website layout or design, whatever you can say. So right now, as you can see, we have activated this 2023. By default, it was activated, and our website design is like this, as you can see. But right now, if I'm just going to change it to, let's say, 2021, then our website structure and the design will be changed. As you can see, now it changes, and let's go back and let's reload here this page. And as you can see, our website design is now changed. The structure is changed. Okay. To add a new theme, we just need to click on here this button called add new this button. So click on there. So if you scroll down, then you'll get to see lots of theme in there. But personally, I like to search in a theme. So let's click on here the search theme, this button, and let's search here Cadence. So I search here Cadence, and as you can see, this is mainly the theme. So let's click on here this install this button to install this theme. And now simply activate here this theme. Let's click on activate this button. As you can see, we get to see all of this theme here. So by default, if you like to delete any of this theme, then simply click on here this theme details. Then on this bottom, you'll get to see delete option. So simply click on here this delete and also click on OK. Then this theme will be deleted. Okay. Also, for example, you don't need this theme. Okay. Then you can just simply delete this theme. Now we need to install a page builder called Elementor. To do that, we just need to go jimfahaddigital.com, and I will give you this link in my video description, so you don't need to worry about it. So if you click on there, then you will be directly land on this page. And now we need to click on here, get Elementor free version. Just simply click on this button. Then you will be redirect on this page. And now you just need to click on here, this login button simply. And then you need to click on here, create a new account, this button. And you need to type here your email and your password, and you just need to create an account. Or if you like to go with like Gmail account, then simply click on here, continue with Google. Then it will be ask you to select an email. Then if you select it, then you will be automatically redirect into your Elementor account. So as you can see, I already have an account, so I'm not going to be crediting again. So you can do it yourself, and this account will be needed in future. And now let's come back to WordPress dashboard, and now let's hover on plugins and click on add new this button. And then you need to search here, just click on this search box and type here Elementor. And you need to click on here this install this button. Mainly this plugin we are just going to install, and this plugin is coming from elementor.com. And let's click on install now this button. And now let's click on here this activate this button. Just click on there. As you can see, they directly redirect us into Elementor onboarding page. So we don't really need that. I will teach you everything step by step. So if you see here this top right side have a cross option, just click on this box. Additionally, we need to install 3 more plugins. So let's hover on plugins and let's click on add new this button again and search here Elements Kits. Just simply search here Elements Kit. Then you will get to see Elements Kits Elementor add-ons, this plugin. This plugin mainly coming from WP-Met. So install this plugin. And again search here Element Pack Lite. Simply just search it. And mainly we need to install this plugin. It's mainly coming from by BD Themes. So let's click on here this install now this button. Now in here you need to search Medfarm, and this plugin is mainly coming from WP-Met. We are just going to install this plugin. So let's click on install now this button. And now let's click on here the installed plugin this box, as you can see in here. And you will get to see all the plugins. Only one plugin is activated in this Elementor. And if you click on here this inactive button here, then you'll get to see all the inactive plugins. So now click on here this box and let's click on bulk action to active. Then click on apply this button. Then all the plugin will be activated, as you can see. So let's click on here this skip. As you can see, all the plugins is now activated. If you see here, okay, so it's not activated. So let me select them 2 again, and let's click on activate. Let's click on apply. Now, as you can see, every single plugin is now activated. Now let's create some of these empty pages. To create a page, we just need to hover on pages, and then we need to click on here this add new this button. And now in here, we need to type the page name. Let's say it's home. And now simply click on here this publish button. And again, click on here this close panel. Then click on here this 3 dot like this option button. Then we need to select here this full screen mode. Then you will get these tools in here. Okay, now again click on here this add new this button, and I'm just going to create another page called about us, and I'm again just going to publish this page. Simply just publish it, and again I'm just going to click on here this new add new this button, typing here another page name, let's say services, publish this page. Click on again here this new add new button to create a new page. Let's type here design and development, and now let's publish here this page. Simply just publish it. Again click on here this add new this button. Let's say it's a blog page. Let's publish it. Again click on here this add new this button, and let's say it's a contact us page. So publish it, and now let's click on here this all pages this button. And as you can see, we get all the pages like about us, blog, contact, design and development, home, everything we got. Now let's go to settings and let's click on here this reading this button. And now let's click on here this static page, this one, and let's select here this home page into like the home, and for the post page let's select it the blog, and scroll down and let's save changes button. Just click on this button. Now let's go back again the pages and let's click on all pages, and now let's click on here edit this button. Simply click on this button, and now in here top you will get to see the option called edit with Elementor. Just simply click on here this box, and now let's click on here this continue this button, and let's click on here this cross this button, because I will show you that how to activate this Flexbox container. I will show you. Okay, so right now, as you can see, this is mainly called a canvas. So it's have an option called add a section. It's have a template option, and it's also have a like ready kit template. It's also coming from Elementor Kit plugin. Okay, and if you see here this left side, you will get to see option called elements and global. So also we can say it widget. So widget and element is something like that we can start designing our website. For example, let me just simply drag and drop here this heading one, and as you can see we get this heading in here. So if you like to customize it, let's say I like to type here, let's say it's Exparazi, and now that means you can change here this content. Okay, it's also have write with AI options. So if you click on here write with AI, and if you just connect to your Elementor account previously we created, if you connect it, then you can just use this Elementor AI. So I will show you on later how to use it. Okay, now in here you can type here the link. I mean, for example, if you like to redirect them into a different website, okay, then you can do it. For example, when someone just going to click on this link, they will be direct on the another page, okay, or another link. And if you just go with this alignment, you can play with this alignment. Let's say you can change this alignment, you can go to this left, you can make it justify. So whatever it is, you can do the changes from here. Now let's go to the style. So in style tab, we can mainly change the color, we can change the typography, we can add stroke, shadow, like this type of thing we can do in style. Okay. So let's change this color. Let's say I like to go with this black color, but not exactly black. It's something like, let's say 111. As you can see, this is mainly the black color. And also, you know, in here, you can just play it around it like this. So for example, I like to change here to something different color. Let's say this one or anything else that you can exactly do it. Whatever you're just thinking, you can do it. And now let's again click on here this typography, this button. Now we can change here this font family. Let's say I like to go with Poppins. So I just type here Poppins, and here is the font. As you can see, now it's changed. Also, if you like to change here this font size, let's say I like to go with 60 pixel. As you can see, now it's 60 pixel. And if you like to change this transform into uppercase or lowercase or anything, you can do it from here. Also, you can change here this style. Let's say italic, you can change it. Also, if you like to do the decoration, you can do it from here. Let's say underline. As you can see, we get an underline in here. And also have a line height and a letter spacing and a word spacing. So if you like to use them, then you can do it. And it's also have a text shadow. So personally, we don't need that right now, but yeah, if you need it, then you can do it. So let's go back to default. Here is the text shadow, and here is the blind mode. And now if I go with this advanced tab, it's also have some more options like cool features there. For example, like padding and margin. Let's say I like to, just take it 50% from this top. So what I just need to do, I just need to simply type in here 50. Then it will be coming from top to like take 50 pixel margin from the top. But right now they are taking all around this, like left side, right side, bottom, all over this. So to unlink it, right now it's link, as you can see, link value together. So if you like to unlink it, so simply, first of all, I'm just going to make it 0, then unlink it, then I'm just going to type here 50. Then only the 50 will be applied on here. Okay, so as you can see, we can see this, they are taking almost 50 pixel margin from this top. Okay, now if you like to take more from this, like from this bottom here, let's say padding 50 pixel, then you can do it. So what is mainly the big difference of padding and margin? So padding, they're taking space inside of this content, but if you see the margin, they're mainly taking space from outside of this content. Okay, so whenever you need any space in here, you just need to go with padding, not margin. Okay, so if I just change here this background color, then I hope you will get a clear idea about that. Let me go to this background and let me change here this color. Let's say I like to go with this color. Okay, so as you can see, this is mainly, and if I go again here, this layout, so I take here padding 50 pixel top and bottom. So if I take here this 50 pixel after this margin, as you can see, we are getting outside of this box. Okay, so I hope you understand about margin and padding. And now let me clear all of this, and let's say I like to go with 50 all over this, and let's say change here this background color. I like to click on here this clear button, then it will be clear, and let me make it center. Okay, now let's click on here this Ruby cube, this icon, as you can see here this top, just simply click on there. Now let's simply just drag and drop here this text editor to add, like a little bit description in there. So you can do the same thing in here. Like if you go to this style, then you can change this alignment, as you can see. Also, if you like to change here this color, you can do it. Also, if you like to add margin and padding, you can do it. Also, if you like to change this background color, border, everything, you can do it from here. Okay, all the options available in there. Now let's again click on here this icon, and let's simply drag and drop here this button. For the button, we can change everything in here. For example, let's say the text. Let's say I'm just going to be saying here, hey, click here, or you can say get started or contact us, like this type of content you can do, whatever you're thinking in your mind, you can do it. And now we can change here this link. That means if I just type here jimfahaddigital.com, so whenever someone just going to click on, hey, click on here, or let's say I'm saying here contact with us. So whenever anyone just click on here this button, they will be redirected into our website jimfahaddigital.com. Okay, and also if you like to change here this alignment, you can change it. Also, if you like to change here the size of this button, then you can do it from here. Let's say I like to make it medium, or if you like to make it larger, then you can do it from here. And if you like to change the color and border, let's go to here this style. And first of all, I like to change here these text of this button. So I'm just going here and let's say DM Sans. I personally like it. So let's say DM Sans, and let's say it's only 18 pixel, as you can see. And also I like to go with the normal one. So as you can see now it's normal, and I don't want to do anything inside here. But if you like to change to this line height, then you can do it. Okay, let's again click on here this button, and now I like to make it, let's say 1 or 2 pixel of this corner radius, as you can see. So or 4 pixel, it would be like this, but I think like 2 will be better. And if you like to change this color into something, let's say I like to go with the black color, as you can see now it's black. But when someone just gonna be hover, this is mainly hover effect. So when someone is gonna be hover, what happened? So I like to say, okay, so when someone just gonna be hover, they will be like this. Okay, so as you can see, when someone just gonna hover it, it just changed a little bit. As you can see, it changed a little bit, but not much. But people can understand, okay, it's mainly something that it's hovering. So let's click on simply update button if you like to update these changes that you do right now. See how everything is easy on Elementor. So this is mainly the basic. Let me familiar with you some other options Elementor. So to go back to our dashboard, we just need to click on here this three dot menu, as you can see in here. And now we just need to click on here this exit button, and then they are saying that where or which page you like to land on. So I'm just going to be going to here this post. So let's click on apply, and let's leave this button. So as you can see, we are just coming back to the same page again. So anyway, this is not a big deal. So now let's hover on Elementor, and let's click on here this setting button, and let's go here this features tab, and now we just need to enable here this Flexbox container. So simply just click on here this default button, and let's click on active this button. Okay, now we just need to save the changes that we just activate this Flexbox container. Now you might be thinking that why we just enabling this Flexbox container and why it's important. So the Flexbox container model is the feature of Elementor Page Builder. It's have lots of potential, lots of layout possibility, and you can design anything, whatever you just imagine in your mind. You can do anything using this Flexbox container. And now we need to go here this advanced tab, and now in here we need to enable unfiltered file upload. So let's simply click on here this disable button, then select on enable. And let's click on here this save changes this button. So mainly this function or this feature will allow us to upload SVG or JSON format file into our website. Okay, and now let's go back again here these pages, and let's click on all pages this button. And now in here, as you can see, it's have a home page in there, and let's simply click on here edit with Elementor this button. Alright, so as you can see, if you see the left side on this widget box, we get another box called container. So I already say you that like this is a game changer option. You can design anything using this container. So let me familiar with you container model, how it's work. So first of all, I'm just going to simply, okay, let me just delete all of this thing here. Just simply click on here this cross button, like delete section this button, then it will be gone. So now simply drag and drop here this container and here on this canvas. And now as you can see in this layout, we get to see the option called container width, how much container width you would like. Right now, if you like to select 100%, then it will be 100%. But if you like to go within a specific pixel, like 1140 pixel, then you can do it from here. Or if you like to change it, then you can do it. It's mainly depend on the design. Okay, so it's mainly depend on design. Anyway, this is, so I'm just going to be choosing here VH, that means viewport height. And I like to go with, let's say 50 of these, or let's say 60, then you will get like this type of, okay. And now you can change this direction, and also you can change this define. So you cannot understand it right now. Let me put some of this more item or elements in there. I hope then you'll understand it. And now if you like to change here this color of these containers, just go with this style. And now in here, you can change this background color if you like to go with a specific. Let's say I like to go with this color, as you can see. So you can change a little bit, not much, just a little bit you can do changes, okay. All right, so now let's click on again here this icon. And now I'm just going to drag and drop here and a container again. And now in this container, I like to go with full width. And now in here, I like to go with 120 pixel, as you can see. And now I like to change this width into, let's say 20, or let's say 30 will be better. Let's say 30 will be better. And this is mainly the width right now. And I like to change this color. Let's say I like to go with black color, but not exactly black, or like this looks fine. I think this just look fine. Okay, so now what I need to do, I'm just going to be doing it, duplicate it, simply duplicate, and again just duplicating it. Okay, so now if I go again this parent container, if you click on here this navigator, then you'll get to see it. So this is mainly the parent container, and if you just click on here this close, then everything is like going under it. That means when we're just going to open this main container, we get to see all the children container. Okay, so right now I'm in this main container. So let me go with this layout, and if you just go to change here this direction, let's say you just change direction to this, as you can see now it's changed. If you like to go with this, then as you can see it's also changing it. Okay, and also if you like to make them center, let's say I like to make them center, then as you can see now it's center. If you like to make them int, then it's going to be int. If you like to make them start, right now it's in start. Okay, so I'm just going to making them center. And if you like to space, like space between, as you can see now it's space between, space around, and also it's have a space evenly. Okay, so I'm just going to be make it center. Okay, and now if you like to change this alignment again, let's say center or left, I mean this int or start, you can do it from here. Okay, so now let me just simply put here in a button. So with this button we can also do customization. Let's say contact, and now I like to change this button. Let's say I like to change it to, let's say, white color, but the text will be something black. And also let me change this typography. Let's say DM Sans, and let's say 18 pixel, and I need the normal one. So now is it okay? So now you can also do customize. Right now let me go with this child container, and now if you like to change, let's say center, or if you like to go with the center, then you can easily do it inside of this child container also. And again, if I go with this parent one, then I can also change this layout. As you can see, when I change the direction, it's automatically changed. If you like to reverse it, then you can also do it. So how we can understand that we are reversing or not? So simply just paste here. So it's also have a copy paste option. Simply just copy and paste, then it will be happened, you know, whatever, just copy and pasting, it will be happened. Okay, let's say I like to say here 1. So if I go with this like the parent one, then if I change it to reverse into this, as you can see, now it's changed. Okay, so it's coming to the front. This is the simple thing. If you have any issue or don't understand, then watch this last 3 or 4 minutes. I hope you'll understand it. But personally, I don't like this type of theoretical videos. It will be more fun if I use real images, real content in there. So I'm just going to update here this page right now, and let me go to our website again. Let's say tutorial.com. Let's see the preview. So it's still not updated yet. So after this save changes, if I reload it, then I will get to see the changes. So to design the home page, you just need to click on here this edit with Elementor, this button. Just click on there, and then you will be right on this page. And now I just need to click on here this delete container, this button to delete this container. So before I start the step-by-step tutorial, I like to show you another way to design this website. Because if you see carefully that this video will be like 3 to 4 hours, so some people like don't have 3 to 4 hours to design their website. You know, if you like to learn it in a good way, then you should watch this full course, like 3 to 4 hours full tutorial. But let's say you don't have time, then you can do the same thing in simple one click using a ready kit. Now let me introduce with you Kitpapa.com. Kitpapa.com is one of the best place to get ready kit template in reasonable cost. Let's say you like to design a business website, so simply just click on here this business, this category. So then you will get to see lots of category design in here. So let's say simply click on here this template. I like this template, so click on there. Then if you scroll down, then you will get to see the template features, what you will get on this template. And if you scroll down, then you will get an installation guide. That means if you watch these 3 minutes videos, like 4 minutes videos, within 4 minutes you can design this website like exactly like same to same. Okay, so if you like to see the preview of this website, you just need to click on here this live demo, this button. Then it's also have an option like desktop, tablet, mobile. So you can go with this desktop, as you can see. So here you will get to see the exact design. Yeah, and as you can see here, if you like to go with a different page, just click on there. Then you will be rated on the different page, as you can see. And if you click on here this tablet version, then you will get to see the tablet version. If you go with this mobile version, then you will get to see the mobile in here. And if you click on here this side, then it will be gone. And if you see here, this price is only for $14.99. Can you imagine? Let's say you get a client for business and agency website design, so you can easily charge from them like $1,000 to $2,000, right? And if you like to start the project, like if you like to start this website design from the beginning, then you at least need 7 to 10 days for the design, right? So if you directly purchase the kit from here, it's only for almost like $15. So it's almost save your like 7 to 10 days, and you can deliver the project as soon as. So it's totally win-win situation for you and also the client. So let me go back to kitpapa.com again, and if you search here connect, then you will get the template. So for this video, I'm mainly using here this template connect. And if you like to see here these features and template include, then you can do it from here. And if you just click on here this demo here, then you will get to see the demo of the website, as you can see. So if you like to get this template kit, then simply just click on here add to cart this button. And now let's click on here this checkout button. And now put here your email address and username and also do the payment. Then you will get a kit. So you will get in a file like this, as you can see, this type of file you will get. Okay, so before add this ready kit template, we just need to check here some of the setting. So let's go here this Elementor and let's click on here this setting this button. And now let's come here this feature, this tab and scroll down. And then we just need to enable here Flexbox container. So click on here this active or default option. So I think you will get to see like default option. So simply click on here and just activate it and scroll down and then save the changes. And then click on here this advanced tab, and now in here enable unfiltered file upload. So you just need to enable it and just do the save changes. Simply just click on here the save changes. And the next you just need to check here your permalinks. So hover on settings and click on permalinks. And now in here you need to change the permalinks into post name. To import the ready kit, we just need to go back to our dashboard from here. Okay, then we just need to go here Elementor, and then we just need to click on here this tools this button. And here you will get an option called import or export kit. Just simply click on here this button, and then you will get to see here called start import. And then you will get to see like this type of option. So now we just need to simply drag and drop here this zip file. So I'm just going to drag here. And as you can see, we get to see like this. And now let's click on here this next button. Again, let's click on here this import this button. And it's gonna be take only like few seconds to import all of this thing. So as you can see, our website is live now. And if I go here tutorial.com, then you will get to see like this. And all of this page is almost here. As you can see, almost everything is there. So, but if you see carefully that this website header and footer, it's not matching, right? It's not look like same. And if you see here this tutorial, then they're almost showing that how to do. So if I go here, then you will get to see that like now it's step 5, we need to insert header and footer. So let's go back. Let's go back to our dashboard again. And now in here, we need to hover elements kit. So simply go here header and footer, this button. And now we just need to next step, next, everything you just need to do next, save changes. And let's again click on here, header and footer, this button. And now here, click on header and let's click on add new this button. So we just need to type here a name. So let's say it's a header and let's activate it and let's say save changes. And now let's say click on edit this button. And let's say edit content this button. Now we just need to click on here add template. Let's go to my template, or let's click on here this upload this button, simply import template this button. And now we just need to drag and drop here the JSON file. So to get this header file, we just need to extract here this file, and then you will get to see in a folder. Inside of this folder, you just need to open KP templates. So this is mainly Kitpapa templates. Simply click on here this file. Then you will get to see call header. So simply just drag and drop here this header file. So don't show again. Let's click on continue. And now let's click on insert this button and let's say yes, apply. And as you can see, we get the same thing, right? So simply click on here this update this button. Then if you just reload here this page, then you will get to see the same thing on here. As you can see, we get the exactly same header on here. So now let's go back, simply click on here this menu bar and let's click on here this exit this button. And now let's come back again here this elements kit, this hover and here header and footer this button. And let's click on here this footer this button. And let's click on add new this button. And now let's type here footer. And let's click on here this type into footer. And obviously I like to activate it. And let's click on save changes. And again, just click on here this edit button. And let's say edit the content. And now let's click on here this add template this button. Let's click on upload template. Here is it. And now let's select here file, or you can simply drag and drop here the file. Simply just select here this footer.json, just drag and drop here. And now let's simply insert, apply. And now simply click on here this update this button. Just click on here this update this button. And also if you like to do the changes of this content, then simply click on here this pen icon. Now we can change the content. Also if you like to change the menu bar, you can do it from here. Now let's go back. Let's again exit it. So now if you go to our front end, and if you just click on here this contact this button. So if you see here this template that it's have a contact form option, but if you see our contact us page, then you will get to see it's totally empty. So we also need to add here our contact form. So to do that, we just need to just click on here edit with Elementor this button. So right now I'm in my contact us page, and now I'm just clicking on here edit with Elementor this button, and I scroll down, and now in here we just need to click on here this box. So when I click on here on this left side, you get to see an option called Med Form. So if you not get to see this option, then just turn on this navigator in here. And on this navigator, as you can see, we are on container, then it's have a Med Form. So click on here this Med Form. And now we need to click on here Edit Form. And now we just need to click, we just need to create a form in here. Let's say contact form. So let's say contact, and let's click on here Edit Form, this button, because it's already selected here this blank template. So and now in here we need to simply just click on here this add a template this button, and let's click on here upload this button again, and we just need to drag and drop here this contact form JSON file. All right, so now it's added. So let's click on insert this button. Let's apply, simply save, and here is the option called update and close. So click on here this box, or yep, the same. All right, so as you can see, we get the same option in here. So let's click on update here this button, and let's go back to our page again and reload here this page. All right, so as you can see, everything is updated now. So before we start the video, we just need to do a little bit setting. It's about the color and typography. So to do that, we just need to click on here this menu icon in here, as you can see this right side. Then you need to click on here this site settings, this button. Then you will get to see option called global colors and global fonts. So our work is in here like these global colors, then we'll do the update on global fonts. So now you may be thinking that what is mainly global color and global font? So since we're just going to design a full website, there need to be consistency, right? It can be like color consistency or typography consistency. Obviously it's neat. And also, if we're just going to copy and paste color each time for each section, it's really boring, right? So that's why we're just going to set up in a global color that we can simply one click, we can choose the color from our like global colors, and we can reuse it all the time. Okay, that means we don't need to worry about this color. Okay, so let's go here this global color. Let's click on this button, and now let's click on here this add color this button. So on this left side, if you double click, then you will get to see the edit option. Now in here, you can type your like this color name. So I type here this color name dark gunmetal, and to choose a color, we just need to click on here this box, as you can see. Now you can just simply choose the color, but by default, I like to put here a color code in here. So this color code is like 212529. Then just click over in here, then you will get the color in here. Let's click on add color again. So let's add here blue, and I'm just going to be clicking on here this color, this box. And now let's type in a color code. All right, so now let's add another color. Let's click on add color this button. Let's click on here to change the name. To change the color, you just need to simply press on enter. Okay, so enter means like space. Okay, so to add a color in here, so you just need to press on space. Okay, and now you can type here your color code. Let's say 7373 then 9A. I personally like this color code in here. I like to add here. So let's simply just add it. As you can see, we get this color in here. So let's add another one. Let's also change here this color code, and let's add another one. Let's say this is orange. Let's change here this color. All right, so let's add another one. Let's click on add color this button. Let's add here white. So let's simply type here triple F, then you'll get white. And next add color again. Let's add another color. So I added another color. Let's again click on add color, this button. So I'm adding here transparent, and now in here I need to type triple F. Then if you press enter, then the color will be set up. Okay, let's add triple F. As you can see now, change, enter, and again click on here, and then I need to type here 00. Then I will get this transparent color in here. So now in this stage, you can pause this video and you can check with this custom color to your color that you're writing same to same or not. Because if you do the changes, or if you like see that if you type a little bit wrong, then you will different color in here. So make sure that you type same as it is that I show you in here, and that you can see on here. All right, so now let's go back, click on here this arrow. Okay, I like to save it. That means whenever you're just going to do the changes, make sure that you save. Okay, so here's the bottom called update button. You can simply update it from this bottom. Okay, let's go to here this global font. Just click on there, and let's go here this primary, and let's change this font. Let's say Overpass. So it's mainly in a Google font, so simply add here Overpass, and let's go here the secondary. I'll also change here this font Overpass. And let's say this width will be 500, it's medium. And again, logo text, and let's change here into Overpass. And again, I'm changing here this accent font. So let's say it's Overpass. All right, so now let's click on update here this button. But for this primary, I think we need to add here at least 700. It would be more better, I think, like if you add a bold for this primary. Okay, so let's update it. Let's click on go back. And now let's go here this typography. For this typography, you can, now you can set up a default color or paragraph spacing. For this H1, you like to set up a specific color. So when you're just going to take H1, automatically the color will be changed. You can do the changes in here, but for now I'm not doing it. If I need to do anything, then I will show you in later. Let's go back again, and for this button, you can also do the same thing. For example, if you like to set up a specific button for right now, then you can simply do it from here. Okay, but for our video, we need different buttons, so that's why I'm not doing it from here. So now we need to go here this layout. Just click on here this layout button. Now in here you will get to see the content width. That means our container width. So now we're not going to change it. So now here this container padding. So by default, when it's just going to take a padding, they automatically take a little bit of space so inside of them. So I don't really want them, so I like to keep them 0. So simply press on 0, then everything will be 0. And now this is mainly the gap between of elements, so I don't want to change it. And also here this default page layout, I like to change it to Elementor full width, just simply full width. And now let's simply click on here this update this button to update all of this setting that we do right now. Let's again go back, and let's click on here this cross button again, and let's click on here this menu again, because I like to change this user preference. So let's click on user preference. Now in here you can change this UI theme. So as you can see right now it's white, so if you like to change it to like let's say dark, then you can do it. So personally I like to go with dark theme, so I just kept it dark. And here this panel with something like, as you can see, this is the panel. So if you like to update it, let's say you like to go with, I'm just making 500 or let's say 680. So you can do the changes, but I think if you make it 300, it will be more better, then you can easily see the full canvas. So I'm just make it 300. And now this is mainly the editing handle. So this will help you to copy and paste. So simply enable this setting. You can easily copy and paste something. Okay, so that's why we need this setting. So now simply click on here this update button to save all of these changes. So now let's click on here this icon. Now we can start our design from here. To design the hero section, first of all, I like to take here on a container. So simply just add here a container. And now in here, I just need to add another container. So let's go again here, this icon, and let's simply drag and drop here another container. So inside of this container, I like to add here on a heading, simply add here the heading. And now let's add here this content. Let's say welcome to Vern. And let's go here this style. Even you can make it center from here of this alignment. Simply just make it center. And from the HTML tag, I like to make it P, something like this. Okay, so let's go to here this style. And now from the text color, I like to choose here blue, this one. For the typography, I like to choose already, as you can see, already choose here Overpass, but I personally like to change here this font size. Let's say it's a 15 pixel, and for this width I like to change it to 600, and for the line height I like to do a little bit changes. Let's say it will be 23 for the line height. Okay, so now let's click on again the icon, and what you can do, you can just simply drag and drop here the another heading in here inside of this. Okay, so now I'm just gonna make it a center, and let's type here this content, and let's go to here this style, and let's change the color. Let's say it's something like dark one. I personally like this dark color. I like to keep it here. And let's say this typography, I like to change a little bit. Let's say 60 pixel of this, and for line height I like to keep it EM, and it's gonna be 1.2, and font will be uppercase. Okay, so as you can see, but it's not look like same, but no worries, I will make it same. So now we just need to add a button. So let's simply add here this button, just drag and drop here inside of this container that we recently take. And I like to make it here the center, and we need to change this text. So let's say it's get started, and for this link I like to add here, let's say contact page. So let's say contact. That means if you just type here /, then if you type the page name, and if you hover in there, then as you can see, when someone just gonna be click on this link, they will be direct on this URL. Okay, if you see this left side bottom, then you will get to see. Alright, so now let's go back again here this style, and for this style I like to change here this font a little bit. So let's say I like to change here this font size into 16 pixel, and it will be, let's say 600, like semi bold. And for this line height I personally like to 1.4 EM. So here is the EM, simply just type EM. Let's click on here again. And now if you see here that it's have a border radius, so let's add here at least 5 pixel border radius, and let's go here this padding, let's unlink it, and now this is mainly the custom value of this pattern. So let's say it's a 17 pixel, simply just type 17 pixel, then it will be 35 as you can see, and since right is 35, obviously left will be the same 35. And for this bottom I like to keep, let's say 13 pixel, so like this. And for the color I like to go with the blue, so let's say it's simply blue. As you can see now it's blue, but when someone just gonna be hover it, I like to change the background color, so it's something, let's say this one. So when I'm just gonna hover it, as you can see this color is now changed. Alright, so now in here we need to fix this container, I mean this text. To do that we just need to go here this container. That means if I go here this navigator, then you'll get to see that means I'm not in the parent container, I'm right now in child container, as you can see. So now if I just go here, if I just see here this width, I need to make it 790, as you can see, then I will get exactly like this. So now this portion is almost ready to go. So now we need to work with the background elements. So to do that, we just need to simply add here this image, not exactly on here this inside of this container. We're just going to drag into outside of this container, let's say like this. Okay, let's again drag and drop here, but I personally not like to add here inside of this container. So as you can see, these images come into inside this container, that means our child container, but I personally don't want. So let's simply drag into the top, and now I'm just going to just take this container into the top, then this image will be come into here, as you can see. So to change here this image name, you just need to click on double click on here. Now you could say here this, let's say 2, only I just type 2, as you can see now it changed. So let's click on here this choose image, and now let's go to media library, and now I need to choose here number 2 image, and here let's select it. So this is mainly the number 2 image. So now you might be thinking that where I will get these images or background elements. So don't worry about that. Please check our video description like dreamfahaddigital.com. Then you will be direct on this page, and here you will get to see all the CSS code, and also obviously here are these images. So if you click on here, download the images that I have used in this tutorial, so you will get all the images. Okay, and here is also the CSS code. All right, so let's move. All right, so now let's go here this style, I mean this style. So in here I need to change here this max width. So personally I like to go with 24, so it looks like really big, or let's say 22, or let's change here into percent to pixel. So let's say it's 22 pixel right now, but it's look like okay, so now it's 22. I like to make it 22, so 22 pixel, it's look like this. So I think it's perfect. This is the max width. Okay, let's go here, this advanced tab. All right, so now in here we need to select this position into absolute. So when you do the absolute, as you can see, our elements going to the top and left side. So let me show you that offset first of all. So if you see this horizontal orientation, if you see here this offset, then now you can do the changes. As you can see, wherever you like to position or you like to show this element on your design. And this is mainly the vertical. As you can see, this is the vertical. You can set the position. Also, if you like to do it, let's say you directly like to go with the right side, you can simply do it. Or let's say you like to go with this bottom, you can do it from here. Just simply click on this button. Or also you can just go with this. Okay. So that means first of all choose the absolute. Then where you like to show these elements. For example, I like to go this left side. Choose left side. And where is it? It's like bottom or top. I want to show them in top. So I select the top. And now I need to rearrange it. So in here have a percentage em pixel. So I'm choosing percent right now. And let's say it's 3%, and here will be the 8%. So yeah, now this is the look, as you can see. So now let's move into the next element. So simply just click on mouse right button, and then you'll get to see the option called duplicate. Simply click on duplicate. That means we are not going to do it from scratch. Okay. All right. So now let's change the image. First of all, let's click on choose image, and now we need to choose here number 4. This is number 3, and this is number 4. So let's select number 4, and let's click on select this button. So as you can see, we get a different elements, or something like icon, you can say. So in this left side top, because we just duplicated. Okay, so what you need to do right now, we need to do a little bit customization in here. So let's go back to this advanced tab again, and since already have this absolute, so we don't need to do changes in here. So only change here that is offset. So let's change it to 8. As you can see, now it's coming on to here. And if you're just going to select it right, and as you can see, we get the same element on the right side, and now it's on the top, as you can see. How cool is that, right? So let's change here this name into, let's say 4. And also we need to do one thing, that is about we need to put here the CSS class, because if you see here this original design that have an animation. So for this animation, we need to write a little bit code. So that's why we need to add a CSS code. So let me first of all copy here the CSS code. So when you're just going to copy it, you don't need to copy here this dot, only copy the name, okay, not the dot. So let's go back and let's go to the number 2, and let's come here this CSS classes and just add here this code, and let's go to the number 4, and again scroll down, then you'll get to see the option called CSS classes. And now let's simply add here into the 4, and for it's not going to be pixel, it's obviously going to be our percent. Okay, it's not going to be pixel. Okay, so I add here this code, and let's duplicate again here. All right, so we get another one. Let's go with number 3, this one. So let's select it, and now let's go back to here this advanced, and obviously it will be the right. Okay, so what you need to do, we just need to go to this bottom, select simply the bottom, and now in here we need to do the changes. Let's select the percent, and now let's say it's going to be 5. And it's also going to be 5. All right, so now as you can see, we get this icon in here, so it looks perfect. And also we need to change the CSS class into 3. That means this is number 3, right? This is the image number 3. So let's change this to 3, and let's go here this style, and we need to make this width will be 100%. So as you can see now, it's something. So let's make it 100%. Just make it 100%. This image with like this number 3. All right, so now let's again duplicate. So this will be our number 5. So let's click on this image, and let's select here number 5, this one. Let's select it, and now we need to go here this advanced tab, and let's scroll down, and we need to make them like into top and the left side. That means it will be available on here, as you can see. And now we need to change this offset into 2, and obviously it's need to be changed. Let's say it's 65. Let's see how it's look like. Yeah, it looks perfect. All right, so number 5 is almost ready. So let's again duplicate it, and let's go in number 7, And let's change here this image into, let's say, this one. Let's select it. All right, so as you can see, this image is showing on here. Okay, let's go to the style, and in here I don't need to add any kind of width, right? So let's simply, I like to go with like 100%. Let's say max width will be 100%. Or is it possible to type auto? So let's say auto, just type auto. Yep, obviously now it's auto. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so we need to do a little bit, we just need to reduce this opacity. So let's say the opacity will be 0.3. okay, just put here in a point, then it will be like, look like this. Okay, let's go to this advanced tab, and let's go here, let's say left, and on here I like to make it 0, then it will be the center. So let's say select a pixel, but it still look like the same. All right, so let's say this will be 10%. Let's see how it's look like. This is mainly the 10%, but it still looks same. So let's go with 35, and let's go here, and to this percent will be, let's say 10. All right, so now I think it looks fine, not bad. Something, as you can see now, it's looks fine. So on here, this value keep it 10% and 35% on this number 7, that you will get the same result. All right, so now again duplicate it, and let's say this is number 8, and go here, and let's select here number 8. All right, so now as you can see, we get the same thing, and the opacity will be the same. Since we duplicate number 7, so we get the same thing. We get the same height and width, we get the same opacity, and we get the same all the values. So we need to change this advanced tab. So let's make them. Okay, so for the number 8, you will get to see there like your 2 changes, but you cannot make it center, right? So what you need to do, you just need to make it like this position will be default, and then you just need to simply go with this absolute, then it will be automatic go to the top. And as you can see, for this value, I was type here auto before. When I just duplicate the number 7, I was like type auto, and then I just change this position into default, then I come back again this absolute, and now as you can see, it's going to this top. Okay, all right, so now let's move into the next. It's like number 9. So I'm just going to duplicate it from here simply, and now let's go with choose image, and let's say number 9. Let's select it, and let's go with this style, and it will be the same 0.3 will be the opacity. And for the width, I like to go with 40 pixel. So let's say it's 40. So as you can see, this is look like percentage. So let's make it pixel, and let's say with 40 like this. As you can see, let's go to the advanced, and now in here, as you can see, this is left and this is right. So I'm just going to keep it left, and now I need to change here. Let's say it's a percentage. So let's say 10%, let's say. Okay, so now when I type 10, as you can see, you get to see like this. So I'm just typing 10.74%. And for this, like the vertical one, I like to keep it 8.874 like this. So as you can see, we'll get like this output. And now let's go into the next. It's like number 10. So we need to change it to number 9, and it will be number 10. And now let's go here, and now let's take a number 10, and now let's go into this style. But for the style, I like to go with full, there is no opacity, I think. So let's keep it like this, and let's go. So for this width, I like to keep it auto. So simply just on this 30, we just need to type simply auto, then you will get the exactly as it is, that is on the image. Okay, so you will get exactly the same to same. So let's go here, this advanced tab, and now in here we need to do a little bit of work. So let's say for this left side, I like to go with 75%, and for this bottom one, I like to go, let's say 40. As you can see, we get like this. All right, so this is the preview of that we create right now, but if you see carefully that this is not the final thing, so we need to add another image in here. All right, so to do that, we just need to simply add here, just add another image under this text, as you can see, and this image is automatically added on this container, but I don't really want, right? So let me go to the top again of this, And now let's simply select here the image and let's take it to the bottom. Simply, as you can see, we get the same image on here. Let's say choose the image, and now let me go to the folder. So we need to add here this banner 2 image, this one. So let's simply add here, open. Now let's select here, and as you can see, we get exactly same as it is that you see on our beginning. Beginning you get to see. So let's see the preview. As you can see, this is the preview, but we just need to add here a little bit of spacing in here, right? So for these, I think we can simply add here a bottom, let's say margin bottom. So let's go here, this container, let's go to advanced, and now let's unlink it. And for this bottom, I like to go with 70 pixel, let's say. So now let's see the preview, how it's look like. Yep, now it looks good. And also I think we need to add here a little bit padding on this parent container, because if you see carefully that on this top have no space and all this bottom it's also don't have. So let's go with this parent container. That means I'm not choosing the child container. This is called child container and this is called parent container. So I'm going with this parent container, and let's go with this advanced and let's unlink it. For this top, I like to go with, okay, so here's the padding we need. So for this top, I like to go with, let's say 170 pixel. And for the right, I like to go with 30 pixel. And for this left, I like to go with this 30 pixel again. And now let's see the preview. Looks cool, right? And on here, if you see carefully that number 8, we just need to do a little bit changes on here. So let's select here number 8 and let's go here this absolute. And now let's say this offset will be 9.9. Let's see how it's look like. So I'm not going to be changing anything on this horizontal. I like to change here this vertical. So let's say the vertical is like 5, only the 5%. Then as you can see, it's going to the top, as you can see. So that means on this number 8, you don't need to change this horizontal. You just need to do changes on vertical. Okay, so I kept it number 8. And one thing, if you see carefully, that we forget to add here the CSS class. So this is number 3. Let me go with this number 5. Let's go there. All right, so this is still have a 3. So let's make it 5. And let's 7. So let's go here and let's change into 7. And let's go to the number 8. Scroll down. I need to change it to 8. And for the 9, let's go advanced. And we need to change it to, let's say 9. And for the 10, let's go advanced and let's change it to 10. Otherwise the CSS code will be not work. So okay, so let's simply update here this thing that we do all the changes right now. So let's update it. And now let's come here our front end and let's reload here this page. And as you can see, we get exactly same as it is. And now let's click on here this customize this button. Simply just click on there. And now let's go here this additional CSS. You will get the option on this bottom. Just click on there. And now in CSS, we just need to do a little bit thing. Simply, as you can see, we just need to copy it. So let's copy here from the beginning. Let's say like this. So I'm simply just copying it, and I'm just going to be pasting it down here. Simply, I just paste it. And also, you just need to type here and a comment, because it's easy to understand. When someone, another developer, he's just going to see it, he can easily understand it. So I just type like this, you can follow. Okay, this is mainly the hero section, so I type it. And also we need to add here this animation one. So let's copy here this for this animation. So I'm just going to be copying here this code. So let's copy and let's scroll down and let's simply add it here. So as you can see, we get instantly of this animation on here, right? So let me type here in a comment. So let's say this is hero animation, because it will be easily understand. Anyone can easily understand. This is mainly for hero animation. As you can see, now it really looks cool, right? All right, so let's click on here this publish button to save the changes, and let's go back again here this editing page. Now let's move to our next section called services section. So it's super duper easy. Let me show you how we can do it. So what you can do, you can simply just take a simple container from here. Just what I do, I just click on here this plus icon and select this one. Okay, so as you can see, we get a container right here. And on this container, I like to take another container. So what I need to do, I just need to simply drag and drop here this container inside of this container. And now I just need to do a little bit copy paste. How it did? So simply copy here this title, and I'm just going to be paste it here. And again, I'm just copying it, and let's paste it because I don't want to do it from scratch. So now simply change here this title. So let's say this is our featured services, and let's go hit this style, and I like to do changes on here. Something, let's say for the typography, I like to go with 40 pixel, as you can see. And for this line height, we can keep with 1.2, or if you like to go with 1.4, it's okay. But I think this 1.2, it's okay. Okay. So let's move into our next. It's mainly our description. So let's go again here, and let's simply drag and drop here this text editor, this widget, and here inside of this container, as you can see, get it. So now simply just click on text and select all of them and just type your own text in here. Text, and let's go here this style, and I just like to make it center, so everything will be center. Now let's click on here this edit widget, this button, and now I just need to choose here this size. Okay, so for example, right now I like to go with this box size, let's say 600, then it will get exactly like this. And also let's go with this main one, like this parent container. Let's go here this advanced tab, and let's add here a little bit padding. Let's say for this padding top it will be 100 pixel, and for this left side will be 30, and right side, left side will be 30, and for this bottom I like to go with 70. All right, so now as you can see, we get like this. All right, so now we just need to do one thing, that is we need to drag and drop here some more containers. So let's say I add another container, but it's automatically take inside of this child container, so I don't want to make it. So let's simply just, okay, so what I need to do, I just need to just simply drag here on the top. As you can see, now it's the top, and now let's collapse it, and let's simply drag and drop here this bottom. As you can see, get it. And now what do we need to do, we just need to change here this width to full width, and the percentage will be, let's say 33.33, like this amount, and let's simply just duplicate it 3 times. That means we have a 3 empty in here, and this is our content one, like this title one. So for this, we just need to go to this parent container, just click on there, and now let's go hit this layout, and now in here we need to enable this wrap option. Simply click on this wrap, then as you can see, we get exactly like something, right? Okay, so now let's start work with our first one. So let's click on here again, and let's simply add here another container inside of this container. That means this is the parent, this is the child, and with this child we need another container inside of this. So here is this child container. I like to change a little bit. Let's say for this padding, I like to go with right side will be 50 pixel, and the left side will be 50 pixel. All right, so now it looks perfect. And now in here we need to add an image. Simply add here an image. And now let's add here a title with this container. As you can see, just make sure you just notice here this navigator, because as you can see, we are not directly adding these things onto our child. It's going to the child. Okay, so let's add here a little bit description. So we already have a description, so we're not going to do it. Let's paste. And now we need a button. So we already have a button, so we are not going to do it from scratch again. So let's copy, paste. All right, so now we just need to do a little bit customization. Also, let's copy and let's paste here the style. All right, so we get everything in here, but we need to do a little bit customization. So first of all, let's change here this image. So let's click on image and let's go here, and we need to upload here the image. So mainly we need this image. So let's upload here simply, and let's select it. All right, so it's look like it's really big, right? Let's go here this style, and now let's change here this max width into, let's say, a pixel, and let's say 55 pixel will be the max width, as you can see. And for this text, I like to make it A3, and let's go here this style, and let's click on here this typography, and I like to change it, let's say 24 pixel of this content, and let's say it's a 700, and let's say it's gonna be, let's say, pixel. Let's say it's 29 pixel. So my line height is 29 pixel right now. And let's go here this P tag, and let's go style, and let's go here this typography, and let's say the line height will be 29 pixel. And for this button, let's click on here this text, this button, and let's go with this style. And for this here, I like to add here solid and 1 pixel width I like to add. And for the color, I like to go with blue, as you can see. And for this background color, I don't really want it. I like to keep it as it is. So let's say for the background, I like to just make it default, or let's say just reduce it. So I'm just going to reduce it to, as you can see, just this thing, just drag into here the left. All right, so now let's click on here this text and let's select here blue. All right, so as you can see, we get exactly same to same, but we need to do a little bit changes on here this padding. So let's say we need to keep it 14 pixel for the top, and for this bottom we like to make it 10. All right, so as you can see, we get now similar. And now for the hover, I like to change the color. So I like to go with, let's say, like the blue color, but the text will be, let's say, white. So I'm just going to be typing here white, but for the color, I like to go with blue. So let's hover. As you can see, it's now changed. All right, so what do we need to do right now? We need to go with this here, this child container. As you can see, this one. Let's go with this advanced, and we need to add a little bit padding. Let's say for the top, I like to go with 35 pixel padding. Okay, so it's not 300, only 35. And for this bottom, I like to go with 35 also. And for here, I like to go with 24. For the left side, I like to go with 25 pixel left and right. And for the bottom, it will be 35. As you can see, now we get exactly like this look, as you can see. And now we just need to add a little bit simple and a margin bottom. So let's say for this bottom, just unlink it first, and let's add a 30 pixel for the bottom. So then it will get exactly like this. And also we need to change here this background color. So let's go here, this background color, and let's click on here this classic, and now click on here this color, and let's make it something red, but we are not going to make it red. So let's change it to, let's say, F9. Okay, so let's space F9 and F9. So let me just simply paste it. So okay, so it will be like F9 then FC, then it will get exactly like this color. So for this child container, we need to change this align item into stretch, and also we need to go here this advanced, and we need to add here a CSS code. So if you check our website jimfahaddigital.com, then if you scroll down, then you'll get to see here called box item hover effect. So I'm just going to simply copy here this class code, simply copy it, and let's come here and let's simply add it down here. And now let's click on update this button. So also I'm just going to copy here all of this code, and let's go here this customization page, and let's go additional CSS, scroll down, and now go to the last and press enter and Control V. That means I copy here this code, and also I just paste it on here. Okay, paste it. All right, so now if you go here, as you can see, when I'm just going to hover it, as you can see, now it's changed. So let me add here a comment. So let's say this will be our comment. So this is mainly our comment, so I type here, and this is the effect, but it's not really exactly what you're looking for, right? Okay, so now let's finding out that where you mainly getting problems. So let's say when you're just hovering, it works really fine, but it's not changing this background color, also not changing here our like this. If you see here this this button color, it's also not changing, right? So let's see again. As you can see, it's going to white, but it's not changing. So let's go back again. Let's simply, first of all, let's click on here this child container, and let's go here this style, and let's go here this hover, and let's select here this background color. Let's say it will be like a white. So I'm just going to select it a white, and now let's see how it's look like. Simply update it, and let's go back to our website and reload here this page. And now let's hover. As you can see, the background color is now changed, but still have a little bit issue on here our like this button, right? For fixing this simple issue, we just need to go back again to jimfahaddigital.com, and if you scroll down, then you'll get to see an option called service section, right? And here have a simple CSS code. So simply copy here this code, and let's go back to again our additional CSS page. And now in here, I'm just going to paste here the code, and also I like to type here a little bit like a comment. So let's say I'm just copy and paste here the comment, and let's go back again. Let's copy here this text from here, and I'm just going to simply paste it. All right, so now this is mainly for service section like this one. So this is, so we can easily understand mainly which one for what. Okay, so let's simply publish it, and let's go back again Elementor, and let's reload here this page again from here the top. And as you can see, our problem is still it's not gone. So what we need to do, we just need to go again this child, this container. Let me open this navigator, and now we just need to go to this advanced, and now we need to add here this CSS, like the CSS class in here, because right now as you can see we already added the code into additional CSS, but one thing we didn't do, that is like we didn't add here the CSS class inside of here. So what you need to do, I just need to go to the last and press a space. Okay, take a space and then enter. So let me copy here this full classes, then the class will be something like this. As you can see, this is merely single featured box, and this is merely featured box services. So the class will be like this. So now as you can see, when I'm just gonna hover it, as you can see now it's applied. So let me update it. That means our problem is almost fixed. So let's go here in these welcome these to this font, this one, and let's go here this advanced one, and let's simply just unlink the value, and let's add an a bottom, let's say 30 pixel from the bottom. So I add 30 pixel here and margin in this bottom. All right, so now we just need to work on like the rest of these boxes like email marketing and website optimization. So what I need to do, I just need to simply copy and paste. So already we have created these two, so I don't really need them, so let me delete. And now let me simply just duplicate. Again I need to duplicate it. As you can see, I duplicated 3 times, so we get 3 of here. But the problem is here, that is we get 2 of the first, and then the last one is going to this bottom. So I don't really want like this. I like to get something that is, this will be on, like this one will be like a full width or 600 width they will take, and 3 up will be together. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to go with this container, and then to go to here this layout. This is merely the parent container, and let's here this gap between just make it 0. So when you make 0, then you will get to see all of them in together like this, as you can see. And if you see here this line here, this gap, I think it's look like very little. So let's increase it. Let's go again here this container, and let's go here 32, let's say make it 55, and let's now I think now it looks a little bit more better. Yeah, looks cool, right? So now let's update here this content. Before do that, if you see carefully our main design, then it's also have another elements into that is totally fixed. As you can see, it's totally fixed. So we also need to work on these elements. So let's go back again, and now let's go to the parent, and now we need to go with this style, and let's click on here this background type, and let's choose an image, and now upload image and select the file. So here we need to finding out shape hovering 1 just simply open it, simply select it, and now we need to do a little bit changes in here. As you can see, now we get to see something like this, and it really looks good, but not exactly. Okay, so let's position will be, let's say center right, like it will be center right, and repeat no repeat, and display will be, let's say default, and here this attachment will be fixed. So now as you can see, when I'm not set up anything, it's default. As you can see, it's not fixed. So when I'm just going to set it fixed, as you can see, then it will be not, it will be look like the fixed. As you can see, when I'm just going on the section, it's totally fixed, as you can see. Okay, so you can do the changes a little bit in here, and you can see this thing that what mainly happening if you just go with this default one, what mainly happening if you're just going to change this position, what happening. So you can play around it. Okay, all right, so now let's simply click on here this update button to update all of these changes. And now the main part is here, that is we just need to change here this content. So let me change the content. So let's simply change here this content into, let's say, our services. And also we need to change here this one. Let's say this will be our marketing analysis, and these button text will be, let's say, read more. And we also need to change all of this content. So let's say it will be read more, and it will be also read more. Go to the next one. Let's change this content into, let's say, email marketing. Let's click on here this image, and let's choose here email marketing image. So let's select the file, and let's finding out here. So I like to add here this one. So simply just open it, and let's select it. And we also need to change here the description. So let's click on here this pen icon, and let's come here this text, and let's simply select and change here this content. So you can simply type here the content also. I'm just doing copy and paste, but you can simply just type whatever you need. It will be changed instantly. Let's go to the next one, and also let's click on here this pen icon. Let's go to the text, and let's simply click on Control A and Control V. Then the content will be changed. And also we need to change here this heading. So simply just type here website optimization, and let's click on here this image, and let's choose here. And I'm just going to choose here this image, as you can see. So now let's simply click on here this update this button. So now if you see here this preview, just click on here this arrow, then you will get to see that what you make right now, as you can see. So now let's move into our About Us section. So to design this section, we just need to simply click on plus, and then simply select on this one, this container. All right, so now as you can see, we took in a container. So inside of this container, we need to take more to container. So simply add one, and again, we can simply just duplicate it. So as you can see, we get two container in here. So for this left one, for example, let's say I like to make it full width, but for this width, I like to make it 50%. And for the another one, I like to do the same. So let me just delete, and let's simply just duplicate it. And as you can see, we get the same. And for this main container, if you go with this parent container, then it's have a gap between 20 pixels. So I like to make it 0. And inside of this container, I like to add here an image. So simply just drag and drop here image widget, and choose the image, click on upload, and select the image. And we need to just add here about img 111, this one. So let's open it, and let's select here this image. As you can see, we exactly get like this. And now we need to work on this left side. So as you already know that we are not going to do it from scratch, so we are obviously doing copy paste. So let's copy and paste, and let's change the element into left. And again here, copy this title, and let's simply paste it and make it a left. And also we need a description. So let's simply copy, and let's paste it. And also let's make it a left side. So as you can see, everything is look like almost like together, right? So we just need to do a little bit simple thing. Let's go here, this container, not exactly the parent one, as you can see. Let me go. Okay, this one. Let's go here with this advanced tab, and let's unlink this padding. Let's say for this right side, I like to add 15 pixel, and for this left side, I like to add 15 pixel padding. Okay, and let's go to the next container, and in here I like to go with this advanced. And now let's, for this margin, I like to add a 50 pixel from the top, as you can see. And for this padding, I like to add, let's say for this right, it's need to be 40. And for this left, I like to go with 30. Like this, as you can see. And now we can simply just copy and paste the content, or you can do the customization of this content. So let's click on here this pen icon. And let's say our services to About Us. And also let's click on our feature services and change here these to, let's say, we are Digital Explorer. And now let's move to the next, and let's click on content, and let's go to text and simply just paste here this content, or just type whatever you like. All right, so now we just need to do a little bit customization. Let's go here this title, let's go here this style, let's go to typography, and let's say for 35 pixel of the heading, like this one. And it really looks fine. If you see that it looks fine, not bad something. And let's go to the next, and let's go here this style, and let's go to typography. That means I'm talking about the P tag, like this paragraph one. And in here, I like to change this. Let's say it's gonna be 16 pixel. And for this line height, I like to go with, let's say 1.8 EM. And now let's go to the advanced. And now let's say here, just unlink it, and let's say the bottom will be 25. And on this advanced, I'm just going to take here this margin 25 pixel, because we are just going to add here some more item inside of here, I mean on this bottom. So let's go back again, and let's simply add here another container on under this paragraph. As you can see, we get it. And this container will be our main container. So let's say this is our main. And now let's say again go here, and let's simply again add here another container. And with this container, I like to change this into full width, and for it will be like 50%. And let's again just duplicate it, and let's go with this main, and let's change this column into horizontal. So now as you can see, it's now changed. Okay. All right, so now let's go back again and let's search here icon. And we just need this one, icon box. Simply drag and drop here the icon box. And we need to change here this position, icon position into left. As you can see, now it's changed into left. And now we don't really need any kind of paragraph, so I'm just removing it. And for this icon, I like to go with, let's say, check. So I like this one. So let's say insert it. As you can see, now it's added. And now we need to do a little bit customization in here. So let's say it's need to change the view. Let's say I like to go with stack, and then the shape will be, let's say, square. If you see carefully that we are using a square, so let's add a square. And let's go here the style. On the style, let's say the primary color into blue. So simply just make it blue. And for the secondary color, I like to go with white. So let's say white. And for the spacing, I like to go with 10. Let's say 10. All right, so this is the 10. And now let's say the size will be, let's say, 13 pixel. And for the padding, I like to go only the 6. And for this border radius, I like to go with 3. Okay, just simply type here 3. All right, looks cool. And now let's move to the content. Just go to content. And for the typography, I like to change it to, let's say, I like to go with a 16 pixel. So let's say 16 pixel. And for, let's say, semi bold. And yeah, looks fine. And we need to change this color into, let's say, I like to go with this color, dark one. And in here, we need to do one thing, that is go here, this advanced tab. So we also need to change this content vertical align to, let's say, this one, like this middle one. And let's then go to advanced. For the margin, I don't really need any kind of margin, so I'm just going to make it 0. And for this padding, I'm just going to unlink it first. And now let's say for this top, I like to go with 8. And for this bottom, I also like to go with 8. And for this right, I like to go 12 pixel. And for this left, I like to go with 12 pixel, as you can see. And now I think we just need to change this color. So let's go to style. So yeah, there is no background color. So let's go to the advanced. And let's go to here this background tab. And now if you click on here this background tab to classic, then you will get to color option. Simply just type here, just click on here. Then now we can do the changes of this color. So in here, just type this color code F8 FAFF, then you will get exactly like this. And now let's click on here this child container, and let's go to the advanced. And now in here, I like to add here a padding. So let's unlink it. And let's say on this right side, I like to add 10 pixel. So let's see how it's look like. So as you can see, I add 10 pixel on this right side, as you can see. And it's look like this left side have a little bit of space. So let me change this content first. Let's see how it's look like. So let me change this content to this, let's say this one. All right, so now it's look like a little bit bigger, as you can see. All right, so we just need to go to this parent one, I mean this main one. And now we need to gap between, let's make it 0. On here, this gap between, make it 0, then you will get in one line, okay? And now let's go here. And what you can do, you can just simply just do copy and paste. Let's say duplicate. And let's duplicate another one. As you can see, it's automatically getting in here. So now let's click on here, this child container. And let's go to this layout. And now let's make it 15 pixel. Gap between of one element to another element. So now you're thinking, before I make it 0 and now I just make it 15 pixel, where is it? Why I change this, make it 0? So it is mainly on this main one. So I do the changes on the main one, and now I do the changes on this container one. Okay, so now let's simply click on here copy, and let's paste here this box, and we get again same to same. Let's duplicate, and let's duplicate it again. And now let's click on another container. And now let's change this gap between to 15 pixel. And as you can see, we get exactly same as it is. But on this container, I like to go with this advanced tab, unlink it, and let's say add here 10 pixel on this left. Like if you see 10 pixel on this padding this left, then you will get exactly look like this. As you can see, you will get exactly. And now we just need to click on here this another container, and this is main container. Then with this container, we're talking about the right side. And now let's go with this advanced, and let's unlink it, and let's simply add here 10 pixel on this left side, as you can see. So the first one, we add 10 pixel onto this right side, right? And for this one, we just add 10 pixel onto the left side. Okay. Now let's see the preview how it look like. As you can see, this is the final look that we make right now. But if you see carefully that it's look like a little bit much space, and also here we have a much space. So to reduce this spacing that we get to see in here, so we need to go with this container, this one. So because all of this content are inside of this container, so I just click on this container and let's go to the layout and let's make this cap between into 0. So as you can see, we now exactly get like this. As you can see, now it's look like this. So this portion looks very clear, but I think we need to add here a little bit line height on this Weird Digital Explorer. I think then it will be fixed. So let's go here, let's click on Weird Digital Explorer, let's click on typography, and let's go here this line height. And for here I like to go with this pixel, and let's say 42 pixel in here, but it still looks same. So what you can do, you can go with this about us this text, and let's go to the advanced, and let's say add here at a margin. Let's only get let's say 8 pixel bottom margin. How it's look like right now, looks fine, but I think we could add here a little bit, just a little bit margin on here. It will be better. So let's go here again here on this paragraph, and let's say add here like 5 or 8 pixel for this top. Now I think looks fine. Okay, now let's simply click on here this update button to save all the changes. And now let me just update here all the content. So as you can see, I already added all of this content here. So I just changed the content, that's it. Okay, and let's see the preview how it's look like. As you can see now, it really looks like fine. But if I go with my preview website, then you will get to see like it's something. As you can see, when I'm just gonna hover it, I get a different color on this background. But in my case, if you go here, then when I'm just going to hover it, I'm not going to see any changes in there. So let's solve it. For solving it, we just need to do two things. Number one, we just need to come here, digital EX section, about page. So simply just copy here this class code, and let's go back to Elementor, and let's click on each of these icon. So let's click on here this pen icon. Let's go to the advanced, and let's simply go here this class. Simply just type here this class, go to the next advanced, and paste here that class. Go again the next advanced, and just type here this class. So and let's go to the next, and let's add here these. And now what do we just need to do? We just need to click on here this update button, and let's go back to our CSS, additional CSS page again. And now what we need to do, we just need to simply copy and paste this thing. Okay, simply copy here this CSS code. Let's go back again, and let's simply paste here. And also I like to add here a comment. So let's simply just paste here this comment. And also let's change here these text. I like to add here like this text. And now let's click on this publish button, and let's go back Elementor page again, and let's reload here this page. So now if you see the preview, as you can see, it's changed this font text and also this icon color, but it's not changing this background color. So let's fix it. Let's click on here this arrow, and let's go here into this background. Come here this advanced tab, just click on here this icon, come here this advanced tab, then go here this background. Can you remember that we was put a background color in here? And now let's go to the hover. That means when someone is going to hover it. So let's change this background color, let's say into blue. All right, let's click on arrow. So when I'm just gonna hover it, as you can see now it's totally changed. Okay. All right, so as you can see, now it's changed. So what you need to do, we just need to add here the same color. So let's go advanced, and let's simply go here this background. Let's go to this hover and add this classic. Click on here this classic, then change here this background color. So when someone is going to hover it, it's going to be applied. Okay. So to do the copy paste, what you can do, you can simply just copy it. Simply just click mouse right button and copy, and simply just paste here this paste the style. Also just paste the style, and also just paste the style. Now when it's going to hover it, as you can see, everything is changed. As you can see, everyone is changed right now. So let's click on here this update button, and let's go back to our website again and literally hit this page. And as you can see, it really works fine. And this one is also really work fine. Now let's move to the next section. And if you see carefully that like this section is almost matched with our services section. So what you can do, we can simply copy and paste, right? So let's go back again here and let's simply select here this section, click mouse right button and copy it and scroll down and let's paste it. Okay, so as you can see, now we get exactly same to same. So now we'd like to change here this background color. So let's click on edit section and let's go here this style, and now let's click on here this color. As you can see already it's selected, this background tab is classic. So click on color, and for this color just simply type here F4, F7, FC. Okay, then you will get exactly like same color. And now let's come here this container on this box, like this card. It's mainly called card. So now what you need to do, we need to change here this align items into center. Then all of these things you will get into center. And for this content to make it center, I mean this left side, click on this pen icon, go with this style, and let's click on here this alignment into left. Then it will be coming to a left. And now again click on here this container and let's go with this advanced. And now in here we need to change this padding. So let's say the padding is almost 40 pixel, and since this top is 40, so let's make this bottom will be 40, and let's say this right will be 30, and for this left will be 30. And now we need to change this image also. Let's click on here this pen icon and let's go choose image, this button. And now we need to upload here the image. So as you can see, I already uploaded all the icons, I mean all the images in here. So now I'm just going to select here this one, like this one, digital marketing, this one, and let's simply select it. As you can see, we get exactly same to same. And now let's click on here this heading one and let's go with this style and let's go with this typography. And now in here, everything looks really fine. So I'm just going to change this line head into 30. But almost looks really fine if you see carefully. But we need to update here these read mode, this button. So click on here this pen, like the pen icon, and now we just need to add here just one icon. So to add any icon, we just need to click on here icon library, this button, and now in here you need to search. So let's say search here, let's say arrow, simply search arrow. Then we need to just add here this arrow, simply select this arrow and let's say insert it. And as you can see, we get exactly same to same. And now let's say this icon position is after, and as you can see, we get same. So let's also go here style, and for this padding, I like to make them everything 0. So let's make them 0. And now I like to change here this border type. Let's say the border type is none. So as you can see, now it's totally looks clean. As you can see, totally looks clean, but I also don't need here this hover color also. So let's go this hover. And let's say the color, it's let's say clear it, and also here everything I think now. Okay, so let me go here this edit container, just go there, and as you can see, it's also, if you see carefully, that we just added 2 classes. So let me see, one class is like for single featured box, and others like featured box services. So I only like to keep this one, so simply just paste it. That means right now I only kept single featured box, and I also delete here featured box services. I delete this one. So now it's look like, as you can see, it's now changing this color also. Button pen icon, and let's remove here this border radius into 0, and let's make everything 0. So click on link value, I'll make them everything 0. Then we'll get like everything on 0. Okay. So now let's click on this update button. And now I just to come here gymfahaddigital.com website again, and let's copy here this code, like what we do sections. Just copy the CSS code, and let's come back again here this CSS page, and now let's simply add here this code. And I like to add here a simple comment also. So I added here a comment. So as you can see, and now from here I like to copy this class code. Featured box, I'm not going to be copying here this dot or like this one. I'm only copying here from featured box, this one. So now again click on here this container, this child container. As you can see right now, let me open here this navigator that you will understand more better. So as you can see, this one I'm only just selected, and for the single featured box I like to add here another class. It's mainly this one, like featured box, this one. So as you can see, I already added it, and let me make it publish. And also I like to go here and let's update it. But also one thing we need to do, that is let's go here this style and let's go with this hover, and for this hover color I like to make it blue. Okay, so as you can see, now it's almost changed. Okay, So let me update here. Simply click on update this button. So if I reload here this page and if I scroll down, then you will get to see here that if I hover it, everything is changed, but it's not, this paragraph is not changing. To figure out this, what we need to do, we need to go here this widget again, and let's simply drag and drop here and a text editor. As you can see, now it really works fine. And now again, I'm just simply going to copy it and let's simply paste here. As you can see, we get same to same, and I'm just going to delete it. And again, I'm just pasting out here. So how I'm just pasting it, I'm just click on here this text and simply paste. Then I get 2 of here. So let me delete here this previous one. So as you can see, now it's almost done. Okay, so we also need to change here this content and also the images. Now let me show you that how we can do it. Let's say, for example, I like to change here this content. So click on here this pin icon. And let's say I like to change it to something, let's say what to do this. So as you can see, now it's changed. Now let's also change here our feature services, this one. So as you can see, now it's also changed. And also we don't really need this description. So let's simply delete it. As you can see, now it's delete. And on this marketing analysis, I like to change here this text. So simply click on here this text button. And now in here, you can simply change this text. Okay. Now let's go here this email marketing. Simply, I'm just going to change here this text. Also, let's click on here this image. Let's choose image, and I'm just going to choose here this one. And as you can see, now it's totally changed. All right, so for this button, as you can see, it's also not changed, right? So what you can do, you can simply just copy here and simply just paste it and delete this previous one. Then the previous one will be gone, as you can see. So let's follow the same thing and let's delete it. And as you can see, we get the exactly same to same. Also, let's change here this content. So to change this content, simply click on here this website optimization, this text. And now let's change here this text into strategic planning. And now let's click on here this icon, choose image. And now let's select this icon. Okay, let's select it. And let's again go to the navigator. So to open the navigator, click mouse right button, then you'll get to see the navigator icon in here. Or you can just go with from here, this navigator. All right, so let's go back again here. And let's go back, and this is the last one, as you can see. So what I need to do, I need 3 more. So what I can do, I can simply just duplicate it. Duplicate 1, duplicate 2, and I'm just going to duplicate 3. As you can see, I get 3 more here. So what I can do, I can simply just change here this icon also. So let's change this icon into, let's say this one. And let's go to the next one. Let's change this icon into, let's say this one. And for this another one, we like to change it to, let's say, I like to go with this one, let's say AC one. All right, so now as you can see, now it's almost changed, right? So now let's change here this content. So as you can see, now this image and text almost change. And for this content, I think you already know that it's very simple to change. You can just type here whatever you like to show your user. You can easily just type here, then it will be updated automatically. Okay, so now we just need to do the final things, that is about, if you see carefully, that on our demo website it was having a background elements of this section. So let's click on here this parent, this section or container. Let's go here this style. So now let's click on here this choose image, this button again, and let's click on upload image. And now let's select the file. And for this now, I'm just going to select here lips shape image 11, this one. Let me open it and let's select it. And as you can see, this is now visible on this right side, but we need to keep it left side, right? So let's center and left. Let's make it center left, and this image will become into center left, as you can see. But for this image, we are not going to keep it like fixed. Right now it's fixed, as you can see. On this section is totally fixed. But if you like to make it a default, then it will be default like this. So I like to keep it like this. So let's click on update. Now let's move into the next section called why choose as this section. And if you see carefully, that this section is also matched with our like about us section. So what you can do, you can simply just copy and paste, right? So let me just simply copy and let's scroll down and let's simply paste it. As you can see, we get exactly same to same, but for these padding, like if you go with this advanced tab, everything is almost 0 in here. But for the padding, I like to change it. So let's click on unlink. And now let's say for the padding top, I like to go with 100. As you can see, everything is taken now 100, but I don't like to keep. So let's click on unlink. And for this right, I like to go with only 30. So let's say 30. And for this left, I like to go with 30. So yeah, that's it. Now what you need to do, we need to just simply rearrange it. Let's click on navigator, and now we can simply just this container drag into the top, as you can see, then it will be changed. Or let's say this container, I like to keep it in the bottom. So as you can see, this will be changed, something like very simply it will be changed. Okay, so as you can see, now it's changed. Or if you cannot change it, then go to the parent container and let's change this order into start. Or okay, so since we are using container, so we don't need to change this order. We need to go to the layout, and for here we can change this direction. Let's say I just change it to reverse, then it will be changed into reverse. So this is the another way if you like to change this, if you like to rearrange it. And for here we don't really need this section, right? So let's click on delete, and also let's delete here this, as you can see. So let's change here this image, click on here this pen icon, and let's choose the image, and let's upload image, and let's select image. And I'm just going to upload here this why choose as this image. Let's open it. All right, so as you can see, we get exactly same to same. So now let me change here this content. So let's weird digital explorer, so let's change it to this one. And also we can change this content to, let's say, this one, why choose us. And this is very simple to change. I'm not showing you how to do that. Simply click on pen icon, and now we can just simply copy and paste the content. Or if you like to write something, then simply just write it down here. Automatically it will be changed. And now we just need to add here these things like code development, right? So to do that, we just need to just simply search here icon. So if you search an icon, then you need to choose here icon list. Simply drag and drop here on this container. All right, so as you can see, we get like this. So simply just delete here two of them, only just keep only one. Okay, so on here I like to change this content, let's say this one, core development, and let me just update it. Let's click on here this pen icon again, but if you see carefully that like this icon is going to inside of this main container. So okay, we can keep it like this, or if you like to make it in the top, then you can do it like if you simply just drag into here, then it's okay. It's not a big deal, it's not a big problem though. So let me delete here this main container. So now as you can see, the layer is something like that. Means when you're just going to drag and drop here this icon list, simply just drag and drop here under this paragraph. Okay, so all right, so I hope you understand. Let's click on this pen icon, let's go here this style, and now what you need to do, we need to just change here this icon size. So right now as you can see, this icon size is 14, so let's keep it 18 pixel, and let's change this color into, let's say, blue like this. And for this text, let's click on here this text, and let's go here the typography, and for this text let's make it 18 pixel. And the line height I like to go with 22 pixel, and for this text I like to go with a 600. Let's see how it look like. For the 600, this is mainly the look, as you can see. All right, so now I also need to just add here in a paragraph. So what you can do, you can just simply copy and just click on here this pen icon and click mouse right button and simply click on paste. Then this text will become under this heading. Okay, I mean under this icon list it will become. And now in here we need to change here this content. So let's click on here this pen icon, and now let's simply change here this content, and as you can see, now it's changed. And to add another one, what you can do, you can simply just copy and simply click mouse right button and click on here this paste button. Then under this we'll get this one, and I mean the another one, and again click on mouse right button and copy it. Click on here this like this icon list, again click on mouse right button and click on paste, then we'll get exactly same, right? And now let me change here this content. Let's click on here this pen icon, let's go here these items, and let's change here this text into this one. As you can see, now it's changed. And let's click on here this arrow to see the preview, and as you can see, this is mainly the final look, as you can see. So now let's click on again arrow here, and let's click on here this update button to save the changes. Now let's move to the next section. This is mainly the countdown section, as you can see. So to do that, we just need to come back again here and simply just click on here plus icon, and let's say take this one, and now we just need to go to the advanced, and now we just need to add a little bit padding in here. So let's unlink it first, and from this top I like to go with 100, and for this right side I like to go with 30 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go with 100, and for this left I like to go with 30 pixel. And let's go again here this layout, and in here I'm just going to turn on this wrap because it's later you will understand why it's neat. So just turn on this wrap, and let's again click on here, and let's simply drag and drop here another container, and let's make it full width and change it to, let's say, 25%. And on this container, let's go here with advanced, and let's unlink this padding. And for this, I like to go with, let's say, this right will be 15 pixel and the left will be 15 pixel. All right, so now again just go back and let's again drag and drop here and a container inside of this container. So if you see here this, like this navigator, then as you can see, first of all I take in a container, then again I go with this container that's width is 25%, and then again I take in a container and that is the full width, or you can say like, yeah, it will be full width, no problem. Alright, so now here let's go again here this advanced and let's unlink it. Okay, so let's link it. So now let's come into here this advanced. As you can see, I'm in this child container. So right now I'm just going to add here, let's say 30 pixel padding inside of the here, then you'll get to see like this. So right now we took a lot of paddings, right, but we are not getting to see any kind of changes, so nothing we get to see. So let's see, let's go here this parent container, and let's go this style, and let's say change this color into, let's say I like to go with the blue, and also I like to change this background, you know, like this image. So let's go with this overlay, and let's click on here this classic, and now I'm just going to choose here an image. So let's say click on choose image, and for now I'm just going to select here this SVG file, this one. So you will get onto a folder. It's now, let's say, let's change here the position will be, let's say, center, and on here I like to change this repeat into, let's say, no repeat, and then the display setting will be, let's say, the cover. Then you will get exactly like the same feel. Okay, same thing you will get. And now let's say change here this opacity into, let's say, 0.4, then you will get exactly like this. All right, so let's go back again, and now let's simply drag and drop here this heading. For this heading I like to type here, okay, so you know, since it's gonna be in a countdowner, so if we just add an you know, like heading, and if we type, okay, let's 324, it's gonna be static, but we don't really need static something, right? So we need something like scroll, just increasing the number, right? So let's search here count, and let's simply drag and drop here this one, this counter widget in here, and as you can see, it's now increasing, right? It's really cool, right? Let's go here and let's change it to, let's say, 324, and let's say plus. I like to add plus. Let's see. All right, so now, okay, so here is mainly we need to type plus, and let's say remove here this plus from here. All right, so exactly we get like this, as you can see. And now in here we need to do a little bit setting. So let's go here this style, and let's go here this typography, and let's change this size into, let's say, I like to go with a 55 pixel. As you can see, this one. Let's change this color into, let's say, white. All right, so as you can see, it's now changed. And also in here this line height, let's say I like to go with 55 pixel. Let's see here this preview. Okay, let's see this one and also this one. I think it's look a little bit bigger, just a little bit. So let's reduce here this font size. Let's say I like to go with 30 pixel. And now here we also need to change here this color into this cool number. So let's again go here this title, and in here I like to change it to, let's say, it's gonna be white. So as you can see now, it's also changed, right? And also let's go here this typography, and let's say it's gonna be only 17 pixel, and let's say it will be obviously semi-bold, and yeah, I think now it's okay. But one thing is still missing if you see carefully, that if you compare with this design, that it's, you know, this background have a P something, right? So to do that, what you need to do is just simply just drag it off here a P, I mean this heading, and now we need to type here just P. Simply type P, make it center. All right, and let's go with this style, and let's go here this typography. But first of all, I'd like to change here this color into, let's say, white color. Let's go here this typography, and let's change it. Let's say I like to go with 150 pixel and 700. It will be the bold, and I mean the width. So if we take here white color, then I think it will be not looks good, because it's both color is white if you see carefully. So if we just make it this color, it would be better, I think. So let's make it 6E1E4. Just type this color, then you will exactly get like this. So it will be more better, you know. And let's go here this advanced tab, And now we just need to come here, this page, I mean this Gym Fahad Digital, this page. And now we just need to, for this countdown, let's say we just need to copy here back text. Let's say I'm just going to copy it, and I'm just going to paste here this class CSS on here, this back text. And I'm just going to copy here again this single fun facts like this one. Let's go back Elementor again. So I'm just going to click on here this child container, and let's go with this advanced, and let's type here the CSS class that we copy from here. So after copying it, let's click on here this update button, and now let's copy from here. I mean all of this I copy now, copy. Let's come back again to our additional CSS page, and now we just need to simply paste it. Okay, so I'm just going to click on here this publish button to publish all of these changes. And now as you can see, we get exactly same as it is, right? So let me reload here this page. But one thing is still missing. If you see carefully, that it's have a border or something, but in our case it's don't have, but in your design it's have. So let's add a border in here. Let's see. So right now we are in child container, as you can see. And now let's go here this style, and let's go here this border. And for this border, I like to go with, let's say, dotted. Select from here border type dotted. And for the width, I like to go with only 1. So let's see how it's look like. Yep, as you can see, this is mainly the look right now. So what I need to do, I need to go here again this color, and let's say I like to go with the white color. So we could directly go with the white. Okay, let's just make it white, like triple F or 6F, and then I'm just going to make it a 50% like this. So let's see how it's look like. Looks cool. As you can see, it looks great. All right, so now let's go again here, and let's add in a border radius. It will be only 5 pixel. So let's say arrow. As you can see, we get exactly same as it is. So everything is right now done. So what you need to do right now, we just need to go here. This is mainly parent, right? So this is the child. So what you need to do, we just need to duplicate here this child. So simply just click mouse right button and duplicate, again duplicate, and again duplicate. All right, so now let's click on here this container, and as you can see, it's still enable this wrap. So let's open it. I mean this, click on here this preview button, and as you can see, we get to see like this, right? So we are getting to see because I think we use add here gap between. So as you can see here, the gap between is 20 right now. Just make it 0. So when you make it 0, then you will get as exactly like this. As you can see, now it's perfect. So now I think you can change this text and number, everything you can text. So I'm just going to do it myself. Then I'm just again continue. Now let me show you that like one of these how we can edit it. So let's click on here this simply this counter, and then let's say type let's say 48 I need. And for this cool number, to change this text, we need to go here this title, and let's type here expert members or whatever you like to show, and let's go to this heading. And now in here we can type here, let's say E, then it will be changed it to E something. So it's gonna be okay. All right, so as you can see, now it's changed. But one thing, if you see carefully, that we just add 3 CSS, right? One is for the back text, it's mainly for the P, and this is mainly single font. It's something like that is when I'm just going to hover it, it changes this background color, I mean this body color, also it just like showing something. So this mainly like single font. And the last one is like count meter. So count meter is something like, if you see carefully, that in here it's have this plus or percentage is a little bit, but in our case it's look bigger. So for it, so what you need to do, we need to just go with this counter, and let's go advanced, and let's simply add here this class. As you can see, now it's changed. So let me go again here this counter, go here this CSS class. As you can see, now it's changed. Click on again the counter, go advanced, add here this CSS class. As you can see, it's now changed. Okay, let's go back again here, advanced, and let's add it. As you can see, now I think it's perfect. So let's click on here this update button to save these changes. Now let's go to the next section called project category, these sections. And you know, I don't want to start from scratch, so what I just wanna copy and paste. Okay, so it's very simple to do. I mean this copy and paste is very simple. Let me finding out which section is matched with this. So if you see carefully, this section, it looks like similar. So let's simply click on mouse right button and copy it. I'm mainly talking about this what you do, and I'm just going to click on here this parent container. So if you click on this parent container, as you can see, it's selected this parent container. So simply copy And let's scroll down and let's come here this simple box and click mouse right button and paste it. Then we'll get exactly same to same. But for here we don't need to get, like we don't really need exactly same to same. We need to change here this color also, right? So let's see here this color. Right now I think it's white, or let's check it using color picker. Okay, so it's not exactly white, it's something like this color, F7F, like. Okay, so let me copy here this color. Let's copy it. Let's go back again, and first of all let me click on here this section again, go to here this style, and yeah, it's exactly the same color right now in there. So let's remove here this left side image. So click on here this delete button, then this image will be deleted. All right, so now we don't really need these stuff. So let's, inside of this container, let's click on here this arrow, again this arrow, and again as you can see we get few of this container in here. So let's delete all of them. So as you can see everything is now almost deleted, and it's only left one container. As you can see, only left one container. And now I'm just going to search here, let's say project gallery. Simply search project, or let's say gallery. So if you type here gallery, then you will get this widget called custom gallery. Simply just drag and drop here. Okay, simply just drag and drop. All right, so as you can see I drag and drop here, but let's see, it's going inside of this container. That means this is the parent container and this is the child container, and it is automatically pasted into the child container, but we don't really want it, right? So what you can do, you can simply just drag into here this top on inside of this container. We'll get exactly same to same. And now let's click on again this container, and let's take it and let's go it to here this inside of the parent container, and it will be changed. As you can see now it's changed. That means we just rearrange the positions. Okay, so now it's changed, and now just click on here this custom gallery, this button, and now from here we can change the images and all of this thing. So let me click on here this image first, and from here we can type the name. So let's say I like to add here a design and development. I'm typing here the content is planning. As you can see we get exactly same to same. And for this image, let's click on choose image, upload image, select file, and from here you can just add the images. So let's say I like to add this one, so let's simply open it and let's select this, and in here you get to see lightbox link. I like to choose here website. So now we can select directly paste here website link. Whenever I'm just going to click on here this image, they will be right and this link, right? So if you like to put, some people are like going to put their Behance profile, or some people like to put their Drupal account, so you can easily link it there. Okay, all right, so now let's scroll down. I'm not changing all of this image right now, so let's go here this layout, and for this layout it's automatically select 3. So I like to go with the 3, but I like to change this image size into, let's say, full. And for this item height, I like to change it to, let's say, 500. And let's go with this additional option. Then you will get to see the icon. So we need to change it to, let's say, link. Then this icon will be changed, as you can see. But the problem is about, you get to see that like it's almost like look like there only take how much space. Let me go here this container. Okay, so this is my parent container. Let's go this layout and let's make it the box into, let's say, full width. All right, so now when you just make it full width, it just now changed, as you can see. So as you can see now it's almost changed. So yeah, I think now it looks perfect. Okay, so let's click on again here this preview arrow, and let's go with this style, but we just need to click on again this custom gallery button, then go here this style, and now we need to do a little bit setting in here. Let's say for this column gap, I like to go with 30, and for this row gap, I like to go with 20. And let's say this overlay, I like to open it. So the blur level will be 5. And yeah, everything looks fine in there, but okay, everything is on this middle. Let's scroll down. And for this title, as you can see, right now it's white, so I don't want to change it. Let's go to typography. And let's say this font will be, let's say, 18 pixel. And let's say width will be 400 normal. So as you can see, this is look like this. But if you see that, like it looks very small, right? So we don't want to make it small. So let's go back again and let's say click on again, and let's say I like to go with 28 pixel, and let's say it's gonna be 700. Wow, looks good, right? All right, so now let's say go back again and let's go to text, and let's change it to, let's say, 18 pixel. Now let's how it's look like. All right, so let's make it a normal. All right, so mainly this is called the text, right? This one, and the title one is like design and development, this one. So you can just do the changes from here, okay? And also if you like to change this color into, let's say, different color like a white, then just click on here this color option and just select here the color what you mainly want. So then the color will be changed. And now let's click on here this link style. And for this padding, I don't want to change this padding. I like to go with this margin one. So on this bottom, I like to add 25 pixel. So then you will get a little bit space on here with this link icon. So now I think it's perfect. And now what I need to do, we just need to do the changes. Like we just need to add here images and also change this content. So let me show you the next one, how we can do it. So to change it, just click on here, this here and here of this, and let's go here, this content. As you can see right now, if you see here my navigator, then I'm in custom gallery and I'm going here, this edit custom gallery, and let's go to click on next one, and I'm just going to change it. Let's say I like to go with strategic planning, and let's say the content will be marketing, and let's click on choose image and go to upload, and let's select image and let's simply add it. And one thing, if you like to just add them all of them in one, then I think I can simply just select all of them and simply just drag and drop here, then everything will be uploaded, okay? Also, let's say I like to add my project images, so I think we almost added there, so let's add for rest of them. So I'm just uploading all of them, okay? Then everything will be uploaded in here. So let me select one of this image from here. As you can see, I choose this image and now it's changed. But if you like to change this image into, let's say I like to go with this one, so let's select it, then this image will be changed. And now let me show you another one. Let's go to the next, let's say number 3, and let's say I like to change here this text, also the image. I like to go with this image, let's say. So as you can see, now I changed this text and also the image, as you can see. Now we just need to change the description, and it's very simple to change. Just simply change this content, then yeah, now as you can see, now it's changed. So I hope you understand, it's very, very simple. Let me update the rest of them. Then I'm just going to again continue it. So everything is almost done. Let's click on here this update button to save the changes. And if you see here this preview, then you'll get to see like, yeah, everything looks fine. As you can see, everything looks perfectly. Now let's move to the next section, and now let's move into the next section, this one mainly, this watch our video section. So to do that, what we just need to do, simply just click on plus icon, and here, as you can see this plus icon, and let's choose this one, let's say. Okay, now let's go to the advanced, and I'll link this padding. Let's add this padding top into 100. For this right, I like to go with 30. And for this left, I like to go with 30. And for this bottom, I like to go with 200 pixel. All right, so as you can see, all right, so now let's go to this tile, and let's go here with this background tab, and let's say choose an image. Let's upload image, and let's choose here this solution BG, this image. Let's open it. Let's select the image. Now let's change here this position into, let's say, center and center. Then okay, now it's center, and for this attachment, I like to go with the fixed. And for this repeat, I like to choose here no repeat, then the image will be not repeated. And here this display size will be cover. All right, so as you can see, this is the final look, but also we just need to add a little bit, like background overlay. So let's go here, this background overlay, just click on here, and let's choose a color. Let's say I like to go with black. So let's go here. Let's say I choose the dark one, and for the opacity, I need to make it, let's say 0.8, but I think it's not look like same, right? So we need to click on again here this color, and let's make 000, and I think now it looks better, right? I think now it's look like similar with this. All right, so now it's okay. Let's click on again this icon, and let's simply drag and drop here this container, and again just duplicate it, and then you will get 2 of this here. So inside of this left container, I like to click on there, and I like to go this advanced, and for this padding, I like to add right side 15 pixel, and for the left side 15 pixel. And again, I'm just going there, and I'm just going to drag and drop here another container inside of this container. Okay, let me open here this navigator that you understand more better. So here is it. As you can see, inside of this container, I check on the container. So I'm just going to copy here what to do, this one, and simply just going to paste it, and now just going to make it left. And for the color, let's go color, and let's go text here, this text color, and let's make it this one, this color. And now let's click on again here, and let's simply just drag and drop here the heading. So as you can see, I added here. Let's go to the style, and for the style I like to change this color. Let's say I like to go with white color, so let's choose from here the white. And also let's go to the typography, and I like to make this font size into, let's say, 30 pixel. With this width will be 700, and the line height will be, let's say, 1.2, like this. And also we need to add here on a paragraph. So I think we already have a lot of paragraph, right? So let's copy this one. Let's paste it here. So you already know that, like, how to paste. Simply click on here this title, then click mouse right button, then you will get the option called paste. Simply you can paste it. Okay, now let's make it left, and let's click on here this color. And for this color I like to change to this color code, let's say E8 E3, like this color code. As you can see, I like to go with this color. Let's go with this advanced, and for this top I like to go with, let's say, 10, and for this bottom I like to go with 20. I think it looks a little bit much more, I think, so let's make it less. Let's say I like to go with only 4. So let's see how it looks like. I think this looks good. Alright, so now we need to add here in a button. So what you can do, we will not going to do from scratch. We are just going to copy here this hero section button. Simply click on here this pen icon, and then click mouse right button, copy. Oh, when I click mouse right button, I get a copy option. I copy it, and let's come again here, and I'm just going to click on here this text, click mouse right button, and simply paste it. Then the button will be come into this under this paragraph. Okay, and let's make it left on this alignment to change to left. Then yeah, as you can see, we get exactly like this. So let's see the preview, how it's look like. Okay, this is merely the final preview. All right, so also we need to go here this container, and for here this gap between I like to make it 0. So when I make it 0, as you can see, I get like this. All right, so as you can see, now we get it something like this. And now I think we need to add a little bit things, let's say, or we can make it 4. I think 4 even will be better, or let's say 8, how it's look like. Even 8 also looks good, but if you see carefully that it don't have a much space with this, you know, like with this title, also this paragraph, but in our case it's have just a little bit, right? But it's almost look like similar. So now let me change here this content first, then we'll check it again. So let me change here this title, this one. Also I like to change this one, and I don't want to change this paragraph. So now let's see how it's look like. Yeah, looks perfect. Look, you know, it really looks perfect. Let's go with, let's say, 12 pixel. I like to go this cap between 12 pixel. It also looks good, not bad something. Okay, let's move to the next one. It's mainly our video section. I mean this video, yeah, video right side. So simply search in video. Then we just need to simply drag and drop here this one, mainly this video, as you can see. So I need to drag and drop. So when I click on this, it's automatically placed on here, but I like to keep it on this. Simply just drag and or hold into this another container, it will be automatically add into the another container. So I like to make it center, so click on here this container and just make them everything in center, then it will be come into center. So in here we need to do a little bit settings. So click on here this video icon, and let's go here, click on this icon, let's search here, let's say play, simply search play, then choose here this one, this one, okay, or you can say this one. So I'm just going to select this icon, and let's click on here this style, and let's click on here this button style. And for this button style, I like to change here this padding. Let's say I like to go with 20 pixel, and for this, let's say this bottom, I like to, okay, so not bottom, let's go to the left, let's make it 10. So as you can see, we get to see like this, but it's not making any sense, but don't worry, we're just making it. So let's say this size will be, let's say 38 pixel, and for this width I like to go with, let's say 80, and for this height I like to make it 80. As you can see, now it looks really fine, right? All right, so now let's say glow color, so let's change it to, let's say white. Here is a white color. Where is the white? Okay, here is a white, so let's choose it white, and let's say the glow size into, let's say 30 pixel. And now let's go to here this normal. As you can see right now, if you see carefully that this one, its background have a white color, right? And this play icon looks blue. So what you can do, we can just simply go with here this background color, let's make it white. So I'm just going to choose it white, and for this play icon I like to make it, let's say blue. As you can see, we get exactly same to same. But what happened when someone just going to hover? as you can see, when it is going to hover, it's disappear. So let's click on here this hover icon, and on this text color, it's really need to be on white. But for this background color, I like to change it to, let's say, blue. So click on here this default color and scroll down, choose here blue. Now I'm just going to hover it. As you can see, this changed into. So I think now this section is almost ready to go, and now we can move into the next section. Okay, for the next section, I'm again just click on here this plus icon, and let's click on here, let's say this one. Let's say simply select this one, and let's go here this advanced. Let's simply click on advanced, and let's click on unlink. And for this right side, let's say for the right, I like to go with 50, and for this left, I like to go with 50. All right. So now inside of here, I like to choose here another container. So let's click on here this icon. Let's simply drag and drop here another container. And for here, I like to make it a full width. And let's go here into this advanced tab. And for here, let's click on unlink it. And I like to go with 100 pixel top. And I'm just going to make it margin like minus 100 pixel. And for this padding, I like to change it to, let's say for this top, I like to go with 100 pixel, not 1000, only 100 pixel. And for this bottom, I like to go with, let's say 150 pixel, right? But right now we are not going to see any kind of changes, right? So let's go to this style, and let's go here with this background type. Just select the classic, choose the color into blue. As you can see, choose the blue. And now let's go to background overlay, choose classic. Let's choose the image, and let's select the background again, like this background. Let's select it. As you can see, we get exactly same to same. But for here, we like to make it, let's say center, and then no repeat. And then I'm just going to choose it as, let's say it's our cover. And for here, this opacity, I like to go with like as it is. Let's keep it as it is. So as you can see, we get exactly same to same, right? And now we just need to type here our heading, right? So what you can do, since we already make few of these, so we are not going to do from scratch. So let's say I like to copy here this one. What you do? So let's simply copy and scroll down, and let's simply paste it down here. So when I'm just going to paste it, as you can see, we get both of them, right? So for this color, we are not going to see here. So let's change this color into, let's say I'd like to change it to white color. So what I do, I just click on here this pen icon, go here this tile, and let's change this text color into white. And also let's go to the next one. Let's go to this tile, and let's say text color will be white. And in here, we just need to do a little bit thing. Let's click on here this container. And for this container, we could make it, let's say 560 pixel. And for this gap between, we can make it 0. Now let's also change here this content. Let's click on here this provide awesome this one. Let's go to content, and let's change here this text like this, as you can see. Also, let's change here this title one. Let's go here this content, and let's change it to testimonial. So as you can see, we get exactly same as it is. But I personally think that we need to put a little bit, like gap between on this container. It should be more better. So let's click on here this child container. You can see here this navigator. And now I'm just going to make it only 4 pixels. So as you can see, it's take a little bit of space in here. So if I like to make it more, let's say 8 pixel, or let's say a little bit much, then you can just put it whatever you need. I mean, which value you personally need, you can put it down here. All right, so as you can see now, the gap between is 8 pixel. Now let's take another section. So let's simply drag and drop here in a section. So I just simply drag and drop here in a container. And for here, I like to search here testimonial. So click on here, and let's search testimonial. And let's simply just drag and drop here at this testimonial. As you can see, we get something like this, and now we just need to do customize. So let's simply select here this layout, as you can see. So let's click on here this testimonial, and now we just need to add some of the testimonials. So let me add few. So let's click on testimonial 1. So let's say I'm just going to type here this review text into this, as you can see this one. And now let's say the client name, I'm just going to put my name, Exparazi. And for this designation, let's say I'm a designer. So for the rating, keep it 5. Okay. And let's click on here this client avatar, click on there. And then let's say I'm just going to be choosing this one. Then as you can see, the image is now changed. And now I'm just going to delete these 2 like 2 and 3. And I'm just going to duplicate here this one in 3 times. As you can see, I duplicated 3 times. So in here, we just need to do a little bit setting on this container. So let's click on here this container, and let's go to the advanced, and let's unlink it, both of them. So for the padding, I like to go with, let's say the right side will be 50 and this left side obviously will be 50. And for this bottom, I like to go with 150 pixel, right? So like this. And for this margin, I like to, let's say, take 160 pixel, but obviously it will be minus. So as you can see now, it's going to here, as you can see. And let's again go to the testimonial. And let's click on here this setting. And for this spacing left right, let's take here, let's say 30 pixel. And let's say slide to show will be 3. And slide to scroll obviously will be 1. And if you see here this preview, then we get to say like these boxes look like really little. But if you see our these website, then it's look really wide, right? So to make it same to same, we just need to go here again and let's click on here with this testimonial one. So this section, as you can see right now here. So I'm just right now in the parent container. So for this parent container, I'm just going to change this width into, let's say, full width. So then you will get to see exactly like this. As you can see, we get like this. So now we just need to do a little bit setting on here this testimonial. So let's click on testimonial again and let's go here this style. And now in here on this padding, I like to go with, let's say 30 pixel, all of them. And now let's say this box shadow will be a little bit, as you can see, we get on a simple box shadow. For the box shadow, we just need to do a little bit update. So let's click on here this pin icon, then you will get to see like these. And now on this horizontal will be 0 and this vertical will be 5 and this blur, obviously it will be 15. And for the spread will be like 0 and obviously it will be outline. But if you see carefully that these shadows look like a little bit hard, you know. So let's click on again here this pen icon. Let's click on here this color. So let's make it. So for this color, I'm just going to change it F1, F1, F1. Then now as you can see, it's look a little bit soft. And let's go to the description again. And in here we need to do a little bit changes. See the margin is 0. And for this color, I like to change it to, let's say this color. Let's say 565968. This color could simply paste it down here. Then you will get exactly same to same. And now let's click on this typography. And let's simply search here overpass. So let's click on default and let's search here overpass. Let's enter. And for this size, I like to go with, let's say 18 pixel. As you can see, you get to see the changes instantly. Let's go to the width into, let's say 600 semi-bold. And for this line height, I like to go with, let's say 32 pixel. And for this style, I like to go with italic. All right, so looks perfect, right? And now simply move on to this client, this tab. And in here, so for this client name, I like to change to this typography. So right now I like to go with overpass. And I like to change this size into, let's say 20 pixel. And the width will be 700. And the line height will be obviously 24 pixel. And for this client description, I like to go here this typography. And let's change this into, let's say 15 pixel. Let's say width will be, let's say 400. And for the line height, I like to make it 24 pixel. And for the color, I like to change this color into, let's say blue. All right, so as you can see, it looks good, right? So what we just need to do right now, we just need to do a little bit thing. That is about, if you go here, this content, simply click on there, then you will get to see here this testimonial, click on there. Then you will get to see the option called enable code icon. Simply disable it, then the icon will be disabled. And to disable here this rating system, simply click on here this enable rating, just turn off it, then the rating will be gone. Okay, now again click on here this style, and as you can see, these both are almost gone. So let's click on again here, let's go testimonial. So it's have almost 4. And if you see here these design, that it's have a dot, but in our case it don't have a dot. So to enable this dot, we just need to go here the setting again. Right now I'm in testimonial. I'm going to here this content, and on the setting you will get option called autoplay, show arrow, show like this dot. So simply enable here this dot. So when you enable the dot, then you will get to see the bottom it is. And now if you click on here this style, then now in here you can do the changes. So let's click on here this dot. And for this spacing, it's going to be -50. Just keep it as it is. Or for this width, I like to go with 14 pixel. And again, I'm just going to hide. It's going to be 14 pixel, as you can see. And the margin will be 12. And let's go to the active. For the active one, I like to make with, let's say 14 pixel width and 14 pixel height. And scale would be only 1. So capital scale is 1. But for the active color, I like to change it. So let's say the color will be, let's say, blue. So I'm just going to choose it blue. That means when it is going to active, it will be blue. And let's click on here this advanced. And now from here, this padding, I like to go with, let's say the right will be 80 pixel and for the left will be 80 pixel. So one thing, if you see carefully, that these designs look like these. We already do a lot of settings, right? And if you see with this design, this is mainly the original design, but we make like this. But where do we mainly make the mistake? So let's click on here this arrow again. And now if you just click on here this container, this is mainly the parent container. Let me open here this navigator, like this testimonial container. Then you will get to see this advanced option. We mainly add here this padding 500, but not exactly. It's need to be 500. It's need only 40 pixel. So I'm just going to make it 50 pixel. And as you can see, boom, our design is now, as you can see, it's ready. And the very last thing that we need to do here, that is changing here this background color. To change the background color, let's click on arrow and let's go here this testimonial. Let's go to this style and let's on here this, like this layout, we need to go normal. And for this normal, we need to change this color into, let's say, white. Now let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes. Now let me reload here this page and let's scroll down, and as you can see, this section is really looks perfect. And for this section, okay, so on this client image and name, it's look like really nearby, right? So to do the changes, let's go here this edit the element to this button. Let's go here this testimonial and let's go here this style, and then let's come to client. And for this client, you will get to see and call margin. So let's simply add here 30 pixel on this top. First of all, unlink it, then type 30 pixel on the top. Then I think you will get exactly same to same. So let's click on update button. Let's again here this website and let's see the preview. And now as you can see, it really looks fine, right? So now let me show you that, like how we can make a website responsive for all devices like tablet and mobiles. So it's very simple in Elementor. Let me show you how it. So first of all, we need to click on here this bottom called responsive mode. Simply click on here. Then on this top, you'll get option called tablet, and this is mainly for mobile. So this is mainly the tablet version of here that, right now, if someone just going to visit a website, they will get to see something like this. I mean, this design they will get to see. And if we do anything changes on there, they will get the same thing onto their device. So okay, so that's why we just need to make it perfect in here. We just need to make everything solve in here that our user get to see clear everything. Okay, all right, so let's first of all come here this hero section, and on this hero section everything's really looks fine, but only one thing I need to update here, that is about here this button. So to update this button, simply click on here this pin icon, then go here this advanced tab. Okay, let's go here this tile, and on this tile you get to see here this padding, right? So let's simply add here, just unlink it first of all, and as you can see, we get everything is 0 like this in here. But don't worry, let's update it. Let's say the top will be like a 15 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go with same, like let's say 15 or let's say 11 pixel. For this right side, I like to go with, let's say 30 pixel, and for this left side, I like to go with, let's say 30 pixel. And as you can see, this is the final output. Now let's move to the next section. It's mainly our services, and on here, we are not going to change this title. We are mainly focusing on here these boxes because it's not looks good, right? So to edit it, I'm first of all opening here my navigator that you can see better, you understand more better. Okay, so let's click on here this container on here. As you can see, this is mainly the parent container, but we are not going to this parent container. We're just mainly clicking on here this. So now in here, first of all, as you can see, already selected full width, so I'm just going to make it %, and for this %, now it's 33.33, but I like to go with 50%. So as you can see, when I make it 50%, I get to see like this, right? So now let's click on again here the next one. So let's click on next. Let's change it to, let's say %, and let's say it's gonna be, let's say 50%. Let's go to the next. Let's go again here the pixel to %, and let's make it 50. So as you can see, now it really looks cool, right? Now let's move to the next section called About Us section. And on this about us, I like to change here this direction. So right now, as you can see, it's horizontal, right? I like to make it, let's say, vertical. And as you can see, we get exactly like this, right? But in here, we need to do a little bit changes. For example, let's click on here this container. And now, as you can see, it's 50 pixel. But make it percentage and make it 100. So as you can see, we get to see something like this, right? Let's go to the next container and let's go here and let's make it percent and let's make it 100. So when I make it 100, as you can see, we also get to see like this. And now let's go here this parent container and let's go here this advanced. And I like to add a little bit padding. Let's say click on here or this unlink button, and for this right side I like to go with 30 pixel. As you can see, we get to see the implementation right here. Also, let's go to the left side, it's 30 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go with, let's say, 80 pixel. So yeah, looks fine, right? But also we can try something like, let's say, make everything center. So click on pen icon, make it center, again go here, make it center, and let's go to the next, go here this tile, and here you will get to see the alignment called center. So one thing, let me tell you here, that is like, for example, you are looking something like me, that alignment. Where is mainly the alignment? First tab you will get to see in this content, you will look at there. So there is no alignment. Let's go to this tile. All right, so we get this tile, this alignment in here. So some of the cases you get to see the alignment on to here this advanced tab, but this is not mainly for. So you will get the alignment on style or the content all the time. For example, the text you will get in the content. For the paragraph you will get onto the style. Okay. All right, so let's move to the next section, and in here we just need to do the same thing, right? We need to make them everything in 50%. And also we look to change here this title. Let's click on here this pen icon, go here this style, and typography I like to go with, let's say, 35 pixel. Okay. Let's move with the next, and let's click on here this. As you can see, right now selecting here this one, this container, and now in here I like to make, say, percentage, and let's say 50%, and let's go to the next, and let's again percent, and let's make it 50%, and let's go to the next, let's make it, let's say, percent, let's say 50%, and let's go to the next, it's also need to be 50%, and also we need to make them all. So let's go here 50%, and let's go here, let's go to the next. And on this section, what we need to do, we just need to click on here this main one, this main container, and then we just need to change it to the direction into, let's say, we like to go with this reverse. So what happened when it is going to do in reverse, we get this images on a fast and then the content. So if you just select it here like reverse, column reverse, then obviously we get like this, right? So what you need to do right now, we just need to click on here this container, and let's go here this pixel until, let's say, 50%. Okay, so 50% will be same, so let's make it 100%. So as you can see, we get 100, and let's go to the next section and go here this percentage and make it 100. So as you can see, we get exactly same. And also, if you like to make them everything in center, what you need to do is just to click on here this pen icon, and you need to go here this content, and you need to change this alignment. Now it's center. Let's go to the next, make it center, and if you like to make it center also, let's go to this style and make it center. As you can see, everything is right now on center. So let's center, and also I like to make it center, so let's go style. All right, so let's here with the alignment, make it center. So everything is on now center. So I copy it, and now I just paste the style. Again, I copy it, and I just paste the style. Why I paste the style? Because these thing are same thing. This is not something different. And for when you're just going to copy this, this pasting this style, you were just merely copying their value. You're not like going to copy like any kind of content. So you don't need to worry about when you're just going to paste the style. Okay. All right. So now let's move into the next section. And this is mainly our countdown section. And it's quite also simple to do. So let's click on here, edit the container, this button. And let's go here, this width to, let's say, %. And let's make it a 50. And let's go to the next one again, and let's change this pixel into %, and let's make it a 50. As you can see, we get same. So let's again copy it, and let's go here, and let's paste the style. So remember one thing, that is, I'm not merely just copy and paste the inside of thing. I'm merely taking outside of it, right? So again, I'm just copy, oops, not paste, if you just do mistake, then press Control Z or Command Z, then it will be undo. Okay, or if you feel like, okay, I make mistake and I also do the saves, I already save it, so you can go here this story tab and you can just register from there. So don't worry about it. Also, if you see carefully that these two boxes, like when it's hovering, it's overlapping, right? So what you can do, you can just go here this first one. Let's say, hey, go to advanced. Let's say them like, hey, for this bottom, let's say 30 pixel padding in there. So what happened, as you can see, when I take this 30 pixel padding in this here, let's apply all of them, right? So what you can do, we can also copy it and we can say, hey, you need to follow the same rules. So, and now in here, we can say them, hey, you need to follow the same rules. And as you can see, they are following the same rules. All right, so let's go to the next section. And let's go here this title, and let's go here with this style and follow this typography, and we need to make it 35 pixel on this text. Currently it is 40 and I just make it 35. All right, now this section is almost ready to go, but I think we need to do a little bit changes in here, because as you can see, we get to see a little bit like an space in here, right? So what you can do, you can just go here just click on here this pen icon, and let's come to here this content, and let's go to the layout, and on this layout, let's change this line height into, let's say, 400. Now let's move into the next section, this one. So it's also interesting, let me show you. So first of all, what you need to do, we just need to click on here this edit container, this button, and as you can see, it's now 50, I was taking 50 almost, right? So let's make it 100%, and also let's box to, let's say, full width. So what happened, I take it 100%. Let's go to the next one. I'm just going to full width, and I'm just going to make it 100%. All right, so we make it 100%, but there is nothing. We not get to see any kind of changes, right? So let's click on the container. Let's change this reverse into this one. So as you can see, we get to see right now the changes. So now let's click on here this pen icon, and we just need to make it left side. So we are going here style. Let's make it a left, and as you can see, we get to see the changes, right? And as you can see, this looks very, like something like look like almost nearby, right? So what you can do, let's click on here this pen icon, and I'm just going to here this container, and let's go here this advanced, and let's go unlink it, and for this top, let's say I'm just going to take a, let's say 80 pixel for the padding, and yeah, we'll get a little bit of space in here. All right, so let's move into the next section called testimonial, and let's go here this container. And for this full width, it's almost full width. Let's go here this one, and we need to make it, let's say 100%. So we do the changes of this layout, right? We make it full width, we make it 100% width, but we didn't get to see any kind of changes. So now what do we need to do? We just need to check this parent container. As you can see, right now I'm selecting parent container. Let's go here this advanced tab. And as you can see, we get to see this padding. They was take almost 50 pixel, right? So let's unlink it, and as you can see, we get 100%. But in really, I don't really want 100%. So let's say the right side will be, let's say 30 pixel, and for this left side, make it a 30 pixel. Then we'll get exactly like this, right? All right, so now let's move it to the next, like this pen icon, and let's go here this advanced. And as you can see here, we also take it like here. If you see carefully, that we almost take 80 pixel right and left and right. So let's make it unlink it first of all, and as you can see, we make it 0, and we get exactly something like beautiful. As you can see, something like beautiful things we get. And also in here, we need to do a little bit changes, not much. Just click on here this pen icon on this title, and let's go here this style, and we just need to make it 35 pixel, because right now it's 40 pixel. Make it 35. That's it. So this is, if I click on here this preview button, so this is mainly the final look of our tablet version. As you can see, whenever someone just going to visit a website, they will get to see exactly same to same that we are right now seeing in here. But one thing, before just seeing other users, we just need to update it. So let's click on here this update button. Now our user will get to see the changes what you currently do right now. Okay, all right, so now let's move to the mobile version. Let's click on here this mobile tab, and now we need to do the work on this mobile. So let's click on, as you can see on this title, because this rule looks bigger, I want to show like bigger text in here. So let's click on edit heading this button. Let's go style, and let's go here this typography. So I like to make it, let's say half of them, let's say 30 pixel of this content, and yeah, looks good. Now let's move into the next section, our features, or this section, let's say our services. Let's click on here this pin icon, and now I like to make here this typography, let's say 26 pixel of it. Then you will get exactly like this. And on here, this section, I like to click on here, and as you can see, it's already 100%. So if I click on here this advanced, it's only taking 15 pixel, but I didn't think that it's the biggest issue. So we need to do one thing, that is, let's go here this parent container of here. Parent container is, that means I'm saying about this our services container. As you can see, now I'm selecting here. So let's go here this advanced tab, and now in here let's go here this make it 0 of this padding. So I make everything 0. Oh, okay, this is not melee. So this is the parent container. Let's go advanced and let's make it 0. As you can see, now we get something like this, right? It really looks good. So let's take a little bit top, like 60 pixel from the top, and for this bottom I like to go with 30 pixel, and for this right side I like to take, let's say, 5 pixel, and for this left side I like to go with 5 pixel. As you can see how beautiful look it is right now. So let's scroll down and let's go here this next section. So in this section I like to click on here this about us container. Let's go ahead advanced and let's unlink it. Then you will get like this, exactly like this. So to do the changes, I think you will get to see something like this, right? So what you need to do in here, you just need to click on here this pin icon, whatever you just like to change it, and then you just need to change here this icon position to left. So when I put icon position into left, then you will get exactly same to same, right? And now in here you can just copy and you can just paste here this style. All right, so if you get to see it's not working, then just make it, let's say, left side, then you will get to see the changes. Let's also paste the style. And one thing you can see here, that is you get to see that 15 pixel. I mean this right side, can you remember that it was take 15 pixel on this right side, on this left side was take 15 pixel. So we just need to remove it. So let's click on here this container, small container, and now let's say remove it to 0, and also go here, let's go advanced and let's make it 0. Then as you can see for this right side and left side have a 10 pixel space. Now it's gone. So let me copy here the style and let's come here and let's paste the style. As you can see, we get to see all the changes. So when you just paste it, then you will get to see the changes in here. You know, the same style will be applied, all of them. And now let's go to the next section, like what we do. Let's click on here this main container. Let's go to advanced, and as you can see now it's 000. So if you get to see something, any other value, so you just need to unlink it first, simply unlink it, and then you need to type here, let's say 60 pixel, and for this right side we'll go to 5, and this for this bottom I like to go with, let's say, 30 pixel, and for this left I like to go with 5 pixel. Okay, then you will get exactly like this. Okay, so in here I need to change here this title. So let's say I like to go with 26 pixel instead of 35, so I make it 26 pixel, and now it's also looks fine, not something bad. I think it really looks good. All right, but one thing we need to do, that is about we need to change here this alignment into left. So let's click on left. And also we need to do a little bit changes on here this heading. So let's click on pin again and let's go here this style, and now let's, as you can see now it's 24 pixels, so make it, let's say 22. So let's make it 22. As you can see we'll get something like this. So I'm just going to copy it and let's go here and let's say paste that style, then it will be 22, and this will be paste that style 22, and this will be same paste style, and this will be same. So when I paste the style, as you can see right now it's on middle. When I paste the style, it's everything is applied. It's applied the typography, also it's applied the alignment. All right, so now it's really looks good. And now let's go to the next section. Let's click on here this parent container, go to advanced, and let's unlink it. And for this top I like to go with 60 pixel. For this bottom I like to go with 60 pixel, and for this right and left I like to go with 20 pixel. So now it looks good. And also we need to change here this text. So let's click on edit heading this button. Let's go here this style, and for this typography we like to change it, let's say 24 pixel. And also we need to update here this line height, because it's really look like, you know, like almost like 3 lines, right? So let's make it 1.2. I'm just going to change it let's say 1.2. We get everything nearby. Let's go with advanced and let's unlink it. And also since it's not updating, let's click on here this container. Let's go here this advanced, unlink it, then I think you will get exactly like this. Now let's go to the next section, this one, and I think this is really looks fine. As you can see there is nothing need to do. So let's scroll down. So on the first, we just need to update here these, click on here this container, go to here this advanced, unlink it. So as you can see, when I unlink it, all the padding is removed right now, and we just need to add a, let's say 60 pixel on this top, and for this bottom I like to go with only 30 pixel, and for this left and right we like to go with 20 pixel. And for this heading, let's click on the air and let's click on here this typography, and I like to make it, let's say 26 pixels. So now as you can see, we get like this. And for this portfolio, I like to update it. Let's click on here this pen icon and let's go here this layout, and on this layout I like to make it for this mobile device is 200 only, like 200 pixel it will be, as you can see. And as you can see, when it's gonna hover it's look like really bigger, right? So we need to go here this style, and we need to go here on this title. So this is the title, and let's click on here this typography, and let's make it, let's say 22 pixel. All right, so it's now changed. And also we need to update here, let's say click on outside, and let's click on here this text, and let's 18 pixel. I think it's good. So as you can see, now it's changed, right? All right, so now let's move to the next section. And on this section, what we need to do, we just need to first of all, let's click on here this pen icon, go here this style, go this typography, and we need to make it, let's say 28 pixel. Then we'll get exactly like this. And for this upper container, right now it's child container, we're just going to upper container. As you can see, look at here. So right now we are in upper container. Before we do changes inside of this container, right? Inside of this container we do here. So I'm just going to the upper container, and let's go to the advanced. And as you can see, we take 50 pixel left and right. So I'm just making it 0, and then it will be like this, right? And now everything looks fine. And let's scroll down here. And for this section, let's click on, go to main container. And as you can see, left to right, we get 30 pixel. I'm just going to unlink it. So as you can see, we get like this right now. And on here, I'm just going to click on here, these tags, and let's click on typography. And I'm just going to make it, let's say 24 pixel. So for this text size, let's say I'm just going to make it 26 pixel. So yeah, looks good, right? And now let's go here with the next section. Let's go advanced, and let's make them 0. As you can see, when I make it 0, now it's totally take everything in there. But personally, I don't want like that. I like to, let's say in here on this right side, let's make it a 0 pixel. I mean this 20 pixel, and this left side, let's say make it 20 pixel. Looks good, right? And for this bottom, let's say 100 pixel of here. So as you can see, we take 100%. I think now it looks fine. So this is mainly the final look of our like this mobile version, and this is mainly the tablet version. And as you can see, and here is mainly the desktop version. Here we do the changes. Let me remove this navigator. And now let's simply click on here this update button to save all the changes. So now our homepage is ready to go. So if someone just going to visit our website, and then if they're coming from the desktop, they will get to see like this. If they're coming from mobile, they will get to see this design. And if they're coming from the tablet, they will get to see this design. Now let me show you that like how we can design our header. So right now, as you can see, this is our current header. This is not looks, eye-catchy or attractive. So we'll make it better. But before do that, we just need to customize here this nav menu, because it looks fine, but it's not organized. So let's make it organized. So let's go back to our dashboard again, and let's hover on appearance, and let's click on here this menu, this button, just click on there. And in here, we need to type in a menu name. So I'm just going to type, let's say main menu, and let's simply just click on here with this bottom button called create menu, this button. Then our menu will be created. As you can see right now, our menu is created. Its name is main menu, and now we can just simply add here the menu item. So what is the menu item? Menu item is something like this one. As you can see, this is called menu item, but totally we can say this is the nav. Okay, all right, so now let's go back, and now let's click on here these view all, this button. And now in here, let's say I like to select first of all, let's say home. This will be our first. Then I like to say about us, blog, contact, design, and like everything. I'm just going to be selecting everything, select all, and just click on add to menu, this button. All right, so now as you can see, we get everything in here. So we just need to do a little bit organized. So let's say for under home, I like to keep this about us. So simply just drag and just into under this home, then we'll get to see in there. Okay, and then let's say I like to keep it the blog, and let's say I like to add here and a services, and then I like to go to the next is called, like contact will be at the last. So let's click on here the save menu, this button. Let's go back to our website and let's reload here this page. And as you can see, we not get to see any kind of changes in there. It was like before as it is, right? So there is no changes we get to see. So let's go back again this dashboard. And what you need to do, we just need to scroll down and we need to select here the display location. So right now we have a menu. So where you like to show it? So I like to show in, let's say in primary, that means this is the primary one. And I also like to show the same menu into my mobile. So when someone is going to visit my website, they will get to see the exactly same menu into their mobile nav. So let's click on save changes, this button to save the changes that we do right now. And let's go back and again, let's reload here this page. And as you can see, we get to see the changes, right? Now let me show you that like how we can add sub menu. Okay, so to do that, we just need to simply just drag and drop under where you like to show it. For example, I like to show here the services under design and development. So what I do simply, I just simply drag into the right side and just paste it. It's not something paste, something like drag it, then automatically it will be coming there. So let's save these changes and let's go back to our website and reload here this page. And as you can see, when I'm just going to hover it, I get to see here like design and development menu into here, right? All right, so our nav menu is now ready to go. Let's go back again the dashboard, and now we need to hover on elements kit, and then we need to click on here header footer, this option. Just click on there, and now let's click on next step, next, then again next, and save changes. And now we just need to click on here again on here, as you can see header and footer, this option, just click on there. All right, so then you will get to see here option called on this top header also have a footer. So let's click on here this header, this button, and now we need to click on here add new, this button to create our new header. In title, I'm just going to type in header, then obviously it will be header, and I like to show it on my intro site, and let's enable it and let's save the changes. All right, so now as you can see, our header is active. So let's click on again edit button, and let's click on here edit content, this button to edit the content. So now as you can see, it's totally blank, right? So right now I just need to add here a container. So what I can do, simply just click on here this plus icon, and I'm just going to choose this one. And now we get the container, and let's click on here this edit container, this button. Let's go to style, and let's go here this background type, and let's add here in a background color, let's say in a blue. All right, so as you can see, we get a blue color in here. Let's go to the advanced, and I like to add here this padding a little bit. So click on here unlink it, and for this padding I like to take it, let's say 15 pixel from the top, and for this right I like to go with, let's say 30 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go again here this 15 pixel, and for this left I like to go with, let's say 30 pixel. So as you can see, we get exactly like this. And now let's go here this layout, and we just need to make it a space between, and for this column gap we just need to make it 0. Okay, and now we just need to add some widgets in here. So first widget is like something icon. So let's search icon, and we just need to simply drag and drop here social icon, this one. As you can see, now it's added. And now let's click on again here this widget, and again search here icon, and I'm just going to simply add here icon list. So as you can see, when I'm just gonna be drag and drop here. And now let me show you one secret, that if you just trying to just drag and drop here but you cannot, then what you'll do, simply just drag here on this on canvas, then you will get these elements in with another container. So what you can do, you can just simply just drag into this first one, then it will be automatically come in there. That means you just need to open this navigator, and here you can simply just drag and drop by these elements, then it will be come into next container than the container if you like to do. Okay, so now as you can see, since I simply drag and drop here my elements, so automatically create a container, so I don't need it, so let me delete it. And as you can see, we have 2 elements in here, and I just want to reorganize them. So first of all, I'm just going to keep here these social icon, then icon list. Okay, all right, so now let's click on here this icon list and make it inline, then we'll get everything in inline, right? Okay, so now we just need to do a little bit changes on here. Let's say just we need to play with the CSS, so let's go here this social icon, this button. And now in here, we need to add few more elements. So let's say right now, I like to add, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have YouTube. So let's say we need our Instagram. So let's search here Instagram, simply search and let's click on insert button. And if you just click on here, add elements again, then you will get here something like, so if you click on here this icon library, then you will get to see something like this pop up. And now we can simply search here, which icon do you need? So I'm just searching LinkedIn, select it and inside it. As you can see, we get LinkedIn icon in here. So now for this alignment, we need to make it left side. Everything will be on left side. For changing this color, we need to go into our style. And for here, this color, we need to make it a custom. And for this primary color, I like to make it, let's say, just reduce here this one. So if you reduce this, then you will get to see something like exactly like this. Okay, and now in here on this size, I need to change, let's say I like to go with 17 pixel of this size. And for this spacing, I like to go, let's say 20, but it's 25, it's so much, so let's go with 20. And I think 20 it also looks much, right? So it's look like much, so let's keep it, let's say 16 pixel, or let's say I'm just going to be going at 12 pixel. Okay, now let's icon hover. I like to go with, let's say it's going to be short, like grow. So when just going to hover, it's going to be grow. Okay, let's go ahead this advanced, and now in here I like to change this margin into 0, and for padding will be automatically just 0. Okay, so let's see here this preview. So this is mainly the final look of it. And also I think we need to change here this spacing. Let's go style, and here of this spacing, I like to make, let's say 8 pixel. Yeah, 8 pixel looks a little bit good. Okay, let's move into here the next line. So let's click on here, and from here I'm just going to remove here one of them. And just remove it, simply just click on here this cross button to remove any of them. And now I like to click on here the first one, list item. So on here I like to change this color. Let's say let's click on the icon, and for here I like to go with, let's say map. So if you search on map, then you can just simply add here any of this icon, but I personally like to add this icon, this one. Let's say insert it. As you can see, we get this map icon in here. Go again the next one, list item 2, click on icon library, and now we just need to search here, let's say call. And then we need to just add here this one. So let's insert it. And as you can see, we get exactly same to same, right? And now let's go here this style to do the customization. So on this space between gap, I like to go, let's say 20 pixel. Then one element to other elements will be gap will be like 20 pixel. Okay. For the divider, I like to add a divider, and it will be solid. And for the width, obviously it will be 1. And for the color, it's going to be white. So let's say white. And obviously the height will be, let's say 76%, not much. Okay, let's go ahead this icon. So for the icon, I like to go with, let's say white color. And now let's move into here the text. And for the text, I like to change here this color. For changing this color, we just click on here this global icon. Then we just need to select here this color. The color will be changed. And for changes the typography, we need to click on here this typography, this button. And for, as you can see, font family almost there our first, so we just need to change this font. So let's say I like to go with like 14 pixel, and width will be obviously 400, and let's say line height I like to make it EM, it will be 1.5 EM. Okay, let's go here this advanced, and I'm just going to unlink all of them, and I like to make them center. So if you click on here align cells to center, then this element will be center. And now I just need to change here this content. So let's click on here this pen icon, and let's go here this content, and now let's click on again here this list item 1, and then we just need to change here this text. And here text, simply just select it, Control A and Control V. Then as you can see, we get these changes. And again, I'm just need to go here the next, click on next, and just simply select all of them and simply type here your content. Then you will get exactly same to same. Okay, for this left side, we just forget to add here our social media icon. So let me show you how we can do it. Simply click on pen icon, and let's go to content, and let's click on each of these, like where you like to put your own icon. For example, you like to add here your Facebook link. So click on the Facebook link, and then in here we need to type our Facebook link. So for example, this is your Facebook link, right? So you can just simply type here your URL. You can just copy here your page or your profile link, then it will be automatically added. So when someone is going to click on here this link, they will be redirected into the URL. Okay. So you can do it yourself one by one. So here put your Facebook link, here put your Twitter link, here your YouTube link, Instagram link, all of them. And if you like to remove any of them, simply click on here this delete button or cross button, they will be deleted. And if you like to add a new item, just click on add item, this button. That's it. So now let's move to the next. Let's click on again this plus icon and let's select here this container again. Okay, now what you need to do, we just need to simply drag and drop here another container. Just inside of this container, I just add another container, as you can see. All right, so now I'm just going to make it full width, and I'm just going to change here this percentage into, let's say, 50%, and I'm just going to duplicate it again. Then I will get 2 on here, and for this container, I like to make into, let's say, this cap between will be 0. All right, so now as you can see, we get something like this. All right, so for it, we are just going to add here our logo into the left side, and our nav menu will be onto our right side. So what I need to do, we just need to change here the container width, because we don't really need this 50% container for the logo, and we need a little bit much for the nav menu. So what you can do, let's click on here this container again, and let's go here this width, and let's make it 20. And for this container, this one, let's make it 80. Okay, and as you can see, now we get to see like this. And let's click on here this icon. Then we need to search here, let's say logo, simply search logo, or you can search here image. Okay, so if you search image, then you can simply drag and drop here the image, and now we just need to add here our logo. So let's click on choose image file, and now you need to upload here your logo, and you can select it from there. So let me upload my own. Now let me select here my logo, simply select it, and as you can see, we get the exactly same to same. And now I'm just going to change this alignment into center, but I know it's not going to be affected. Anyway, let's go here this style, and let's go here this max width, and I'm just going to make it, let's make it pixel, and on this max width I like to make, let's say 130, and let's go here this content again, and let's make it left. And now we need to search here, let's say nav, and then we just need to add here elements kit nav, this one. Simply just drag and drop here, and from the left side we need to select here the menu. So can you remember that recently we created a menu? It's called main menu. So let's select here this main menu from here. As you can see, now I just need to select a main menu. So let's select the left main menu. And as you can see, we exactly get the main menu in here. And on here, this menu position obviously will be, let's say, on this right. So right now it was left, so that's why you get to see in here. So now I just make it into right, as you can see. And we need to make this logo into center. So let's click on here this container of this logo one. And now if you just make it a center, then it will become into the center. Okay, let's again click on here this nav menu widget. Let's just click on here this pen icon. And let's go here this style, and for this width I'm just going to make it, let's say 25 pixel of my menu height. So let's make it 25, as you can see, and also let me make it center. So as you can see, it's look like that everything is like together, right? But no worries, we'll do changes in the air. We'll add padding on this parent container, then it will be fixed, so don't worry. Let's now do changes on this menu bar. Okay, so first of all, let me go with this menu item style. Click on there, and on this typography I like to do changes a little bit. So click on this typography, and for this size I like to make, let's say 16 pixel, as you can see. And now I like to change this width into 500, and for this line height I like to make, let's say 1.5 em. So simply just type it 1.5 em. As you can see, we get exactly like this. And now in here we need to change here this color also. So for this item, let's say go here this item text color, click on here this button, and now we need to choose this color. I think this one, as you can see. So now as you can see, I select it. So I also need to do a little bit changes in here. Let's say our item spacing, I'll link it first of all, and I like to make, let's say for the bottom I like to make it 20, and for the left I like to make it 40. As you can see, now we get to see the changes. Alright, so now on this margin we also need to do changes, or let's make it 0. Let's make it 0. Alright, so now our menu is now ready for go. Let's go to the sub menu item style. For here, we need to change this color. So as you can see, this is mainly the arrow. It's mainly called line arrow, as you can see. So right now it's almost like black. So I'm just going to change it to, let's say, I like to go with this one. So then as you can see, now it's changed. And also we need to change here this spacing. So let's unlink it. And let's say the spacing will be 10, right will be 30. And let's say our bottom will be 10. And for this left will be 30. Just make it 30. That's it. Alright, so now we just need to scroll down, or also we can do the changes on this typography. Let me change it to, let's say, 16 pixel. So I think we don't need to do changes on here. So let's keep it as it is. So now scroll down and let's move into this sub menu panel style. And in here, as you can see, already have this padding 15. So let's keep it as it is, and let's add here a border. So simply I'm just going to be adding here border. So let's say only just unlink it, and for this top I like to go with 2 pixel, and for this color I like to make, let's say, blue. So now as you can see, we get to see a little bit changes in here. So when I'm just going to hover it, we get to see in the top have a blue color, right? And for this background color, it's have a 2 color right now. I think when I'm just gonna hover it, it's not a white. So let's make it white color. So let's simply go there. I mean this background tab, click on this classic, and now click on here this color. And now we just need to select, let's say, white. So now as you can see, it's white. Okay. And now we just need to do a little bit box shadow. So I think it's already have. So let's do a little bit of customization. Click on here this box shadow, this button. And as you can see, it's have a blur is 10. So let's just make it 15. That's it. And let's, okay, keep it as it is. So it really looks fine, right? So what you need to do right now, we need to fix this, like this height one. So let's click on here this parent container from here. As you can see, now we select the parent container. Let's go at this advanced, and yeah, we can add here a little bit padding. So let's say for the padding, I like to make, let's say for the top, I like to go with 15 pixel. So when I type 15 pixel, all over them, they take 15 pixels. So I'll link it. And for this left side, I like to go, let's say 30. And for this right side, I like to go with, let's say 30. So now as you can see, we get to see like this. And now let's go here, this layout. And for here, this pixel, I mean this minimum height, I like to change it. Let's say go with 86 pixel, as you can see. And now if you see here, yeah, looks fine, right? So now let's click on here this update button to save the changes that we do right now. And let's go back to our website now, and let's reload here this page. Boom, as you can see, we get to see here this menu in here. As you can see, it really looks cool, right? So let's scroll down. Yeah, but everything looks fine, but okay, let me go here this another page, and let's see this menu is available or not. Yes, as you can see, we get to see this menu. Everything looks cool, but when I'm just gonna scroll it, it's not coming to the top. That means this menu bar, it's not sticky. So we need to make it sticky, right? So to do that, let's go back again this header, edit this page again. And now, and if you check out jimfahaddigital.com, this website, and you need to scroll down here, and on here we need to finding out here sticky. If you search on, let's say, if you search Control F on your computer, then you will get to see sticky. And as you can see, we get to see here the sticky. So I'm just simply going to copy here sticky here the dark. I'm just going to copy here this class, and let's go back to this page, and let's go to advanced. So right now, as you can see, I'm here on this container. Let's go here this advanced, and let's go here this CSS class, and let's simply paste it here. Okay. Also, I need to add here another class. Its name is Elementor top section. So let me just type in here, then I'm just going to copy and paste. So let's say Elementor, let's say top, let's say section. So I'm just going to copy and paste into here after this dark. So okay, now let's say space, paste it. So if I show you totally, then it will be something like this. Sticky header dark that I taken from here, as you can see, from here. And I also type myself Elementor top section. Okay, so as you can see, you get to see both. So let's simply copy, and let's come in and simply paste it. Okay. So what you need to do right now, we need to add here and a little bit something. So we just need to click on here this top one, like container, and then you will get to see here this called plus icon. Simply click on plus, and simply just again click on plus and choose here in a container. Now let's click on this rubric icon, and let's search here, let's say HTML. So if you search HTML, then you will get the HTML widget. So we just need to simply drag and drop here, right? So when you drag and drop, as you can see, we get to see something like, and now on this left side, we can paste the code. So let's go back again, jimfahaddigital.com website. And now in here, I just need to copy here it. So I'm just going to copy, let's say copy from here, everything. Simply just copy it. And let's go back and simply just paste here this HTML code. And let's say update it. Let's come to our website and let's reload here this page again. So now if I scroll down, as you can see, everything looks fine. But the problem is, as you can see, that is, it's something like overlapping. It's something like overlapping, you know. So what you need to do, we need to do changes two things. That is, it's need to change the getIndex value, right? And also we need to add here a background color. So to solve this, we just need to come back again here. So we need to click on here this container. Which container? Where is this like menu and like these logo have, right? So this container I'm talking about. So let's go here this style, and for this background type, what you can do, simply just change this color into, let's say, white. So I'm just make it white. So let's update it. Okay, let's go back again and let's now reload here this page. And as you can see, now we get to see the changes, right? But still have a problem, like it's have a getIndex issue. Now you might thinking, what is mainly the getIndex? Let me show you a little bit. Let's search in Google that getIndex. Let's go here, these images. Then as you can see, if you see this one, that the green one have a getIndex 1. And for these getIndex 2, as you can see, it's something like, it's not exactly red, but its value is higher. That's why this is showing into the top. So what you need to do, we need to make our header getIndex value a little bit higher. So let's go back again and let's click on container and let's go ahead this advanced again. And for this getIndex, I'm just going to make it, let's say 99. So simply just make it 99. And now let's simply update it. And let's go back to our website and reload here this page. Now if you see here this preview, then yeah, it looks fine. But the problem is that I like to make it, you know, the same color. I don't want to make it and a different color in here. So what you can do, let me go back again. And now let me just remove here this color into normal. Just make it normal and let's update it. And let's come back again and let's reload here this page. And now let's scroll down. As you can see, now it really looks fine. So what you need to do, we don't need to really put here any kind of background color. So if you put the background color, then it will be white, obviously. Also, it will be white on here. So what you need to do, we don't need to put here any kind of background color. Just click on here this clear button, then it will be clear, and just make it update. Then you will get exactly look like this type of thing, okay? And we just need to still do one thing, that is about for these mobile options. So what will be happen if someone just going to visit it from mobile? Okay, so to do that, we just need to click on here this button called responsive mode and just click on here the tablet version. So this is mainly the look for the tablet, right? So it really looks fine, right? So let's see the preview, click on here. As you can see, it really looks fine. But we can also do the changes on this menu icon. So click on here this pen icon. And now go here this content, and on this mobile menu setting, click on there. And now in here hamburger icon, just click on this plus icon. And now let's search here, let's say menu, and I like to go with, let's say this one. I like to use this menu. So let's say insert it, then this menu will be changed. Okay, so let's click on here this style, and now we can do the customization. Let's go here this hamburger style, just go there. Now you can do customization in here. So let's say for the padding cap it as it is 8, and for here the width we can make it just let's say 46, and this radius will be same, and for the icon size I like to go with be let's say 20 pixel. And for this hamburger color, if you like to change it, then just click on there. Then now you can do the changes. Let's say if you like to go with a little bit harder, then you can do it from here. Okay. And also what happened when someone just going to hover it. So let's click on the hover icon. And let's say I like to go with, let's say, white color when someone just gonna hover. As you can see, when someone just going to hover, it will be white. But still we not get to see here that it still look like black because of it's have a two thing. If you click on there, then you get to see a hamburger, icon in there. So we do the changes and it's apply on here. So when it's gonna hover it, we get to see it's this white color, right? And also if you like to change this background color into something different, then you can do it. So for this one, if you just need to go here on the top, as you can see, it's have a background type, or hamburger icon color. So let's say when I'm just going to hover it, I like to make it white. So let's go here, this hover, and then change this icon color. Let's say I like to go into white. So when I'm just going to hover it, now as you can see, it's changed. All right, so now let's go with this mobile version. So on this mobile, I like to hide here this container. So let's click on here, this edit container, this button, go here, this advanced tab, and scroll down. Then we need to finding out here responsiveness, just responsive, click on there. And for this, I like to hide this portion on mobile. So let's click on like this, just turn on here, this will be hide. So if you click on this preview, and as you can see, we get to see something like this. So what you need to do right now, we need to do a little bit changes. So let's say I like to click on here, this menu, this container, and let's say I like to make it, let's say 75%, simply type 75%. And for this one, the next one, I like to go at, let's say 25 pixel, simply just 25 pixel. So yeah, we'll get exactly like this, right? And also on this container, let's click on here, this container. Okay, let me click on here, this navigator. Let's go this container. I like to add here, let's say right now, if you see this top and bottom have a 15 pixel, and on this left and right have a 30. So unlink it. So for this top will be 0, and for this right side, I like to go like this 20, and for this left, I like to go with 20. And as you can see, this is mainly the final preview. So when I'm just going to click it, I get to see something like this, right? Let's click on again here, this desktop version. Let's click on here, this tablet. Here is a mobile. As you can see, everything looks really fine. So let's click on here, this update button to save the changes. So now let's go back to again our dashboard. To go back, just click on here, this menu bar, and then just click on exit this button. And now we just need to hover on here Elements Kit, and we need to click on here header footer, this option again. And now we need to click on here this footer, this button. And now let's click on here this add new button. And now let's type here the title. Let's say this is our footer, and let's activate it, and let's save the changes. So as you can see, we already create a footer in here. So let's click on here this publish button, then you will get to see 2, or if you click on here this all, then you will get to see all of them. Okay, so I'm just going to click on here this footer, and here this button called edit option, just click on the edit option. And now we just need to click on here edit content, this button. So for the footer, what I need to do, first of all, I need to simply just add here a container. Okay, so we can simply drag and drop the container. Also, we can just click on plus icon and change the direction into this one. Then we'll get a container, as you can see. So now in here, we need to do a little bit changes. So let's click on here with the style, and let's add here a background color. Let's say I like to go with the dark one, like this one, as you can see. So we add it, right? And now we need to go here this advanced tab, and we need to add here a little bit padding. So let's click on unlink here first of all. And for this top, I like to go with 80 pixel. And for this right, I like to go with, let's say 15 pixel. For this bottom will be 0. And for this left, I like to go with, let's say 15 pixel. Okay, this is mainly for my footer. Now let's click on here this layout, and just now in here keep it as it is. And but on here these like gap elements between like this one, so we need to make it a 0, and also we need to change this wrap into wrap. So if you don't understand that, like why I'm doing this, I hope you will understand it later. I'm just telling you why I do it. So let's click on here this Rubik icon, and now let's simply just drag and drop here in a container inside of this container. And now let's change this full width of this container width, and let's make it 33.33, right? So it's going to be 33.33 like this. So as you can see, we get exactly like this. And now in here, we need to change this gap between into 0. And also just click on Rubik icon, drag and drop here the heading, and it will be something, let's say contact info. And as you can see, we get to see something like, right? But you can see here, it's really looks like nearby. So let's go here the container again. And let's say I like to go here onto this advanced, and I'm just going to take here the bottom, let's say 100 pixel. Right now I will remove it and make it 0, but right now I'm just going to keep it 100 pixel for understanding more better. So let's heading again, and let's click on here this tile, and let's click on here this typography, and I like to make it, let's say 24 pixel, and it will be 700. And for this line height, I like to make it, let's say 1.2 em, so 1.2. And now let's make this color into, let's say white color. So where is the white? So scroll down, let's make it white. And now let's go here this advanced, And now in padding, I like to make it, let's say let's make it 10 pixel. So I make it 10 pixel, but you get to see, why put a 10 pixel? There is nothing changes, we get to see, right? So let's scroll down and go here, this border, and just make it into, let's say, into solid. And for it, let's say on this bottom, just unlink it first. And for this bottom, let's say I like to go with 2 pixel, right? So for this 2 pixel, or let's say 1 pixel, and I'm just going to make it, let's say, the white color. So as you can see, we get to see the difference in here, right? But in really, I don't want to go with this white color. So let's click on again here. And I like to use here, let's say 4E, 5E and 6A, and just remove here the first one, the beginning one. And I like to keep it this color code. So let me copy here this color code. And if you click on the preview, as you can see, this is smelly. And now go here, this layout again. And as you can see, since we get to see something like this, and on here, I like to add like a white line that's going to be overlap in here. To do that, we just need to come here and in the CSS class, I need to add a CSS class. So let's come back again, jimfahaddigital.com, this page. So I will give you this link in my video description, so don't worry. And in here, I need to simply just copy here this code, like footer widget, simply copy it. And let's come back and let's put here this CSS classes and let's update it now. Now again, come back jimfahaddigital.com website and let's now copy here this CSS code and let's go back again the advanced, like additional CSS page, and scroll down. And now in here, I like to put, let's say this one, okay? So I like to add here a comment also. Let me add the comment also. To see the changes, let's simply just reload here this page. Right now, currently we're just working. So I'm just reloading here this page. And as you can see, we get to see the changes instantly, right? So here is this white line that we get to see in here. Okay. All right. So now let's move to the next and let's click on here this arrow to see this, all of this thing, what you're doing. Okay. Now let's click on search widget again and let's say search icon. Then we need to add here simply icon box. So simply drag and drop here the icon box under this heading. So as you can see under this heading, we add this icon box. So simply change here this position into left. And now in here, let's click on this icon. Let's say search here call. And I like to add here this call again. And we need to now do the changes on this title and description. So for example, on this title, let's say I like to type here this one. And for the description, I like to add, let's say this number. So, okay, so now we need to do the changes. So let's click on here this style button to do the changes. So if you see carefully that like these icon boxes almost look like together. To fix it, we just need to go here this icon box add fonts, and for this padding just unlink it, and we need to add a little bit padding. For this top, let's say I like to add 35 pixel, and for this bottom, let's say I like to add here 25 pixel. So as you can see now, it's have a little bit distance in here. Okay, let's go back again this tile, and now in here this spacing, let's keep it 15 pixel. We don't need to do changes anything in here. And for this size, let's say I like to go with 35 pixel. As you can see now it changed. And let's click on here this content, this button. Or okay, so let me go here this icon again because we need to change the icon color also. Let's click on here this primary and scroll down, and we just need to choose here begonia, this one. Then the icon color will be changed. Let's go again container. And for this container color, I like to change it. So let's say before we just put a color into this border, right? Can you remember? So let's copy here this color code from here. Let's click on again this icon box. Let's go style. Let's go here this content, and for here this color I like to change it. So as you can see now, I just make it this color, so we get to see the changes, right? And also my description, I like to go with the same color. Let's say I'm just going to put here the same color. But I think this color is not looks attractive, right? So let's change the color. Let's click on again this color and let's say type here a new one. Let's say E4, then E4, then E4, and just let me remove here it. So let's put a hash. As you can see now, this color looks pretty, right? It's understandable. So let's copy again here and let's use the same in here again. So now I think this looks fine. So now let's go here this typography on this title. Just click on here this typography. And for this title, let's say I like to go with 15 pixel, and for it, it's not need like 700, right? We need to make it at least 300. How it look like? I think it looks perfect, right? So 300, and for these EM, I like to make it, for the line height, I like to make it 1.5. So let's click on here this typography again, and let's come here to the description, and let's click on here this typography again. And for the description, I like to make it, let's say 22 pixel. It's gonna be bold, obviously. And for the line height, I like to go with, let's say 1.5. So it's gonna be for the line height, so 1.5. It looks fine, right? So now let's move to the next one. It's mainly for our email one, so simply just duplicate it. And for this one, we don't really need any kind of padding from the top. So let's go to advanced and make this padding top into, let's say 0. So now I think it looks fine. So let's change this content also. So to change the content, let's click on here this content, this option, and let's say change here this icon. So click on here this icon, and for here, let's say I'm just searching male, or let's say male. Then you will get to see a lot of icon in there. So let's say if you like to go with this one, just simply just select it. Or if you like to put another one, let's say I like to go with, let's say it's gonna be Envy. Just search Envy, and then VE. Then you will get few more icon in here. So we can also use this one. This is also looks good. So let's use this one. And also to change this content is very simple. You can change here this title, and also you can change the description from here. So let me change it. So now let's move to the next one. So let's simply duplicate it. So then we'll get a new one. And from here, I don't really need any kind of bottom padding. So make it 0. So make it 0. And now in here, we don't have any description for it. We like to add here on a social media icons, right? And we need to change here this icon. So let's search here social, and let's simply choose here this icon, and let's simply change here this title also. And as you can see now change. And also we need to add here our social media icon that was we add onto our header, right? So for now, what you can do, we can just go back again a home page. And now in here, hover on Elementor and just click on here this header. Then you will be open in this page. And now let's simply click on here this pen icon, simply copy, and let's go back to our footer page and simply just paste it. So if you simply paste it, then you will get exactly same to same in here. So if you click on here this preview, then you will get to see exactly same to same. And for this icon, I'm just going to this advanced tab. And now let's say for this left side, I like to go with 50 pixel. Then as you can see, we get something like this, right? In here, I like to change here personally into this spacing. So let's make it 4. And as you can see, we have exactly like this. So I think it looks pretty, right? Okay, that looks good, right? So this section is almost ready to go, as you can see. And now we can go with the next one. So what you can do, we can simply just duplicate it. So when you can duplicate it, we'll get exactly same to same. And now we can do the customization. So what you can do, you can just simply click on here this arrow, and now from here we can delete the unnecessary elements that we don't need. So we don't need any icon, so remove it. We don't need this one, also remove it. Also we don't need this one, remove it. And also we don't need icon box, but we obviously need here this heading, right? So let's keep it as it is. And on here, I like to simply drag and drop here and a container. And as you can see, we add in a container. And for this container, if you get to see, it's almost look like together. So what you need to do, go with this advanced tab and let's unlink it. And we need to add a padding. So let's simply add here padding from top. It's going to be 35 pixel. So we get the padding on here, right? And now in here, we need to add here our icon list. So simply just search here, let's say icon. Then you will get to see icon list. Simply drag and drop here, there inside of this container. And now we need to do customization. So for the content, first of all, I'm just going to remove all of them because I don't really need all of them. I will do it myself. So first of all, let's click on here, and now let's change this content. So simply Control A to select all of them. And now let's type, let's say home, right? And also we don't really need any kind of icon. So simply just remove it. Then the icon will be removed from here. And if you like to add more, so simply just copy this button, then you will get a new one in here. Okay, so as you can see, we get a new one, right? So let's go here this tile button to do this tile, and for this space between of this icon, so let's say I like to go with 15 pixel. As you can see, now it will be take 15 pixel gap each icon. And now let's go here this icon. So we don't have any icon, so we don't need to do anything in there. So let's move to the next called text. And for this typography, we need to do changes. So click on a pen icon. And for here, I like to go with, let's say 16 pixel. For this width, I like to go with 300 like this width will be line, I mean this light, this one. And for this line height, I like to go with, let's say EM, and let's say 1.5 EM, then this will be our line height, right? And for this color, I personally like to go with the same color. So what I need to do, I'm just going to copy the color from here, this content. So let's simply copy and let's come back, go get this like this text and click on here, this color, and paste here this color. Or even you don't need to copy and paste, right? So you can, what you can do, you can just see my screen right now and you can just type like E4, 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 then you will get exactly same color like this, right? Okay, so now it really looks pretty. So what I need to do, we need to just simply duplicate here this thing. So let's simply duplicate it. And when I duplicate it, as you can see, we get one by one, but I personally don't want one by one. I want them like together. So what I need to do, click on here, this container, and let's go ahead layout, and let's change the direction into, let's say, horizontal. And as you can see, we get exactly same to same. But the problem is, as you can see, it's look like together, like very close. I don't really want very close. So let's click on here this icon list again, and let's go ahead this advanced. And for this width, I like to make it, let's say, custom, and for it, let's say only 50%. And for the next one, I like the same. So what you can do is just copy and simply go there, just click on there and just click mouse right button and simply paste style. Then we'll get exactly same to same, right? And now in here, we need to add our elements, right? And also we need to link it. For example, we are just going to add here home. So what happened when someone just going to click on the home, they will be redirect into our this page, right? And now let me go to the next. It's going to be, let's say, our blog. So let's type blog. So you can just simply add here your blog link, or you can even type here slash, then you can say blog, then it will be automatically redirect into the blog page, right? So let's say go to the next, let's add a new one. Let's say FAQ. You can add here your FAQ link. Also, you can add here more. Let's say I like to go with partner, and if you like to add more and more, then you can simply add it down here. So let me add more items in here, and then I'm just going to again continue it. Alright, so as you can see now, it's almost done. So let's move to the next one. So I'm just going to click on here this parent container, and again just duplicate it, and as you can see, we get a new one, right? So now let's click on here, and we need to delete the unnecessary things. So let's again just open it. As you can see, I'm just clicking on this arrow and just opening it. So now here I like to delete this icon list. Also, let's delete here this icon list. As you can see now, it's removed, right? All right, so now in here, I like to add here an image. So simply just drag and drop here the image, and let's go here this advanced, and I like to change here this image width to, let's say, 33.33. That's it. Then you will get exactly like this image in here. And now we can do what? We can just simply duplicate this image. So simply click on mouse right button and duplicate it. Simple, just click mouse right button and duplicate it. Then you will get new one. Okay, so and automatically we are getting new one. Okay, so we make 6, but it's taking automatically lower space. So to fix it, we just need to click on here this parent container of these images, not the widget, like not the main one. As you can see, where it's selected. And let's go here this wrap, and let's click on this wrap. So this is mainly the power of wrapping, right? So this is mainly the power of wrapping. So I hope you understand about. And now in here, we just need to do one thing. Let's click on here this container. And now we just need to make it a 0, obviously. So when I make it 0, as you can see, everything look like together, right? So let's click on the one image. Let's go advanced. And for this padding, I like to go with, let's say, 5 pixel. So as you can see, right now we're taking 5 pixel padding in here. So everything looks fine. So let me just simply copy and let's paste that style, and also paste the style. I think now it looks fine, right? All right. So I just paste everything on each of them, and yeah, looks fine. So let's click on here this pin icon, and let's click on there, and let's content, and now let's select the image. And now in here, as you can see, we already uploaded some of the images. So let's select here this blog one, and let's go to the next one, and let's also change here this image into, let's say, which one I like to use the same thing again, or even for the first one, I like to change it to, let's say, this one. And for the third one, we could do here, let's say, what you can do, let's say this one also looks perfect, right? So let's add it. And for the next one, so this way you can add here images, right? This is very simple. You can just simply add here the images. That's it. Just click on the pin icon, click on this choose image, and just add here a new image. That's it. Very simple thing. All right, so now as you can see, it's totally fine, right? It's ready to go, right? And now let's add here a new container, because we are not going to be adding any of this here. So let's add a new container. I'm trying to add it down here, but it's not really. That means I'm trying to paste the container. It's not working. So what you can do, you can just click on mouse right button and inspect it. And let me just cross all of them. As you can see, now 3 of them. I like to add here new container under this container, right? Okay, so what you can do, we can simply just duplicate this thing, or even we can just simply drag and drop here. So I'm just trying to put here container, as you can see. So with this image container, we add the container, but I like to go with this top, make it top, then we'll get in there. Also rearrange this container in here, then we'll get exactly like this. As you can see, we get a new container in here. So if you cannot do this, then what you can do, you can simply just copy the last container, simply copy the last container. As you can see, it will be coming to this here. Now you might thinking then, when I start this, when I start this section designing, I was put here gap element 0 and I was make it wrap. So if I not make it wrap, then you will get to see something like, so that's why I make this wrap into wrap. Anyway, let's go ahead this container and let's come there, click on this arrow, and let's delete all of them. So whatever inside of this container, delete it, and click on this container and just make it, let's say, full width, okay? Or let's make it 100%. Then you will get exactly like this. Okay. And now in here, we need to type in a simple text, okay? So let's simply drag it up here in a heading, and now we need to type our content. So let's simply add here this content, as you can see, and let's go with this style. And for this style, we can change the color. So let's say make it, let's say white color. And for this typography, let's click on there and let's say I like to go with 16 pixel. And for the width, let's go with 400. And for this line height, I like to go with, let's say 1.8. So let's simply 1.8, just simply type it. All right, so as you can see, we get exactly like this. Okay, now let's go here. And now we need to add one thing. Let's again click on here and let's search here icon list. Simply drag and drop here the icon list. Okay, simply I just drag and drop the icon list and click on here this container, and let's go here and let's select here space between. Just select space between, change the direction into horizontal, then you will get to see 2 of them in like 2 sides, right? And also let's make it a center, then everything will be in a center. So on this icon list, click on there, and I'm just going to make it inline, then everything you will get to see on inline. And on here, I'm just going to remove one of them. And for here, I like to remove here this icon. Also, I'm just going to delete this one. And now we need to type here the content. And let's simply add here the text. Okay, you're not going to see any changes. And now we need to go with this style. Okay, so we only have a 1, so we'll not get to see any kind of difference. So let's make it copy. Just click on copy button, then you will get a 2. Let's go with style again. And let's say space between will be, let's say 30 pixel of one to another. And let's click on here this divider, and now we could say here 1 pixel, and it's gonna be DDD. It's okay, or we can even make it a white color if you like to make. And for this height, I like to make it, let's say 75% of this, or even we could make it 70, not a problem in there. So let's go here this content, because this text, because we don't have any icon in there. So let's click on here this typography, and we need to make same as it is that we put in the left side. So what you can do, simply type 16 pixel 400, and for this line height, I like to make it 1.8. So now it still looks fine, as you can see, but also need to change this color. So let's click on here this color and let's make it white. Then you will get to see the changes. So let's click on here this container, this credit one, and let's go here this advanced. And for it, I like to add here a little bit padding. So let's click on only get. And for it, for the top, I like to go with, let's say 25 pixel. For right, let's say 15 pixel. For bottom, let's say 25 pixel. And for this left, let's say I'm just going to add, let's say left will be 15 pixel. Then exactly you will get like this, as you can see. Now it looks fine, right? But it still looks together, right? So let's click on here this margin, and let's say add here 100. Let's say add 100. Oh, that's 1000. Let's add 100, then you will get exactly look like this, right? Looks fine, but as you can see now, when you add 100, it really looks bigger. So can you remember that when you're starting, we was put something? Just click on here this container. Let's go ahead this advanced. We also put 100 pixel from this body. So let's make it 0. And now if you click on here this preview option, then this is mainly the final preview of our current photo. I think it really looks fine, right? And also we need to update here this content. So let's click on this text. For changing this content, just type it. Let's say I like to say quick links. Now it's changed. Also, if you like to change this one, just click on there. And then you need to go with this content, and let's change this title. Let's say I like to go with gallery. All right, so now as you can see, it's almost updated. And now what you need to do, you need to click on here this update button. Just simply click on this update button to save all the changes. And also if you like to put here and a border, something like this, then also we can do it. So what we need to do, we need to click on here this container, simply click on there, go here this advanced tab, scroll down. Okay, there is no border. So let's go to this style. On the style tab, you'll get option called border. Click on there. Then this border type, I like to make it solid. And for this top, I like to go with, let's say 1 pixel. And for this color, I like to use this color, let's say 4E, 5E, 6A. And now let's say, see the preview. As you can see, this is mainly the final look, as you can see. So let's update it. And also let's click on here this responsive mode. Let's see the preview on how it will be on the tablet and mobile. So let's on this tablet version. So this is mainly the tablet version, as you can see. So it's almost looks together, right? So we can do the changes. Also, I noticed one thing, have you noticed or not? That is, if you see carefully, that its line is look like same line, but in really I don't want it. So what you can do, we can simply add here in a simple padding. So let's click on this container. Let's go at this advanced, and for here, for let's say for this right side, I like to add 15 pixel padding, and for this left side, I like to add 15 pixel padding. And now let's see, we get to see any difference in here for applying the same thing. So what you can do, we can simply copy, and I go here. We can simply paste the style. Also we can paste the style here, so then it will be applied. And as you can see, it's now have a little bit of space. So let's go here this tablet version. So on this tablet version, we need to do the changes on this icon and the text only. Okay, so first of all, let's click on here this one, I mean talking about this icon list box. Click on there, and let's go here this content first, and let's say typography will be allowed. It's 15 pixels, so I'll make it 13 pixel. And it will be light, obviously. And for these like this description one, let's make it, let's say 14 pixel, and obviously it will be bold. And also we need to update here our, let's say spacing will be, let's say 3 of here. And also we need to change here this icon. So let's click on here this icon, and let's make this icon size, let's say 30. And as you can see, now it looks fine, right? So now let's move to the next one, and we need to do the same changes in here. So to do that, click on this pen icon, and let's go here this style. And first of all, I like to change here this, let's say this this icon will be 30, and let's go this content. And for this typography, let's say make it 30 pixel. And for this description, I like to change here, let's say like only 14 pixel, let's say not 20. Okay, now it's fine. So let's click on again here, go with this style, and then make it 30. And go with this content, go with this title, and let's make it 30 pixel. Yeah, looks fine, right? And also we need to do a little bit changes on here, this icon. So click on there. So let's go here this style for this icon, and we need to make it, let's say it's gonna be 14 pixel, right? And for this, it's going 50% as much. So let's click on this advanced button. And now for this margin, let's make it 40 pixel. So when you make it 40 pixel, all over they will take 40 pixels. So make it 0. Only get, and let's say for the left side, make it 40. Then I think now it looks fine, right? And everything looks really fine, but only need to do changes on here, right? So let's click on here this pen icon, and let's go with this typography. And for it, let's say I like to go with 40 pixel, I mean 14 pixel, and we could do the same, or even you can make it 12 pixel. It's not really making a matter. So let's go here this text again for this terms and condition, this one. And let's go to the typography, and let's make it 14 pixel again. It will get exactly same to same. Let's go here this mobile version, and right now, as you can see, this is our right now the look of our mobile. And for here, I like to make them everything on center. So I mean this left to right. So for this mobile version, I think it's better if I make it left to right. So let's click on this pen icon, go here where this content, make it put icon position left, then it will be changes. Again, click on the next one. Go content, change this icon position to left, and it will be changed. Go to the next one and make the changes into, let's say left, then it will be changed. Okay. And also in here we need to add a little bit, padding on here. So if you see carefully that it's almost look like together, so we need to do a little bit padding. So let's say click on here this container one, and let's go here this advanced, and let's say for this unlink it first of all, and for this bottom let's say 40 pixel of this padding on this bottom, so you will get to see the changes. So as you can see now it's going to one by one line, but I personally don't like it. I like to keep it together, both of them. So what I can do, let's go there and let's go this layout and let's make it full width. So when I make it full width, I get to see something like this. And for this one, let's say I like to go with 100%. So let's go this advanced and let's go this custom, and let's say custom, and for here I like to make, let's say 50%, then it will be take 50%. And for the next one I like to go the same thing, so let's make it custom, and let's say percent will be, let's say 50, so let's make it 50. So as you can see now these two are look like together, right? And also one thing that if you get to see that like you put 50% on here, also the 50% on here, but it seems not working because of it's taking automatically the gap between elements. So what you need to do, go with this container, not like I'm talking about many ones. So let me just show you. So as you can see, this is the container, and I'm just going to gap between it and just make it a 0, then it will be together. So let's check here this main container, like quick link container, and let's go advanced and unlink it, and let's take a 40 pixel from the bottom, then we'll get it exactly like this. And for the next one, like this one, let's click on the pen icon and let's make it a center, then it will be coming to center. And let's click on here this update button to save all the changes. Let's see our like this tablet version, let's see our mobile version, I mean this desktop version, let's see our mobile version. Everything looks fine, right? So let's update these changes, and let's come back again our website and reload here this page, and let's reload here this page. But as you can see, we are not going to see here our footer. So let's see where we just mainly make the mistake. So let's come back again our dashboard and let's click on header and footer. And now if we click on here this all, and as you can see, it's both are onto the header, but we don't really need both of them header, right? So for this footer, we need into the footer. So let's click on here this edit this button, then you will get to see the type. It's obviously in a footer. So let's select here the footer, and now let's save the changes. And now let's say come back again and reload here this page again on our website, and as you can see, this is our footer right now. Now if you just reload here this page, and if you let's come to the bottom, then you will get to see same as it is, but it's have a little bit issue. If you see carefully on this bottom, it's have something on a line. It's totally annoying, right? I'm showing you that how to remove it, don't worry. But one thing we need to do into our footer, that is go here and let's go at this mobile, and if you see carefully that is mobile, let's click on here this container, this padding almost 80 pixel from this top. It's really huge, right? So let's make it a 50 pixel. All right, so I don't want to make all of them 50 pixels, so let's simply unlink it, and let's for this top I like to make it 50 pixel, and for this right side and left side I like to make it 5 pixel. Now it's I think cool, right? And let's go here this tablet. I think it looks fine. Okay, let's update it. Simply click on here this update button to save all the changes that we do right now. All right, so let's fix here this line on this bottom, right? To fix this issue, we just need to go here, edit with Elementor this button. We just need to mainly edit here our home page to fix this issue, right? So click on here, edit Elementor. So if you not get to see this issue, then you don't need to do the changes. But if you get the same issue, then you can follow this process. So I'm just opening my home page. On the hero section, just open the hero section, so this one. In here we need to go here the additional option, just go additional option, and now in here we need to change this overflow, just make it hidden. Go with this additional option, upper flow, then make it hidden, then this option will be changed from this bottom. As you can see, we get this line, but when you make it hidden, this line is now gone. As you can see, this line is now gone. So let's click on here this update this button to save the changes, and now reload here this page again. And as you can see, now it's totally fine. It looks beautiful, right? And since we open our home page, now let me show you one thing that if you like to change here, as you can see, if you now show you that here is all the colors look same, right? And if you like to make changes of here, for example, if you like to change here this background color, so it's very simple to do. Just click on here this edit option, go here this style, and for this background color, just make it white color, then it will be changed. And for the next one, let's say I like to change the color again, so let's click on edit container, go here this style, and go with this background color, click on here this color and just change it to white, then this color will be changed. So this is merely the simple way to do the changes the color. So as you can see, this is different color, this is merely white color, then this is different color. So yeah, if you like to change this background color, then you can do it in this way. Okay, so let's update here these changes that we do right now, and let's reload here this page again. So now as you can see, the color is almost changed, right? So let's go here this advanced. Right now I'm in this about us section. Let's go to advanced and let's add here the little bit padding, says only get. And for this, let's say the right side I like to go with 30 pixel, and for this left side I like to go with 30 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go with, let's say, 100 pixel. So yeah, looks fine, right? So let's click on here this responsive mode, how it's look like on phone. So this is merely the look of on our phone. And if I now go to the tablet version, now this is the look on a tablet version, and this is our desktop version. Yeah, looks really fine. So let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes. And now let's reload here this page. And now if we open in a incognito tab, then this is mainly the final look, as you can see, of our home page. Looks great, right? This is our sticky menu, and if you scroll down, then you'll get to see our footer in there. Yeah, everything looks fine, right? Now let's move into the next page called About Us page. So I'm just going back to my dashboard again, and on these pages, just click on pages, then you will get to see all the pages in here. So I'm just going to click on here this edit this button. Simply just click on here edit this button under this About Us. And now I'm just going to click on here this top called edit with Elementor, this button, just click on there. But if you see about here this About Us page, that with this website, many section is like match with our homepage, right? This section it's totally match, and this section also, this section, and also kind of a little bit similar of this section. We can also copy from our homepage these two sections. So many things is like match from our homepage. So what we'll do, we'll not doing it from scratch. Obviously we'll do copy and paste. All right, so first of all, let me go back again my homepage, and let me just click on here this button called edit with Elementor, this button. I'm just going to open here this thing into, mainly I like to copy here this section. Simply I just like to copy and paste. So let's come here this page. So simply I'm just going to click on here this navigator, and I'm just going to select here this first section, click mouse right button and select here like this copy, just click on there. And let's come back to our About Us page, and just on this canvas right now, just click on mouse right button and simply paste. So when you're just going to paste it, then all over the thing you will get in here. So as you can see, we get everything. Okay, so simply I'm just going to click on here this navigator, and from here I'm just going to remove here this image. So click on mouse right button and just click on delete button, then this image will be removed. And for there I don't really need any kind of button, so I'm just going to remove it. And also I don't really need this one, so remove it. And from here I like to customize it. Let's click on here this pen icon, and now let's change here this content. Let's say let's type about us. So I type here About Us, and let's click on here this tile, and let's click on here this typography. And for this I like to change it to, let's say, 40 pixel, then we'll get exactly 40 pixel in here. And now let's again go here, and now let's search here, let's say icon, and simply just drag and drop here icon list under About Us. And now we need to do a little bit customization. So simply click on here this layout into inline, and now let's make them in center. To make it here on this tile, we need to go this alignment, make it center, then it will become in center. Let's go to this content again, and let's click on here list item, this button. And in here I like to change it to, let's say I like to go with, let's say, home, and I don't really need any kind of icon, so delete it. Let's go to the next one, list item. So first of all, I'm just going to remove here all of this content. Let's delete here this icon, but I need an icon in here. So let's click on again. Let's search here, let's say arrow. If you search arrow, then you will get to see lots of arrow in here. So with this arrow, I'm not getting it. So let's search here, let's say angle, let's search it. then you will get to see multiple angle in here. So I personally like to get this one, so let's select this one and let's say insert it. All right, so now as you can see, we get to see like this. And let's go to the next one, and for this next one I don't really need any kind of icon. So let's say type here, let's say I'm just going to say it about us. So as you can see, now it changed. And for here we just need to do a little bit thing. So let's say first of all I'm just going to Control A and Control X, and now in here we need to type a little bit code. So let's say something, let's say span. Let's simply type span, and then in here type here style and equal like this. Like we need to type here on a quotation, and after this we need to just indent, and then we need to type the text. Then we need to again type here span, but just need to close it. Okay, all right, so now in here we need to type, let's say color, and then we need to type here hash. Just type here triple F4F, then type here AFF. Okay, then as you can see, the color it's now changed. Okay, so now let's simply click on here this update button to save all these changes. And now we need to go here this style, and now we need to just change a little bit of space. So let's say I'm just going to make it 18 pixel. It really looks much, right? So I'll make it 8 pixel now, so it looks closer. And now let's click on here this icon, and for this icon we like to make it, let's say 18 pixel. And we also need to change this color, and let's say I like to go with this color. I like to cap, and gap will be as it is. And let's go with this text, and let's click on here this typography. And for this typography I like to go with, let's say 17 pixel, and it's gonna be 400, and the line height, let's say 26 pixel. Yeah, looks fine, right? And for the color, so we're just going to make it, let's say the same color of this one. So then this both color will be same. Okay, and now let's go again here this container, the main container, and let's go here this style, and let's click on here choose images button. And from here I'm just going to choose here my banner -bg1, this one, and I'm just going to choose this image. And now let me just simply click on here this update button to save the changes. And also one thing we can do, that is let's go here this layout, and on this layout we can say the minimum height is like 450 pixel, we could say. So let's update it, and let's go back to our website again, and let's click on here about us, this page. So in this page, as you can see, that these look like have a like a different color, right? But if you go with our demo website, then it's have a different something, right? So if you not understand, then again see here this background of this logo, and see our about us page, and see about this background of this logo, right? So it's something different, right? So now let me show you that how we can fix this issue. To fix this issue, we just need to go here, edit with Elementor, and we need to go again here this header page. Just click on the header. And for here, I'm just going to this container, like this third container. Let's go here this advanced, and for here I like to just add here a little bit margin. Let's say I like to add 90 pixel margin, that will be minus. Okay, so not minus, so minus will be look like wrong, so let's put a 90 pixel bottom. So let's say I put 90 pixel bottom, but let's say minus 90 pixel. Okay, so I put here minus 90 pixel, that will be bottom. So let's click on update button, and now let's come back again here our about us page, and just reload here this page again. And as you can see, now this problem is solved. And if you go with here this home page, and it also looks good. Okay, so now let's go back again our about us page. And now we need to move into our next section, right? So the next section is something like this one. If you see carefully, like this is the next section. So what you can do, we can just simply copy and paste. So let's go here and simply just copy this section, like this one. I'm talking about this section, so I'm copying it. And let's go back, and let's simply just paste here on this canvas. Then you will get these into, right? You will get instantly on here. And now in this section, just click on here the edit section, and for go here this advanced, and we need to add a little bit like 100 pixel top from like this padding. Then yeah, it will be exactly look like that you were just looking for. Okay, it's now right. Okay, everything looks fine. And also we just need to add here and a background like elements. If you see there that it's have a background elements, so we need to add it. For adding it, we just need to click on again here with this style, and let's click on here this For changing here this background image, we just need to click on here this container and we need to go here this style and let's click on here this background and let's say here is the image, click on choose image. And now in here we need to choose this image called a right shape image, this one. So let's select it. So I'm not showing you that how to import the image. So you already know it how to import, and if you check our folder then you will get all the images in there. Okay, so now in here we need to do a little bit changes. So let's make it, let's say center right, simply make it center right, then this image will be directly come into there. Okay, and we need to select here no repeat, and this attachment will be default and image size will be full. That's it. Okay, so let's see here this preview. So now it really looks perfect, right? Okay, now let's move to the next section. So it's also easy section. Let me show you how easy it is. So what you need to do, simply I'm just going to add here a container first of all, and then I'm just going to simply add here another container, right? And now in container we just need to do a little bit changes first of all. So let me go here this advanced, let's unlink it, and I'm just going to add here, let's say 50 pixel padding all over them, let's say 50 pixel with this child container, not I'm doing a parent container. Okay, so on this child container also I like to do, let's say go here this layout, and I'm just going to make it, let's say full width first of all, and then I'm just going to change it to percentage and let's say 33.33. then as you can see it looks fine, right? So what you can do, you can simply just duplicate here this section, then we'll get all of them here. As you can see we get everything in here, right? So now let's click on here this icon again, and let's say simply just drag and drop here and a heading, and in here let's type here our history. And now let's go here this style and let's change here this typography font size. So let's click on there and let's make it, let's say 24 pixel I want. Yeah, looks good, right? Let's go here this advanced and let's unlink it, and also let's add here 10 pixel on this bottom. And also we need to change here this color. So let's change this text color into, let's say I like to go with this one. I'm only talking about this dark color, like this one, dark one. So let's go here this advanced again and let's scroll down. Okay, let's go here this style. Mainly I'm looking for to add in a border in there. So to do that, so let's finding out here a border. Okay, so here this border is on this advanced tab. So go advanced and scroll down, then you will go to see onto this background it's have a border option. Click on border, and for this border type I like to choose, let's say solid, and for this bottom, say first of all I'll link it, and I'm just going to take only this bottom, and this is bottom, let's say 1 pixel, and for this color I like to go with, let's say triple E, then you will get exactly same color. So let's see here this preview. As you can see, this is the look that we get right now. So now as you can see in this bottom there is nothing, there is no space. So what you can do, we can just go with this parent container up here. Let's go with this advanced and we can just unlink it, and for this bottom we can add it, let's say 100 pixel, and for this layout we can just make this gap between elements, let's make it a 0. Then let's see. Okay, now it's look like it's have a space in bottom. Okay, so now we need to add here our paragraph. So what you can do, I'm just going to simply copy here this paragraph content from here, and then I'm just going to come here this like this heading and simply paste there. And let's again click on here this pen icon. Let's go ahead this advanced, and for this bottom I personally don't want 25 pixel in bottom, so I'm just going to remove it. So I'm just going to make it, let's say 0, and for this top I like to go with, let's say 20 pixel from the top. So yeah, this is the look right now, as you can see. And also as you can see, it's look like have a little bit of space in there, right? So click on here this container, I mean this is parent container, this is child container. So click on here this child container. Now let's move to the next section. So to do that, we just need to click on here this plus icon, then choose this container, and with this container I'm just going to add here, let's say go here this padding, and let's say add here 100 pixel from this bottom, and let's go ahead this style and just make it a 0. Okay, so I'm doing it from the beginning because when we're just going to start our designing, that time we need it, so that's why I take it now. Okay, now let's go again here, and with this container I'm just going to take in a container right now in here, and for this container I like to make it, let's say I'm just going to be 30%, so let's say type here 33.33%, and in here let's go into this advanced and let's add here, let's say 15 pixel padding all over them. And then again I'm just going to add here another container inside of there, right? And now what I need to do, I need to add here a title. So simply drag and drop here the heading, and this heading will be our service section. So let me type here our. Now let me simply drag and drop here on a heading, simply drag and drop here. And now we need to type our history. And on this history, we just need to click on here this style. And for this style, I like to change this color into, let's say, I like to go with this dark, this one. So now the color changed. And let's click on here this typography to change this font also. So I like to go with, let's say, I like to go with 16 pixel. So it's really look like a very little. So let's change it to, let's say, 20 pixel. It looks also little. So let's make it 24 pixel. I think it will be better. Yeah. Okay, and also just keep it with its 700. Okay, let's go here this advanced, and now in the advanced I'm just going to unlink it, and for this bottom I like to go with 10 pixel from this bottom, and scroll down, and in here let's go here this border, and now let's choose into, let's say, solid, and first of all unlink it on this width, and for this bottom I like to go with, let's say, 1 pixel. As you can see, we get 1 pixel online, and we need to change this color. So to change this color, click on here this color option, and now type here EEE. So when you type EEE, then you will get a color exactly look like this. Okay, and now we need to add here a like a paragraph. So I'm just going to copy here it from our this section, like about a section, and I'm just going to come here and simply just paste it. Okay, so when it's going to paste it, all over the thing will be pasted, like all the style, all of this thing. Okay, so I don't really need these padding things. So let's go here this advanced. So I don't really need this bottom one. So let's make it 0. So when I make it 0, as you can see now it's 0. And for this top, I just make to, let's say, 20 pixel. So when I make it 20 pixel, it's look like it's have a huge space because of on this container, it's also have a gap between, like this gap between elements. So make it 0. So when you make it 0, then it will be normal. As you can see, now it looks normal. Okay. All right. So now let's move into the next. Now I'm just going to simply drag and drop here. Let's say search here icon, and simply drag and drop here on an icon list. Then you will get to see something like. And now we need to customize here a little bit. Okay, so let's come here and we need to change this content first of all. So I'm just going to delete rest of them, just going to keep only one. And as you can see, I changed this text into active listening, and let's click on here this icon library, and we just need to choose this one, this check. So simply select it, and now as you can see, it's changed. Okay, so let's click on here this tile. So for here this space between, I'm like to make it, let's say, 12 pixel. Okay, let's keep it 12 pixel, and now let's click on here this icon, and let's make this icon size, let's say, 16 pixel. And for this color, so let's change the color. So for this icon color, I like to put here, let's say, its color. We can use this color, EA, then F2. Let's see how it's look like this color. So let me change it. Yeah, looks fine, right? So yeah, not look bad. So it looks fine. So now let's go here this text, and let's click on typography. So let's say 16 pixel, and it's going to be 400, and the line height I like to go with, let's say, 24 pixel. So looks similar, right? And let's go here this color, and I like to change this color into, let's say, our dark this color. I'm just going to be using here. And yeah, let's see the preview. This is the preview right now. But one thing we need, when someone just going to hover in here, then the icon color will be changed. So let's go there, this hover, and let's change this color into, let's say, I like to go with the blue. So when someone just going to be hover, as you can see, this color, it's now changed. Okay, so now it really looks fine. What you can do, we can just now copy the multiple. So simply click on here this copy button, then you will get multiple in here. So as you can see, whenever I'm just going to copy it, I get multiple thing. And also we just need to change this icon gap. So let's click on here the style again, and let's change this gap into, let's say, only 5. As you can see, when I change it to 5, it's take a little bit more space in here. Okay, so yeah, looks fine, right? Looks beautiful. Okay, now in here, if you see carefully, that it's look like together. So what you can do, let's go here this option again, and let's add, let's say, 20 pixel bottom again here. Looks also good. Looks good. Or we could say it's, let's say, 16 pixel, or let's say 12 pixel, how it's look like. 12 pixel is also looks great, or even you can cap it 16 pixel, not bad. So now we need to just simply just change a little bit content of here. So let's click on here again this pen icon and go here this content, and let me now do a little bit changes of this content. Let me change here this into, let's say, brilliant minds, this one. And now I'm just going to delete the last one. So now this section is totally ready, right? So what you can do, you can just click on here this. So this is mainly parent container, this is child, and this is child. So I'm just going to go here this child one. Let's click on here this arrow, then you will get to see something like this. And now click on mouse right button and click on duplicate. Again, just click on duplicate. So when you duplicate it, as you can see, we get to see something like this, right? Because if you see carefully that this one, it's in this content width in box, so make it full width. So when it's going to full width, then it will be okay. So now we can also make them full width. Now I full width, and let's also make it full width, then it will be fixed. Right now, as you can see, it looks perfect. But if you see here our about us this page, then it's have a blue color, you can see in here. So we need to add here this blue color. For this blue color, we just need to go here, just click on here this text first of all, and then go advanced, and on here CSS classes, we need to add here on a class. For this, we need to come again here jimfahaddigital.com website, and here you will get to see called history section. So we need to just simply copy here this class, simply just copy this about text, this one, and let's come back again here and let's simply add here class text, and let's simply click on here this update button. And now let's go back again and let's simply copy here this all the CSS code, and let's come back again our additional CSS page. To get this additional CSS page, you just have to click on here this customize this button, then you will be right on there, and now you need to click on here this button called additional CSS and scroll down the button, and now in here I need to add recently the CSS code that we copy, simply paste it here. Okay, and now let me add here in a comment. So let me copy and paste, and let me copy here this title also, and let's come back again here and let's simply change it. So let's type it this one, let's click on here this publish this button, and let's come back again and let's reload here this page. And now if you scroll down, as you can see, we get this color in here. So to apply the same thing and everywhere, what do you need to do? We can just simply use the same class in here. So simply copy, let's go to the next, go here this advanced, and let's paste it down here this CSS class. As you can see, it's apply now. Let's go to the next, go here this advanced, and simply just paste here this CSS class. As you can see, now it's apply. And also if you see here that this section and this section have a different color, so I don't really want different color in there. So to do that, I'm just going to click on here this section, let's go here this style, and let's click on here this background type, and let's choose here white color, then this will be same. And now in here you can simply change here this content. Let's say I like to change here this title and this content, so let me change here. So let me click on here this title first, let's go here this content, and now I can type whatever I like to show. So now as you can see, I have changed everything. I changed the title, also these items. So you can change it yourself also. It's very easy to do. So now let's move to the next section. And if you see carefully that like this section, it's totally matched with our homepage. Okay, so we already designed this section, so we are not going to do it from scratch. So scroll down in the homepage and let's simply just click on here, just copy, and let's come back in our edit like this about us page, simply paste it. As you can see, we get everything in here, right? So now let's move to the next section, and this is very simple to do. Simply click on here this plus icon, then choose here this container, one of these, you can choose one of this. All right, so now let's click on here with this edit section, go here with this advanced tab, only it, and for this top I like to go with, let's say 100 pixel, first of all this top, and for this right I like to go with 30 pixel, for this bottom I like to go with 70, and for this left I like to go with 30 pixel. Okay, so now we're thinking why I'm taking this padding in there, so you'll understand later. So why I'm taking it. Okay, and now I'm just going to simply drag and drop here on a container. We can simply add here in a container, and also even we can, yeah. And now in here, if you see carefully our this page, like our team this page, then you will get to see like this section is matching with something. Matching with something means like if you come here our what you do, like this project section, then you will get to see the thing, right? So since this thing is matching, so what you can do, you can simply copy and paste. Okay. So copy and paste, simply click on here this mouse right button and click on copy. Just click on this container, click mouse button and copy, then come again here this about us page, and now in here we need to just simply paste it. So when it's going to paste it, as you can see, we get exactly same to same, right? So we can simply just change here this content. So simply just copy and paste the content if you like to do, or if you like to type here, let's say I like to say it, our team, also you can do it, right? And now in here, we need to add a container again on this bottom. So let's simply drag and drop here a container. And as you can see, this container, it's inside of this container, but I don't really want it inside of this container. It's need to be a child. It's not need to be a child. So what I need to do, I need to simply just drag into this bottom. Okay, so when I drag into this bottom, it's not really make any sense, or it's not really working. So what you can do, you can just simply go to this top. When you just simply drag into the top, as you can see, we get to see something like, so now we can do it. We can also, the last one, you can simply go to here and to this first one, we can just rearrange it, then you will get exactly look like this. And now on this, we need to go with this parent container. And now let's go here, this layout, and for this gap between, make it 0. And now on this wrap option, just enable it. Then you will get to see like this section is going to the top, since it's have a much width, like almost 600 pixel, and this is going to be onto this bottom. Okay. All right, so now in here, I like to click on here, edit this container, this button. And for here, let's make it full width, and also let's change it to percentage, and let's make it 33.33. As you can see, we get to see something like this. And now let's click on here, this advanced option. And now let's add here 25 pixel padding all over this. And with this, I'm just going to drag and drop here another container inside of this, right? And inside of this here, what you need to do, we need to just simply drag and drop an image. And when it's going to drag and drop, as you can see, it's look too much. So 25 and 25, it's too much. So we can also reduce it. So first of all, let's make them 0 and unlink it. And for this top, I didn't really want anything. For this right side, let's say we can keep it 15 pixel. For this left side, we can keep it 15 pixel. And for this bottom, let's say we can go with 30 pixel. Okay, now I think it looks good. Now in here, I'm again just going to take here another container with this. And for this child container, I mean this child container, I'm just going to make this gap between 0. And now let's simply just drag and drop here in the heading, as you can see. And now we can type here the name. And now we can just make it center, and we can just also duplicate it simply. And as you can see, I duplicate it. And also we can type here the position. And now we need to do a little bit customization. Let's say, for example, let's click on here these like this name. Go here, this style, and for here I like to change this color, so click on there and let's make it, let's say, dark color. And also we need to change this typography. Click on this pen icon and let's make it 24 pixel, as you can see, and just keep it rest of this. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's go here, this style again, and for this color I like to make it, let's say I like to go with blue, and for this typography I like to go with, let's say, 18 pixel, and for this line height, let's say 24 pixel. And for this width, let's make it 500 medium. Okay, looks fine, right? Okay, so now let's click on here this pin icon of this image, and let's click on choose image. And from here, I'm just going to choose here this image. So I just added this image, so you can also add it. If you just check jimfahaddigital.com website, you can simply just download the images. Okay, so let's click on here. Let's select this image, and as you can see, we get to see something like, right? But one thing we need to do, we need to click on here this child. So this is mainly the parent, this is child, and this is child, and this is child. Okay, so let's click on here again here, and let's go here this advanced, and on this padding I like to go with, let's say, 25 pixel. And as you can see, we get to see something like. Now in here, let's click on here this child one, like this one I'm talking about. So in here, we need to go with style, and let's go with this border. And for this border, I like to go with, let's say, box shadow. And now let's say vertical will be 10 and blur will be 30. So let's make it 30. Looks cool, right? But we need to change this color also. Click on here this color and just make it, let's say, it looks perfect, right? Let's say how it's look like. I think it looks good because I don't want to put a lot of, I want to put a little bit. So it really looks good. Okay, so now if you just go with our this page, when I'm just going to hover it, as you can see, it's changing, right? For this one, we need to add here an CSS class. So let's go back again, jimfahaddigital.com. And now in here, we need to just simply copy it, single featured box, this one. And when you're just going to do it on our home page, as you know that we already used this same class before, and we already add here this CSS code into our additional CSS box. So we don't need to do it again. So simply just copy here this class name, come back again, and I'm just going to select here this container. Now let's click on here this advanced, just click on there, and let's come here, let's paste here this CSS class. Now let's click on here, and now as you can see, when I'm just going to hover it, I get to see the changes instantly, right? So now as you can see, it really looks cool, right? So what you can do, you can just simply copy and paste. So let's say, all right, so let's say it is for, let's say team box. I'm just going to be typing that you will understand more better. This is, let's say, the parent, and this is, let's say, the child. So it's a team box. So I'm just going to duplicate it 1 and 2 times. So as you can see, we get the 3 times, and now we can simply just change the image into, let's say, I like to go with this one. So let's say simply just do it. And also let's say I like to go with this image, let's say this one. Okay, so as you can see, we can simply just change it. Also, if you like to change this text, so simply just type here whatever you like to show. For example, if you like to go with, let's say, Jason Roy, then you can simply do it, right? If you like to change this position into, let's say, he is only for the designer, you can also do it. Let's say for this woman one, if you like to change this title into, let's say, Lucky Eva, also you can do it. It's very simple to do, right? All right, so now if you see carefully that it's look like very almost like together. So we need to put a little bit of space. So let's click on here this container, and let's go here this advanced tab. And for these, it's have a 55. So let's make it 10 pixel extra. Let's say 65 pixels. So let's see. Yeah, it looks good, I think. Now if we click on here this preview, then we get to see something like this, as you can see. And one thing we can do here, that is, if you see carefully, that in this have a 2 background elements. So we need to add here these 2 background elements. So let's go here this about us. Let's click on there, and let's go here this edit this parent container. Just click on there. Let's go here this style, and let's click on here this background type, and let's say classic, and let's click on choose image, and let's come here this upload tab. So for this right side, I'm just going to be choosing these elements. So simply just select it. So when I select it, as you can see, everywhere we get to see the same thing, but we don't really want it, right? For this repeat, I'm just going to say no repeat. And for this position, I'm just going to say, let's say, center right. As you can see, we get now the exactly same to same. And now let's go here this background overlay again, and let's click on here the classic, and let's choose the image. And from here, I'm just going to choose here a side shape like this one. So this will be for the left side. So let's select it. So when I select it, as you can see, we get to see something like all over them. So we don't really want it, right? So let's simply just make it to no repeat. And for this display size, I'm not going to be make anything on there. So make it default. For the position, let's say center left. As you can see, looks cool. And also for the opacity, I like to change it to, let's say, 0.07. And if you see the preview right now, looks cool, right? Okay, so now let's move into the next. And if you see carefully, these other 2 sections, that this section and this section is totally matched with our, like this last section. So what you can do, you can simply copy and paste, right? So this is the section, this is 3 of we need. Simply copy this one, and let's come back again here. Simply just paste it. And also we can also go here. One can also just copy it. We can also just paste it down here. And now let's go back again. Let's copy it. Let's come back, and let's simply paste it. And as you can see, we get exactly same to same in here. So let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes. And let's come back again our website, and let's click on here this about us, this button. So this is the about us section. This is, yeah, and also here is our mission. Here's a countdown, your team. Here is this other section. Everything really looks perfect, right? So now what we need to do, we need to move into the mobile version. So let's click on here this responsive mode, this button, and let's go here this tablet first, then we'll move into the mobile, right? So for the tablet, everything looks really fine, right? And one thing in here, let me do it, that is, let's change here this content also. I'm just going to make it, let's say, this one. And also if you see carefully that in this heroes, this breadcrumb section, that we forget to put here our an align. if you see carefully this design, that it's have a line like something like orange color, so we need to add it. So it's very simple to do. Simply click on here this icon, and now let's simply just drag and drop here a divider inside of here, and I'm just going to put it about us, after about us. So I'm just going to be adding here, so it's look like really big, so we don't really need like this type of big something. So I'm just going to make this width into 30, and I'm just going to make it center, and let's go here the next, and for here the width I like to make it, let's say 2, or simply just type 2, and for this color I like to go with to, let's say, begonia, and for this gap we can make it 0 because we don't really need any kind of gap in there. And also I don't really need any kind of margin and padding in here, but it really looks big, right? So I don't really need like this type of something. So we could do what we can do, we can just go with this container, and we can just simply just make it how much we need. Let's say I'm just going to be make it 5, so then we'll get exactly 5 in here. And also I like to just simply, let's say simply drag and drop here this icon into the next. That means now only this container have these two things right now. If you see carefully, that's it's only have a heading and also have a divider. So for here this container, let's go to here, and I'm just going to change this gap between, let's say, 0, then it will be looks closer, as you can see. So also we can just, if you like to make this a little bit bigger, then let's say 7 or 8 also looks good. But if you like to make it more bigger, then you can do it from here. And now this container, we need to go into this advanced tab, and on this advanced I'm just going to make it, let's say, 0. Then I think it would be better, then it will be look like, you know, like nearby. So okay, now let's click on update button, and let's go here this tablet again. It's really perfect right now, and everything is also looks perfect. On here I like to make it, let's say, and this one I like to make it left, and this one also will be left. So on here this section we need to do a little bit changes. So I'm just going to click on here this parent container, and let's first of all unlink it. So when it's just going to unlink it, we need to put a little bit things. So let's say for this left side I like to go with 15 pixel, and for this like this right side and left side I need to put here 15 pixel, and for this bottom I'm like to go here, let's say 18 pixels. So then it will be perfect, as you can see. And for this section we can do a little bit changes. Let's click on here, and let's go here this background, and let's go here this background overlay, and I'm just going to display size, let's say make it cover. So still we not get to see any kind of changes. So what you can do, we can just make it, let's say display size into, let's say I'm just going to be custom, and for this custom we could say here the width will be like 600, as you can see. Okay, so when you're just going to 600, it's not changing anything. Let's go here this percentage, and let's make it 500%. So now it looks fine, right? And also for the opacity we can reduce it. So we could, right now it's 4, so if you like to make it, let's say 0.3, then we can also make it 0.3. okay, and for this position I like to go with center. That's it. So you can do the same thing onto a home page. Let's say on my home page, if you go here on this responsiveness, you can also do the changes. It's very simple to do. Let me click on again here. Let's go here this style, let's go here this background overlay, and now we can do the changes. We can do the same thing here. Let's say go here this custom, and let's say make it %, and let's make it 500. Let's say simply, and let's make it center, then it will be center. Okay, for the next one, like this one, you can also do the changes. Let's click on again here, let's go here this advanced, let's go here background overlay, and let's make it cover to contain, sorry, here this custom, and for it let's make it %, and let's make it, let's say 500, and as you can see we get exactly same to same. And on here let's say 0.3, then it will be a little bit, you know, like opacity will be changed a little bit, and make it center. Okay, I hope you understand about it. Okay, let's come back again here about us, and this section is totally fine, and this section is also looks fine, not bad something. And let's go to the next section. It also looks fine, but only need to do changes in here. So let's click on style, let's go background overlay, and let's make it, let's say contain or custom, let's say make it %, let's say 500, and for these let's make it 0.3, and let's make it center, then we'll get exactly same to same. Let's click on here this update button to save the changes that we do right now. And let's click on again here this mobile version. And now let's go here this top. So on this mobile, first of all, we need to click on here. So when you click on here, then as you can see, automatically the navigator go to the on the specific where you click, right? So on here, first of all, I need to change here this minimum height. So let's make it this pane, and I'm just going to type here 100 and let's say 100%. And now I'm just going to this advanced tab, and on this advanced tab, just simply unlink it. And now in here, I need to say something. Let's say, for example, for the top, I like to go with 100, 110. And for this right, it will be 0. But for this bottom, I like to make it, let's say, 80 pixel from this bottom. So now it looks perfect, right? And this section is really looks perfect. And in here in this section, I think we need to do a little bit changes. So let's click on here this description first. And now here, let's say go here this style. And now let's click on here this typography. Simply click on there and let's make it 16 pixel. And I think everything really looks fine. So now let's move to the next and let's come here this section. I think this section is really looks good, so we don't need to do anything in there. And now in here, let's click on here this heading. Let's go here this typography, and let's say this heading size will be 22 pixel. That's it, looks fine. And the last thing we need to do that is click on here this container, and let's go here this advanced. I'll link here it. And for this bottom value, let's make it, let's say 15 pixel. And now let's go to the next one. Let's go advanced and unlink it. And for this bottom value, let's put here, let's say 15 pixel. And for the next one, I like to go here this advanced, unlink it, and let's say 15 pixel. Okay, so everything looks fine in here. So let's scroll down. This is also looks fine. And on this our team section, just click on here this section. Let's go here this advanced, and we need to change a little bit padding because it looks so much. So let's first of all, let's say type here, unlink it first of all. And for this top, let's say I need to go with 60 pixel. And for this right, let's say only 5 pixel we need. And for this bottom, I like to go with 30 pixel. And for this left, let's say 5 pixel only. So everything looks fine in here, right? Everything looks great. But if you do changes on here, this text, it will be better. Let's say click on here this pen icon, go to style, and let's see here. Okay, so here the typography is almost 24. So let's make it 22. So let's make it 22. So looks great, right? So let's go to the next one. Go style and go typography, and let's make it 22. And let's go to this one. So let's say type it. Let's typography and let's say 22. And as you can see, now it looks a little bit fine, right? And next two section, we don't need to do responsive before we already do it. So we don't need to do anything in there. So everything looks really fine. So let's click on here this desktop one. This is mainly the desktop version. Let me remove this navigator. Okay, so this is mainly the tablet version of our design, and this is mainly the mobile version of our design. Okay, so now let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes. Let's come back again here our page, and let's reload here this page. All right, so this is the thing that we do right now. Now let me show you that like how we can design the service page. Okay, also we'll talk about the single service page, this one. So mainly if you see here this service page, this section it's almost matched with, because this section we previously do on our about us page, right? And also if you see here this section and what is this section, these both section was available on our homepage. So what you will do, we're not going to be doing from scratch, right? And also one thing, if you see carefully, that in here this button looks like a little bit bigger. So you know, I will show you how to change it. Also if you see our demo website, that it's have a lowercase, but we just type uppercase. So I'm just going to show you how to change it. And also if you just going to hover it, it just redirect me to the contact page, as you can see, contact page. But we don't really want to send them in a contact page, right? So when someone just going to hover on design and development, this like read more this button, then they will be redirected into our single service page, or let's say design and development page. So what you need to do and how we can change it, I'm showing you everything step by step. But first of all, let me go here and homepage. So on this homepage, click on here edit Elementor this button, and also let's open here about us page, and let's click on here edit with Elementor this button again. Now scroll down and let's scroll down. So we just need to change here this one. So simply click on here this pen icon, and as you can see, we just type read more. So this is mainly the problem. So if you let's say lowercase, let's say read more, then it will be changed, as you can see. And also if you like to change here this link, also you can do it. As you can see, here is the link, it's contact. So we don't have any page for the marketing and analysis, but we have a page for design and development. So let me simply type here read more, this button. And now in here I like to add here our like another page, like single service page. So as you can see, if I go here, then you get to see we have a page called design and development. So let me click on here this view button, simply go there. And now as you can see, this is mainly the page URL. So I'm just going to copy it from here, simply just copy the design and development. And let's come back again our home page. And in here, I'm just going to simply type here like slash the design and development, just whatever I just copy, I'm just gonna paste it here. Okay. And let me just edit all of them. Simply just copy here, read more, and click on here this pin icon, and you can just update it. And if you click on again here this pin icon, then you will get to see an option called link option. So if you click on there, then what happened if someone just going to click on here this link, what happened? If you just select here this option, then when someone just going to click on here this link, automatically open it in a new window. But I don't really want it, so let's simply click on here this update button. Now here reload here this page. And now if you scroll down and if you just simply click on here this read more button, then as you can see, they redirect me into the design and development page. So by this way, you can create more page for a marketing analysis or strategic planning. And you can, by this way, you can simply add here the link in this link. Just simply change this link. Then when someone just going to click on here this read more button, they will be redirected into the specific page. Okay. And also I'm showing you that, don't worry, I'm showing you that how to edit here this design and development, don't worry. But first of all, let's edit here our services page. To do that, right now we are into this all pages, like pages option. And now we need to click on here this edit button, simply just click on there. And now in here, we need to click on edit with Elementor this button, simply click on here this top. And now in here, we need to just do copy and paste, nothing else. So let's go here, this about us page, before you can remember that we was open it, right? So in here, I'm just going to this first container, this one. So simply just click on mouse right button and simply just copy it. And let's come back again here, our services page, and just on this canvas, click on mouse right button and paste it. Then you will get to see the same thing here, like this breadcrumb. And now in here, we can change this title. So changing this title, let's click on here this pin icon. And now let's say this is our service page. So I'm just going to type services. And here we need to type here the name into, let's say, about us to services. So I'm just going to the third one, and let's simply in about us, I'm just going to simply, let's say this is our, let's say services. Then you will get to see something like, okay. Now let's come back again our home page, and let's see here what email need. So we need this section, why choose us. So let's go back. And for here, we need to just copy here this section. So simply, I'm just going to click mouse right button and copy it. And let's come back again here, the services page, and let's click on here this canvas and click on paste. Then we'll get exactly the same section in here. As you can see, we get it. And now let's come back again the home page. And now in here, we need to copy here this section. So simply just copy. And let's come back again and simply just paste it. Okay. So as you can see, we exactly get everything same to same. But for here, I like to change this background color. So simply click on here this edit section, go here this style. And now from the background style, I like to go with, let's say, I like to go with the white. So then the color will be changed. Okay. So before I do the changes in here, I put the link because of, if you successfully put everything on the home page, then I don't need to do edit and here when I'm just going to copy and paste, right? So that's why I do the changes, and now I just simply paste it here. So it really looks fine. If you see here this preview, then it really looks fine. And since these sections are almost responsive, so we don't need to worry about this responsiveness also. So let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes that we do now. And for copying and paste, it's also have another interesting thing. You can save it as a template, and after this you can just add it. So let me show you this way also. If you don't see that, like this copy and paste, if not working on your case, then let me show you that this breadcrumb, we need it again. So I'm just going to click on here this navigator and go here this top. This is mainly the breadcrumb that we need. So for example, you like to save it as a template. So what you can do, you can just simply click on mouse right button. Then you will get to see the option called save as a template in there. Click on the save as a template. Now we can see here like this template name. So let's say I'm going to type breadcrumb. So I'm typing at breadcrumb, and let's say simply save it. So let me make it. Okay, so let's save it. And as you can see, we get to see this file into our my templates. Okay. All right, so since this page is done, I'm showing you how it's work on the next page. Okay, so let's see here this tablet version. This is mainly the tablet, and this is mainly the mobile version. As I already mentioned you that like we don't need to worry about the responsiveness since we copy and paste, and before this section we was just make it responsive, so we don't need to worry about. Okay, so now click on here this menu and let's click on exit this button. And now let's click on here again, here this all pages this button. And now let's come here design and development this page and click on edit button. And let's click on here this edit with Elementor this button, simply click on there. On here, first of all, I'm just going to click on here this template box. This is mainly called template. So recently we save in a template. So let's import it. So click on add template. Go here this my template this button. Now if you click on here this insert option, okay, it's saying that there is nothing. So let me just my template, click on again my template, then you'll get to see it here. Click on insert this button and let's say apply it. And as you can see, we get exactly that is right. That was our breadcrumb before. And we don't need to do, copy and paste. So if you see that like the copy and paste not working, then you can just simply save it as a template. And then you can simply just import it from your my template. Okay. All right. So first of all, let's change here this, like this text. So as you can see, I changed this title, and also I like to say it's something like single template. So let's say single service. I'm typing it for better understanding, And if you see here again, then you will get to see it's have a why choose as this section again. So what you can do, we can simply copy and paste from our homepage, right? So why choose as? So I'm just going to simply copy it, or also if you like to make it as a template, so you can make it as a template, okay, as you wish. So I'm just going to paste it down here. So as you can see, we get exactly same to same. And let's click on here this pen icon and let's change here this image. So I'm just going to choose here this image from here on my gallery, and let's say select it. As you can see, we get exactly same to same, right? And also we need to change here this content and also the color. So let me click on here this edit section, go here this style and background, and from here I like to change this background color to white. Okay, looks fine, right? All right, so now let's move to the next section. It's mainly this one. If you see carefully, like web design and development, and if you see carefully that this section is also matched with our this section, in about us section, it's also matched with. So what you can do, we can simply copy and paste. So simply click on mouse right button, copy, and let's come here and simply just paste it. After pasting it, we need to do a little bit customization. For example, let's click on here this edit section, this button, go here this advanced option, and first of all, let's take here 100 pixel padding from the top. Let's go here this style. Okay, so already the background color it's white, so we don't need to worry about it. Also remove for this title like this one, about us. Now you will get to see something like this. And also I like to delete here this section also, this container also. And now as you can see, it's totally removed. Okay, and now also we need to change here this image. So click on here this pen icon and let's click on choose image, and from here I like to choose, let's say this one. So I'm going to select it, and as you can see, now it's totally changed. And from here I don't really need this this container also, if you see carefully this main one. So I'm just going to simply remove it. So after removing it, I need to search here this widget, let's say accordion. So if you type here ACC, then you will get to see something like, and from here I like to add here this accordion, this one. Okay, as you can see the icon, I'm talking about this one. So simply drag and drop here this one, and now we get to see something like this. And in here we need to do a little bit customization. Okay, so I'm not working on content right now. So first of all, let's work on the style. So click on here this style. So for this item gap, I like to go with, let's say 10, simply type 10. And for here this normal, we need to do a little bit changes. For example, for the color, like this background color, I like to go with, let's say white color. Then as you can see, there is nothing changes. As you can see, everything looks same. So don't worry, I'm changing it one by one. And also let's add here a padding. So for this padding, as you can see, when I just remove this padding, everything is removed. So let's add here 10 pixel for the top, right will be 20, bottom 10, and left will be 20. And let's go here this typography, click on there, and let's say I like to go with, let's say 16 pixel. This is mainly the title one that as you can see in here. So let's say width will be 700, and for this line height, I like to make it, let's say 1.3 em. And also let's go to the next call box shadow. So click on here this box shadow, and as you can see, we get a box shadow in here. So we need to change this blur into, let's say 16 pixel, and also in this color, click on here this color box in here, as you can see. Then you will get to see something like, and now I'm just going to drag into on this left side, and I'm just going to keep, let's say 08 or 07. You can keep it like this, and then you will get to see the exactly look something like this you will get. And the last thing we need to do on here, this item, let's click on here this active this button, and for these I like to go with a border. So let's select here solid, like this border type, and for this color you already know that normally we use EEE, so I'm just going to use the same EEE in here, and I'll link it. And for this bottom I like to go with 1 pixel. So let's say the changes. So now you'll not get to see the changes instantly, but if you click on here this accordion, then you will get to see the changes. As you can see, we get the same line. If I just increase it, as you can see, this is the same line that we do right now. Okay, so now the item is almost done. Let's click on here this open and close this icon. So for this open one, like this one, I like to change here this background color, let's say blue. And for the normal text color, as you can see, it's black right now, so I'm just going to make it, let's say white color. So here is a white. And for this hover one, or let's say active one, we're not going to be doing an hover, so we'll do this active one. So let's active one, it will be, let's say something begonia, this one. So when someone just going to activate, I mean this icon will be active, the color will be begonia, and for this normal one it will be blue. So let's go again this normal again, and for here we need to add a little bit padding. So let's say the padding will be 10, and as you can see, this is the look right now. And now let's move to the content, like this one, as you can see in here. So let's click on content, and now in here, first of all, I'm just going to change the typography. So let's say 16 pixel. And in here, let's say 400 of this width, and also I like to change here this line height to, let's say 1.8. So let's say 1.8. All right, so now as you can see, it's changed, but we also need to change here this color. So let's click on here this color, like this box, as you can see, and now we need to type here in a color. And as you can see, I type here 73739A, then you will get to see something like this type of color. So now this is the final look of it, and now we can simply just add here our own content. That will be done. Okay, so let's go here this responsiveness, also click on here the responsive mode, and click on here this tablet, and this is mainly the look on this tablet mode, as you can see. But for this heading, I like to change it. Let's click on this pen icon, I'll make it alignment left, and also this paragraph on, go here this style, and let's the alignment make it left. Then you will get to see something like this. And now let's go here this mobile, and this mobile is also really looks fine, but we can also do little bit changes. So let's click on there, and let's say go here into this title. So here is this title one. So let's say right now it's 16 pixel, but let's say make it 15 pixel, then it will be a little bit lower, and I think we can keep it as it is. All right, so let's go back again the desktop, and now let me show you that how we can change the content. For changing the content, I'm clicking on this pen icon, and go here this content on this first tab, and let's click on here this accordion one. And first of all, I'm just going to change here this text. As you can see, when I type this, as you can see, instantly it's changed. So this is mainly the title. Okay, and now we need to add here the description. So let's click on here this pen icon, and now we need to change here this description. Click on here these text. And now in here, you can simply just type here your content, okay? And if you like to change here the next one, then simply click on here accordion 2, and you can change here this title. Also, you can change here this description also. So it's very simple to do. Now let's click on here this update button to save all the changes. And now if you click on here this service button, then this is mainly our services page. And if anyone just going to click on here read more this button, and then they will be direct into our design and development page, and this is the design and development page, as you can see. Now let's move to the contact us page, and if you see carefully this page is very simple. Okay, so for designing this page, I'm just going back to my dashboard again. And in here, I'm just going to first of all open here about us, this one. I'm just going to click on here edit Elementor, and also I'm just going to click on here this contact page. I'm just going to click on this edit button, and I'm just going to click on here this top called edit with Elementor, this button. First of all, we need to design here this breadcrumb section. So as you know already that we just make it as a template. So let's click on here this add template button. Let's go to my template, and let's simply just insert it here, okay, and apply. All right, so as you can see, we get this breadcrumb in here, and now we just need to simply change here this content, right? So let's click on here this text, and let's go here this title, and let's type here the content. Let's say I'm just going to type contact, and also go to the next, and again I'm just going to hit the services, and just double click and paste it like this contact, then it will be changed. Okay, if you see your next section, this section is almost matched with our our team section, right? So what you can do, you can just simply copy it and just copy, and let's come back again and simply just paste it. So when it's just going to paste it, you will get everything in there, but we personally don't need everything. We just need here these 3 columns, right? So first of all, I'm just going to remove here this first container. As you can see, if you see the parent and this is the child, so I'm just going to remove here this child one. So after removing it, I'm just click on this parent and go here this style, and from this style I'm just going to remove here this background image. Also I'm going this background overlay, I'm just going to remove here this background overlay, and now as you can see, this is the look right now. And also we need to change here this content, right? So in here, first of all, I'm just going to, let's say, click on here is it, and as you can see, we get to see here an image. Also it's have a container, right? So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to remove here this container simply, and now I'm just going to keep this image right now. I will delete it also. So first of all, let's search here, let's say icon, and we need to just simply drag and drop here this one, let's say icon box. So first of all, I'm just going to change here an icon. So let's click on this icon tab and let's search here envy, then you will get to see like this type of icon. So simply select this one and let's insert it, and let's go here this title, and let's say this gonna be email here. And I also like to delete here the description, so simply select all of them and just remove all of them, then you will get to see exactly look like this. And now let's go to the style, and from here the spacing I like to make, let's say 30, and for the size I like to, let's say 20. Okay, 20 looks very small, right? So let's make it, let's say 30 will be better, looks better, right? And for the spacing, 30 looks much, let's say make it 20. Okay, now it's 20. Now let's come back again here this content, and in here we need to change this view. So let's make it, let's say stack, then you will get to see something like this. And if you make it frame, then it will be like this. So I'm just going to change it, let's say stack, and also you can change this shape into, let's say circle if you like to. So I'm just going to keep it, let's say circle right now in here. So let's go back again this style, and now you'll get to see the padding option. So let's make it 20. So now let's change here this primary color. Let's click on here this color, and let's say change here something. So I'm just going to type F5, and then something like this, so remove it. And as you can see, we get the color like this, right? And now let's change here this secondary color into, let's say I like to go with a blue, like this color. And now let's move to the next call, content. So simply click on there, and for it I'm just going to change this color. So click on here this color option, and let's make it dark. And now let's click on here this typography, and for here I like to change this size. Let's say I like to go with 24 pixel, and for this line height I'm just going to make it, let's say 1.2 em, and for the width I'm like to keep it as it is. And now I'm just going to remove here the image. So click on here the image, and let's simply press and delete, then this image will be deleted. Okay, and I'm just going to click on here this container, and let's go here this advanced, and for it I'm just going to, let's say add here 30 pixel. So when it's going to add 30 pixel padding all over them, then you will get to see exactly look like this type of thing. Okay, and now what you need to do, we need to just click on here this rubric icon again, and let's search here icon again, and simply just drag and drop here icon list under this email here. And if you see it, it's look very like almost like together. Okay, so let's click on here this big one like email here icon, and let's go here this advanced, and for it I'm just going to add it, let's say 20 pixel bottom. So let's say 20 pixel bottom in here, and I'm just going to make them everything on this item list into, let's say into center. And now let's go again here this content, and let's say remove here 2 from here, and let's click on again here visit, I mean this item first one, and let's delete here this icon, and as you can see we'll get to see something like this. And now we can type here our email address. So let's say I'm just going to type admin.connect.com, and if you like to add a more email address, so click on here this copy option, then you'll get a new one. So again click on there, and now we can just change this email address. So let's say I like to add here another email, so let's say hello @ like this. Okay, all right, so now let's go here this style, and for this style I like to go here this, first of all go here this text, and let's go here the typography, and for it I'm just going to change it, let's say 16 pixel, and for it gonna be 400, and let's say here this line height,
So I'm just going to change this line height into EM, and it will be 1.8 EM. Okay, then you will get to see something like this. But I also like to change this color, so click on here this color, this icon, and scroll down, and then we need to choose here this one, and then you will get to see exactly look like this. Okay, so now what you need to do, it's very simple to do. So let's simply just copy here it is, or what you can do, we can simply copy it, and let's go to the next one like this one, and let's simply paste the style. So when you paste the style, you will get to see like they automatically take 30 pixel padding. So I'm just going to remove here the image, and now let's click on the icon. Let's come here, and I'm also going to remove here this is. So when you're just going to remove it, now you will get to see totally blank. So click mouse right button and click on paste, then you will get this same thing. Again, click on copy, and let's come here into paste. So as you can see, we get almost like similar thing, right? So let's go to the next one. Let's click on remove here the image, also remove here, let's say, okay, let me go to the bottom, and let's open it this from our navigator. Let's container, and inside of this container, I like to delete here this heading. So let's simply click on here this delete, and also let's delete here these settings. Okay, so then you will get to see totally it's blank. So let's click on copy, and let's paste it. Also let's copy, and let's simply paste it here. Okay, all right, so now also we need to just paste the style. So click on copy on here this container. So when you're just going to copy this container, let's go back and simply just paste it. So when you will just going to paste, then you will get to see all of them like same to same. Okay, and now in here we need to change this icon and content. So click on his pen icon, go here this icon, and let's search here, let's say location. So I'm just going to search a location. Then as you can see, we're not going to see, so let's search here map. So when you search a map, then you will get to see in here. So let's say I like to go with this one, so I'm just going to be inserted. So as you can see, now it's changed, and click on here this pen icon, and let's say change here this title. So let's say location here, and also we can change here this location. So click on there, and I'm just going to remove one of them from here, and let's click on the first one, and simply just paste here this content. Then you will get to see same to same. Okay, let's go to the next, and let's click on here, and let's say choose here call phone. Let's say I'm just going to be choose here this one, and let's insert it. And now let's say for the email, for the title, so let's say phone here. So I'm typing phone here, and let's go to here the next, and let's say click on here this one, and now let's type here phone number, and let's say just simply change here, or let's say just type here a dummy phone number. That's it. So as you can see, I type it. So now one thing we need to do, let's go here this style, and if you go here into the text, and it's also have a hover option. If you see, click on there, and let's say I like to go with, let's say blue. When someone just going to hover, I will get a blue color. So let's go to this one, and let's go here the text again, and let's go hover, and let's make it blue. That means what I do, I just click on here this pen icon, I go here this style, then I go here this text, then I go here this hover, and I change this color into blue. That means when someone just going to hover it, as you can see, this color it's now changed. And also in this section, we need to change this background color, right? And also this need to be look like white. So let's click on here this container, and let's go ahead and style, and let's background classic, let's say make it white. Let's see. So as you can see, now it's totally white. Before it was not white. So let's go style, and let's go background type, and let's say change this color into white. So to change this color, we just need to click on here this container. As you can see, we are not this parent container, we're in this child, and then go here this style, and let's go background, and let's simply change here this color into, let's say white. Then the color will be changed. As you can see, now it's totally changed. All right, so also we need to change to this background color. So let's click on here the section, go here with this style, and for this background color, I like to make it, let's say white. Then everything will be white. And also let's go here this advanced, and for this advanced, I think we don't need any kind of right side, so let's make it 0. Left side will be 0, then yeah, it will be fine. And from this bottom, I like to make it 100 pixel. Yes, real looks fine. This is the final look, as you can see. Now let's move to the next section, and first of all, I'm just going to click on here this plus icon, and let's say choose here this section. And now let's say I'm just going to make it full width with, let's say 100%. Let's click on here this rubric icon, and let's search here map. If you search on a map, then you'll get to see Google Map widget in here. So simply drag and drop, and as you can see, we get to see here an location. So you can simply add here your own location in here, And for this height, I like to change it, let's say 500. And yeah, we'll get exactly look like this. And for creating the next section, I like to copy and paste again from our like this about us page. So let's copy here this section. So I'm just going to copy it. And also we can do it from scratch, but we already need here this heading part. So I'm not going to be doing from scratch. So that's why. All right, so let's come back again here and I'm just going to paste it. So what I do, I'm just going to copy here our theme section again. And now from here, I like to go here again, this parent. And for this like theme box, I like to delete it and I don't need this theme box. I don't need theme box. Also, let's go here this parent, let's go here this tile. And for it, I'm just going to remove here this background image. Let's go here this background overlay. Let's remove it. So I only need here this title. Okay, only need the title. Also, I need the line in a paragraph. So what I can do, I can go here and I can simply just copy it from here. This our digital explorer, just copy it. And let's come back again here this contact and let's click on here this title and let's click mouse right button and click on paste option. Then you will get this content in here. So I'm just going to here this tile and just make it, you know, like a center. Then you will get it in center. Okay, so now let me change here my content and let's say click on here this content and let's say click on here this text and now simply change here this content, then it will be changed. Also, I like to change here this heading. So click on here this heading and let's come here this content and change here this title, then it will be changed. Or even you can type it. Okay, let's say I'm like to type here contact us. And now let's click on here this container, not parent. I'm just going this child one and let's go here this layout and let's change here this cap between element will be, let's say 0. Then it will get exactly look like this, but it's look like almost nearby, right? So it really looks good. I think it's not looks bad something, but if you feel that, okay, you need a little bit, you know, like padding both of them. So simply you can click on here this pin icon. You can go here this advanced, you can add here this padding. And also if you like to go with this gap between, let's say I like to go with, let's say 4 only. So also if you like to make them 4, then yeah, you can make it. Okay, that's a wish. All right, so let's go here this next. So what I need to do, click on here this rubric. I can simply drag and drop here in a container. So I don't really want this container inside of this container. I like to keep it outside. So simply drag and drop here and let's again rearrange it. So let's say I like to rearrange it again. So this container is totally blank. So simply just rearrange into the top. And now in here in this section, I like to click on here, let's say full width. And for it, I'm like to make, let's say 33.33. And I'm just going to again duplicate this content again. And now in here, I like to make, let's say 67.69. Okay, so then you will get 2 in here. So let's click on this parent one and let's go here this layout. And yeah, I think this gap between elements is almost 0. So let's again click on here this edit container, this button, and in here we need to make it, let's say it's gonna be 33.30. And as you can see, it still looks same. So let's click on here the next one and let's say make it, let's say 66. And then as you can see, now it looks fine, right? So now it looks together. And for this left one, I'm just going here this advanced and let's align it. And let's say for this left time, it's let's say 15 pixel. And for this right side, let's say 15 pixel. So then you will get to see something like this. And let's click on here this rubric icon and simply drag and drop here an image. And let's say choose image. And now let's upload here the image. So I almost added this image in here. So let's click on here this select button. And as you can see, we get the image in here. Now let's start designing our form section. To do that, simply search here in this widget, let's say mate. If you search here mate, then you will get to see this mate form. So simply drag and drop here this mate form. And let's click on here edit form this button. And here we need to, it will be automatically will be new. So you need to type here your font name. So let's say I'm just going to be typing contact and let's click on here edit form this button. And from here you need to click on here this plus icon and let's select here in a container. And now we just need to make it full width and it's going to be 100% obviously. And for it, first of all, I'm just going to drag and drop here in a text and simply just disable here this level. And for it, this is have a name. This is merely a unique name of this input field. So you don't need to change it right now. But if you get to see that like 2 input field name is similar, then you need to change one of them and you just need to keep it all the time unique. Okay. All right. So now let's change this placeholder text. Now as you can see it's text. So let's make it name. So now it's changed it to name. And if you go with the setting that is it required or not, so yeah, I like to make it required that when someone is going to fill up this form, it's required to fill. Okay, let's go ahead this style, and now in here for this required tab, I'm not going to be changing any kind of color, so let's click on here this input, and for this input I like to change here, let's say I like to go with this top will be 6, and for this right will be 12, and for this bottom will be 6, and it will be 12. All right, so let's go here this advanced tab again, and let's go here this padding, and for this right I like to go with, let's say 15 pixel, and for this bottom I like to go with 20 pixel, and also I like to change here this width into, let's say custom, not inline, make it custom, and let's make it 50%. So on this input tab, we just need to change here this background type. So click on here this classic, and also let's make it, let's say I'm just gonna keep it as it is, just drag this ball into this left side, then you will get to see like it's gonna be white. So yeah, I like to keep like this. And all this type, like the typography, it's mainly for the input. So when someone's just going to type here this text, so how they will get to see. So I'd like to go with typography, and let's say I like to go with 16 pixel, and obviously the font family will be outpass, and let's change it to, let's say normal. And for this line height, I like to make it, let's say 1.8. All right, so let's come back and let's go with this placeholder. So this is mainly the placeholder that you can see right now. So let's click on here this typography, and let's say change it to, let's say 16 pixel. For this width will be, let's say 400, and obviously, and let's go here this line height, so make it em, so 1.8 em. All right, so now as you can see, it's now changed. And now again, click on here this rubric icon. Let's simply drag and drop here this email address also here this right side. Or yeah, if you get to see that it's not dragging, so simply drag and drop in here. As you can see, we get it. So now what we need to do, we can use the same thing, okay, but we also keep in mind that this is for the right side. If you see here in our contact form, then you will get to see this is for the left side and this is the right side. So these two line padding will be same, and these two line padding will be same, right? Okay, so let's come back, and let's say I like to copy here the style, all of these things from this content. So I mean this text, so copy, go email and paste the style, everything will be paste, but I like to remove here this show label. Also it's going to be same, I mean this name will be mf email. And now let's go here this advanced, and I already mentioned you that like this is on this left side and this is right side. So for it, we don't need this, for this email we don't need right side padding, so we need a left side into 15 pixel, as you can see, then it will be looks good, right? So let's click on here again rubric icon, and now we can simply just drag and drop here on a telephone. So simply drag and drop, and as you can see, we drag and drop the telephone. So let's drag into the bottom, but we will not get to see that it's not coming into the next line. So for fixing it, we need to click on here these container, and let's go here this layout, and let's scroll down, then you'll get to see gap between elements, so make it a 0. And for this wrap, we need to enable here this wrap, then it will be automatically come into the next. So now I'm just going to click on here this text and click mouse right button and copy it, go here this telephone, and let's paste the style, then all the style will be pasted, and I don't really need this label, so remove it. Okay, all right, so now let's simply click on again here this rubric icon, and now in here we need another text for our subject. So simply drag and drop here another one, and for this style I like to copy it from our email address since it's for the right side. So click on here and paste here, and as you can see, now remove here this label, and as you can see, we get to see. And now in here we like to add, let's say for it, let's say I like to go with subject, and I already mentioned you that like we cannot keep here this name like same, we need to keep it unique. So text, mf text and mf text, these both look same, so we cannot make it same. So let's, for this text one, so we could make it, let's say I like to go with subject, so let's say subject, then it will be unique. Okay, all right, so now let's go here the next, and now let's simply drag and drop here in the text area. So here is the text area, so simply drag and drop here. Okay, so let me drag, and now let's say I like to keep it on this bottom, so then it will become in the bottom. So what you can do, we can simply just copy it and simply just paste here the style, then we'll get everything on here. And also let's click on here this text area again, and let's say I like to disable here this level, go here this advanced. For this one I like to keep it 100%, and for this right side we don't need right side, just keep it 0. Okay, for this text area one. And now let's click on here this rubric icon. Let's simply drag and drop here on a button. So simply drag and drop here this button, search button, then you will get to this submit button. So just simply drag and drop here. And for this button, just click on there. Let's go ahead this advanced, and for it, let's say I like to go with margin 20 pixel. And for this style, I like to change it. So let's say right now we can see it's only 15 pixel, right? For this top, but I like to change it. Let's say I like to keep it 15, but in here I like to keep it, let's say 35. And for this right or left side, I like to go with 35. Okay, so then you will get to see something like this. And also I like to change this content. So let's say I like to go with send message. And as you can see, we get to see send message. And now let's say click on here the style. And for this style, like normal background color will be, let's say it will be obviously blue, but when someone is going to hover it, this color will be changed to, let's say I like to go with begonia. So when someone just going to hover, it's changed. Okay, also we need to change here this content. So click on here this typography and change here this content. Let's say I like to go with our pass. So our pass, type here this font name, select this font, select also the size into 16 pixel. For this width, I like to go with, let's say 400, or even if you like to keep it, let's say 500, then you can simply add it. Or if you like to go with 600, no problem, you can cap it. Okay, for this now I'm just going to be 500. And for this line height, you can make it, let's say 1.2 simply. So as you can see, I make it 1.2. Yeah, this is the final look, as you can see. So now let's simply click on here this update button, and also just click on here this close button, as you can see. And as you can see, we get similar thing in here, right? Okay, so also, you know, in here we need to change this section color. So click on here the section color, and let's say make it white. As you can see, now it's white. So now when someone just going to type here this form, they will, all the email will receive on here. So if you come here to the dashboard, and if you go here this main form, and if you click on here this entries, then you'll get to see all of them in here. Okay, so for it, they are showing us something. So let me go with the next, and let's say next and next, and let's say save changes. Then I think you will able to access here this entry option. So as you can see, there is nothing found, but if someone just going to submit the form, then we'll get everything in here. But for this style, it's really boring that when someone just going to submit an email, we need to log in our admin panel. It's really boring, right? It's not really possible all the time just log in there. So for getting the email address, for getting the email notification, we need to set up our email in here. So let's click on here this pen icon again, or click on here this edit form, this button. Let's again click on here edit form, here this button. For enabling email notification, we just need to click on here this form setting button. But before click on form setting, I like to click on here this email field because it's needed in feature. So click on email field, and I'm just going to copy here MF email. So let's simply copy here this name. And now you will get to see something like this option. And in here, we just need to click on here this notification and simply just turn on this one. Okay. On this email subject field, you need to type something that you can easily identify. Okay, this form is for this website, so you can easily understand. So you need to type here email subject, and now in here you need to type your own email address. So let's say I'm just going to type my two email address, one of my and another is like my normal Gmail. So that means when someone just going to submit any kind of mail, I will get both notification. I will get notification on here and this email, also I will get in here. So as you can see, I mainly divided by using a comma, if you see that. And for this email form, we need to type here something like this, like third bracket. Then first of all we need to type third bracket like this, and then we need to paste here the name of this input field. Okay, that's it. And the email reply will be same. And now we just need to click on here the save changes button. And also you need to click on here this update and close this button. Now let's check here this responsive mode. So click on here this responsive mode and just click on here this tablet portrait, and then you will get to see something like, and I think it's real looks fine. Everything is real looks fine in here. And let's go here this mobile, and yeah, also looks great, not bad something. But in here we just need to little bit add a margin, let's say. So let's go here this container, and let's come here this advanced tab, and let's say for this margin let's add a 40 pixel, and then you will get to see something like this, as you can see. And also if you like to add here, let's say a padding, so let's go there and let's say just go to the advanced. I'm talking about this one, okay, the next one. So if you see carefully that I'm talking about this child container, let's say I'm just going to add, let's say 5 pixel all over them, then we'll get exactly like this. Or it can be, let's say 10 pixel. Okay. Or let's say I like to go with 15 pixel in here, then yeah, we can do it. But 15 pixel I think looks much, so let's keep it 10 pixel. I think looks fine, right? So let's click on here this update button to save the changes. And now let's see here all of these things. So this is mainly the desktop version, this is about our tablet, and this is mainly our mobile version. Now let me show you that like how we can create our fast post. To create our fast post, we just need to hover on post and we just need to click on all post this button. And now as you can see, it's already having a post called hello world. So I'm just going to click on here this trash button to remove this post. And now let's click on here this add new this button to create our new post. Alright, so now as you can see, when you're just going to open it, I think you will get to see something like, let's say this, you will get to see something like this. For enabling this left sidebar, you just need to click on here this 3 dot and you just need to just turn on here full screen mode. Just click on here, then you will get to see something like. Alright, so here you can type here this post title. So the post title is something like this one. This is, you can say this is the post title, right? And this is the featured image and this is the all the content. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to type, let's say what is WordPress, and this is mainly my title, and in here we can type our content. So let's say I'm going to be typing WordPress is a web content management system, and as you can see, we can simply just type in here. And also if you like to click on enter, then you will get a new line and you can just type more in here. So you can type more, whatever you like, you can type in here. So in here, for customizing it, you will get exactly similar type of thing on something like Google Doc. For example, I like to make this bold. So simply select it. And here is, as you can see, this bold option. So you can make it bold. And if you like to make it, let's say italic, then you can simply click on here, this italic option, then it will be italic. And if you like to add it, let's say for this WordPress, you like to add here WordPress. For example, like when someone just going to click on here this WordPress button, they will be redirect on this WordPress org. So I'm just going to simply copy here this URL and let's select here this text and let's say click on here this link and simply click on here this link and just paste here the link that you copy. And if you click on here this enter button, then this link will be added. And if you just click on here this preview option, and then you will get to see option where you like to see the preview. For example, I like to see the preview on this like this desktop option, so I click on desktop, and now before saving it, you will get to see the preview how it will be. Okay, and if you just click on here this link, then as you can see, we are redirect into WordPress website, right? Now if you click on again here, then you will get to see the option called open a new tab. So what happened when some just going to click on here this link, they will be open a new tab. As you can see, it's now open a new tab. So this is merely the option. And now if you would like to just think like, okay, I like to remove the links, just unlink it, then it will be link. Also if you like to unbold it, simply unbold it, then it will be unbold. Okay, also if you like to make them center, just click on here this alignment into, let's say center, then it will be center. If you like to make it left, then you can left. Also let's say I like to keep it in its top, so then you can just click on here this top, move up, then it will be move up. If you like to keep it, let's say move down, then it will be move down. Also if you like to make it as a heading, just click on there, then you can make it as a heading. Okay, so let's say I make it heading and I get heading options like heading 3, 4, 5, 6 option. And if you like to make them as a like paragraph, you can just make it as a paragraph. Okay, so this is merely called Gutenberg page editor. Okay, and now you might thinking then why we're using it like Gutenberg page editor in here. So this is mainly by default coming from WordPress. So for creating a post, we mainly going using Gutenberg, and for designing a page, we are just going to using Elementor. Okay. All right, so when you're just going to type it, and here on this right side, you will get option called block, and here is the post. So every single time when you're just going to choose any kind of like widget, you will get this customization on this block. And for this post one, like if you like to add in a category, tag, featured image, then you can do it from post. Okay. And for example, in here, you like to add an image. Okay, so what you can do is I'm just going to place on enter. And now as you can see in here, we get to see plus icon. So I'm just going to click on here, this plus icon, just add a new widget. Then you will get to see something like widget library in here. So for example, if you like to finding out image, so you can search here image, then you will get to see images, also some of this ready-made template also, but I personally need a widget. So let's click on here the widget image. Then as you can see, we get image from here. Also you can upload the image from your computer. Also if you like to use it from your library, then you can use it. So let's click on media library, And let's say I'm just going to use this one. So let's select it. And as you can see, we get the image in here. Also, if you like to change this image to, let's say, medium or a thumbnail, or let's say resize it, you can do it from here. You can just simply customize here this height and width. Also, if you like to make it rounded, then you can do it. So all the setting you will get to see in this blog section. For the text, you will get the same thing. If you like to make this a little bit bigger, then you can do it small, medium. Also, if you like to go with custom, just click on this custom, then you can do it by custom. Okay. Also, if you like to change this typography, then you can do it from here. Okay. All right. So now let's see here this preview. Just click on here this preview option. Then you will get to see the instantly preview what you already do in here. So now let me put here some of this real content. So let me delete all of them. So simply delete anything, just click on here this option and just remove the paragraph, then it will be removed. Click on again, remove it, then it will be removed. And if you like to remove all of them, just remove it. And also if you like to remove it, just select and press delete from your keyboard, then it will be delete from here. So as you can see, I just type here some of this dummy content in here. So let's click on here this post option. And now in here, I'm just going to click on here this category. And as you can see now, we only have a one category called uncategorized. So let me add a new category. So click on add new category and let's type here your category name. So let's say my first category, it's like, let's say business. So let's add it. And let's type here another one. Let's say it's going to be marketing. So let's add it a new category. So as you can see, now we get to see two categories. So this post will be added in two categories. But if you were just going to say, okay, I only want to show it only once, then this will be showing in on only one categories. Okay, so let's select both of them and let's scroll down. Now in here, we can type your tag. So its tag is mainly for search engine. For example, if someone just going to search any specific content from your blog site, then they can search it by the keyword. And if they're just going to search it from the Google, they can also get it from the Google. Okay, so make sure that try to put here some of this relevant tag that is going up with this content. And also think about that, like what will people going to be search for finding this same article. Okay, all right, so for it, if we say we can type, let's say a micro management, this is one tag, just press on enter. Let's say the 5 most telling sign, I'm just typing it. So by this way, you can just type here the tag. Okay, now let's click on here this featured image. So let's click on here and let's say set featured image. And now in here, you can choose any of this image from here. For example, let's say I'm just going to select here this image. So let's simply click on set featured image. And now if you just click on here this publish button, then if you click on here this view post, then you will get to see exactly look like this. So this is mainly the featured image that you can see in here. Here is the, like title. And here, as you can see, the featured image on this top, also here this category, here this title, here is the date, and also all the content that you can see. So if you scroll down, then you'll get to see nothing is there. You only get to see the tags in here. But when you're just going to add some more content, then you will get to see in this bottom, like related, some of this content will be there. Also, let's say preview and next. So if I come back again here, this post, and then you will get to see we have only one post in here. So I hope you understand how to create a new post. So I hope you understand about it, and by this way you can create multiple and more posts in here. So I don't want to make you bored, so let me add some more posts in here. So as you can see, I have added few more posts in here, and now let me open any of these. So let's click on here this view option, and then you will be direct on this page. And as you can see, this is the post right now. This is mainly the featured image, and this is title. Here is the post, and if you scroll down, then you'll get to see previous and next post, and also you will get to see call similar post in here. For customizing this page, we just need to click on here this button called customize. Simply just click on here this button, or if you just come back again here your dashboard, and if you just hover on appearance and click on here this customize option, then you will be direct on this same page. Okay, for customizing here, I'm just going to click on here post or pages layout, this button, and now I'm just going here single post layout. Just click on this option, and now in here I like to change here this post title layout. So let's change it to just select this one. And when you're just going to select it, as you can see now it's changed. And for this minimum width, I like to change it, let's say 450 pixel, and I'm just going to make it everything in center. Just scroll down, and now for this default post layout, I'm like to choose here this one with the sidebar, as you can see. So as you can see, with this post we get a sidebar also. But if you think that, okay, you don't need any kind of sidebar, then you can just make it like this one, let's say this one, or if you like to change into this one, then you can easily do it yourself. So I like to go with sidebar, so select it. And if you scroll down, then you will get to see something. Let's say if you like to change your these featured image ratio, then you can do it. Also, if you like to disable anything, for example, right now, if you see carefully that in here, it's showing the post tags, right? So if you like to disable it, then you can simply disable it from here. So as you can see now it's disabled, so let's add it. Also, if you like to enable here this author box, then simply click on this just enable button, then the author will be visible in there, but I don't really want it. So if you scroll down, then you will get to see this option called show related posts. So if you like to select it, let's say I'm just going to select it, let's say 3, then you will get to see 3 of them related posts in here. And also it's have some more option. For example, let's say you like to add here like this carousel, so you can just enable it, but in my case I don't want it. And also if you like to show this comment option, then you can just keep it as it is, but if you don't like to, then you can just simply just disable it. Okay, then the comment option will be disabled, so I like to keep it, so let's add it. Also, if you like to show it the comment, I mean this comment date, then you can just also enable this. So I'm not going to change anything in there, and this is the final look. So let me click on here this publish button, and let's come here and let's reload here this page. So as you can see, this is the look right now. And also if you like to do, let's say I like to go with, let's say this one, I'm just going to choose this one, then the design will be changed and you will get something like this. And if you make these post layout into this one, then it will be look like this. So you can choose this whatever you like personally. So let me keep it, just simply click on here this publish button, and let me enable here one of this post from here. So as you can see, this is the new look of our post right now. Okay, so you can customize it on here and you can just keep it whatever you like. And also if you see here, like for example, if you like to disable here any of this, so let's say you like to disable here like this category, for example, just click on here this eyeball option, then as you can see this category is gone. So if you like to enable it, then you can do it. Also if you like to enable here this breadcrumb, then you can enable it also. So also if you like to enable it anything else or disable it, then you can simply do it from here. So I'm like to disable it again. So let's click on here this publish option to publish it. And now if someone just going to visit the post from tablet, they will get to see something like this. So for this content minimum height, I like to make it, let's say 350 pixel. And for this mobile version, when someone just going to visit from the mobile, I like to keep it, let's say 200 pixel. Let's see how it's look like. Let's say, let me go over here this tablet and this mobile, or even we can make it, let's say 350 pixel, and let's make it publish. And for this mobile, I think if we keep it 200 or 250, then you will get to see something like this. But if you go with, let's say 500 pixel and let's say publish it, and let me go back to this website again and let me reload here and let me choose here one of this phone, then you will get to see exactly look like this. So I think I prefer you to just keep it 500 pixel, then it will be better, I think. Now let's move to the next page called blog. So simply click on here this blog page and from here. And now in here we need to do again the customization. So let's go back from here and let's click on here this archive layout, this button. And now this is mainly the blog page. Okay, from this blog I like to change here this content width. So let's say minimum container width will be 450 pixel, and I like to enable here this breadcrumb option. And for this, like if you go with tablet, this looks fine. If you go with this mobile, it also looks fine. I don't know to do changes in there. And if you scroll down in here, then you will get to see like this archive layout. So for example, if you like to go with right sidebar, so then simply click on there, then you will get to see right sidebar in there, as you can see. And also if you just scroll down, then you will get to see a content style. So you can just change it to, let's say this one or this one, whatever you like, you can do it. And for this post archive column, I'm like to make it, let's say 2, then you will get to see 2 on here. And if you scroll down, then you will get to see a few more options, let's say features like categories and title meta. For example, if you just turn off this, then this category will be disabled, as you can see. So I like to keep it, so keep it. And if you go here this excerpt, then just click on here this arrow, then you will get to see that how many words you like to show. So this is mainly called excerpt. So in here, I like to go with, let's say 25, then you will get to see like it's reduced. And I think now it looks good, right? Click on here this publish button, and this is mainly the look right now.
And if you see carefully that in here, this post archive default sidebar, it's have a sidebar 1. I mean for this sidebar. So if you like to customize it, but also let me show you that how we can customize it. So let's go back and let's go back again. And if you go with this widget option, then you will get to see that it's have a sidebar 1. Just click on there and let's click on got it. And as you can see, here is it. So this is mainly our search option, and this is recent post. And if you like to add anything new, just click on here this add new button and then search here what you like to add. So for example, I'm just going to search here tag. So I'm just going to add these tags. Then as you can see, I get to see a tag in here, but it's not really looks fine. So I like to remove it. So simply click on remove, just remove this button and remove it. And in here, I like to add, let's say I like to delete here this recent comments. So simply just remove it. And from here, I like to add category. So search here category. Then you will get to see the category list. Simply add it down there. And as you can see, we get this category list in here. Okay. So all of the category that you have in a website, you will get to see all of them here. So also you need to change here this title. So let's click on here recent comment to, let's say it's going to be category. So I'm typing here category. Then you will get to see the category in here. So let's click on here this publish button to save the changes. And if you like to do any kind of setting, then simply just click on there, and then you will get to see the option 3 dot option. Then click on show more setting. Then you will get to see so more setting you will get to see. For example, if you like to enable this drop down, then you can do it. Then if you like to enable here, let's say show post count, then you can do it. Also, if you like to show the empty category, then you can show it. So you can just turn in and turn off and from here. And also if you like to customize it, let's say you like to make it a little bit bigger, then go here this style, and now you can just make it bigger. You can just change the size, and also you can change this dimension. So I don't really want any of these from here. So let's simply click on here this publish button to save the changes. Now let me show you that how we can create a free logo. For it, we just need to search on Google logo maker. Make sure that you type the same name in here. So let's open here this website, and as you can see, we get to see something like this. So let's click on here this start your my design, this button, and let's click on create a new design. Then if you click on here, then you will get to see a lots of icon in there. So you can select from there any of this. So let's say you select any of this. So you can simply select it. And also if you like to delete it, just simply click on here this delete button to delete it. So now I'm just going to click on here this text button for text, just take some text. And now I'm just going to type here, let's say JF digital. Then I will get to see something like this, and I'm just going to simply select here. Let's click on here this style, and now we can make it bold. Also, if you like to make it italic, then you can simply do it. And from here this top, if you click on there, then you will get to see which type of font you like. For example, designer picks, that means here you will get to see most of the popular fonts there. Most of the designer, they just going to choose here this font, and that's why they are suggesting us in here. So you can use the font from here. Let's say I like to go with railway bold, and if you go with this style, then it's don't have a italic version. But if you go with this railway, then it's have a italic, italic option. So okay. So if you like to use any other font, then you can do it. But for this case, I'm just going to keep it railway. But if you like to go with another font, then you can simply go it, okay, from here. And now I'm just going to simply just hold on alter, and then I will get to see something as you can see, I get a new one. And also here is the layer. And for here, I'm just going to just remove here this text, and I'm just going to keep it JFD only. And for this one, I'm just going to remove here this content, only JFD. And now I'm just going to resize it. So let's simply resize it. And also let's say I like to resize this one. So let's resize it. And now let's keep them, together. So I like to keep it also in here, and let's keep it down here. So as you can see, now it looks together. And as you can see, it's on the same line. Okay. So if you like to make it more closer, then you can just simply do it. Okay. So now in here, you can simply, let's say we like to change this color. So for example, this one, I like to go with a black color. So you can simply go with the black, like this color, let's say, or you can go with 111 even. And for this color, I like to go with, let's say we can type here 00000, then double F. So if you type it, then you will get to see a color. So let me put here another F, then you will get to see like this. Okay. Now let's select these both of them, and let's go here this save option.
And if you see here that it's have an option called download low resolution PNG file. So click on there, then I accept, then just click on this download free low resolution file. And as you can see, we have successfully downloaded here this logo in here. And now let me show you that like how we can just change here this logo. Okay, for changing this logo, it's very simple. Just hover on here, edit Elementor, and then click on here this header, this option. And now just click on here this pen icon and just click on choose image, this button, and click on upload option, and just simply drag and drop here your recently downloaded logo, and simply click on here this select option. Then as you can see, our logo is now changed. And if you go with like this mobile version, then you will get to see like this is mainly the tablet version and this is the mobile version. And as you can see, now it's totally changed. And let's simply click on here this update button to save the changes. And now if you see carefully that here this website top, that it's totally look like blank. So we also need to add here our website side icon. For adding this, we just need to click on here this customize this option. And now you just need to come here site identity, this option. And now we just need to add here site icon. By this following way, you can create your own site icon. It's very simple. Just go there and just choose an icon and just export it. Okay. And now let's click on here, select site icon, this button, and let's click on select file. And I'm just going to add here my site icon. So simply open it and let's click on here the select option. And now I'm just going to click on here this skip cropping, this button. Or even if you like to crop it, then it's okay. Just select any of this and it will be set in here. Okay. And now as you can see, our site icon is now changed. And now if you just click on here this publish button. Now let me show you that like what we just already built in this video. So this is mainly the header section. As you can see here, the hero section, and this our services. Here is about us. Here is like what you do section. And if you see here, this why choose us section. Okay, so this is totally on a complete package. As you can see, we have a beautiful footer. And let me go here this about us page, just click on there. Then as you can see, this is our about us page. As you can see, how cool is that? Let's go here this blog page, and this is our blog page. And now let me go here this services page, and as you can see, this is our services page. And if you go here our contact page, then you will get to see this is our contact page. And on this design, if you don't like anything and if you like to change the color, then it's very simple. For example, in this home page, I like to change this color. Okay, so simply click on here edit with Elementor, then come here this page and just click on here the specific container or section. Then go there, just click on this tile and simply change this color. Then this color will be changed instantly. For example, I'm just going to change here this one. So let's say, so I click on this container, let's go here this tile, and let's click on here this background, and I'm just going to change it to, let's say, I'm just going to type like triple F. Then as you can see, this color is now instantly changed. So by this following way, you can do, you can change anything. You can change the color, you can change anything on this design. And when your changes is done, then simply click on here this update button, then it will be updated. Finally, we have completed our website step by step. Now we can go ahead and make your website live. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you like this video, then give a big thumbs up and subscribe this channel, and let me know your opinion in comment section. I will see you in the next video.